Chapter 564. A few flaps of a butterfly's wings in the rainforest of the Marson River can cause a tornado in Texas 2 weeks later. Just how big of a political storm would the censorate cause in the south-central, southeastern, and southwestern regions? Yang Fan didn't know how big the storm would be, but he knew it wouldn't be small. Anyway, his business was done, and there was no need to step into this political whirlpool. So he cleverly avoided Luoyang and went straight to Chang, and, logically speaking, if the journey to the south had been peaceful, it would have been fine for him to go straight to Chang. However, so many things had happened on the way south. A dutiful, or perhaps a shrewd, official should return to the capital and appear in front of his emperor in time. Whether it was listening to inquiries or offering advice, this was the duty of an official, and only then could he get the emperor's favor. For Yang Fan, the emperor's favor was far less tempting than the moment his own flesh and blood looked at him, the moment he was born. Moreover, he was the one who followed the censorate to put out the fire. After he killed 2 imperial envoys, he was also the one who persuaded the chiefs of Yaozhou, Manzhou, and Panzhou to burn the divine palace of Wanxiang. Returning to the capital at this time, there would be many benefits, but there would also be many risks. It was better to avoid trouble. So, with the excuse that Wu Zetian's original instructions were not clear, and there was no clear explanation on whether Princess Taiping needed him to escort her back from Chang, and Yang Fan decisively went to Chang, however, he didn't know how big the storm was. Could he avoid it by hiding in Chang? And the wind was shapeless, the clouds were formless, and the world was impermanent. Who knew if he would step into an even more complicated and dangerous whirlpool with this step? He arrived at Chang, and when he first entered Chang, and Yang Fan almost thought he was back in Luoyang. Everything here was so similar to Luoyang. The layout of the city was similar to that of Luoyang, with the same horizontal and vertical streets, the same squares separated by high walls, and the same hundreds of years old locust trees, elms, and weeping willows planted on the roadside. After a few more steps, he found something different again. The drainage ditches here were wider and deeper than those in Luoyang. Furthermore, they were all open ditches, so every intersection had to be bridged. There were more than 1 million people here, no less than Luoyang's. However, walking on the streets gave off the feeling that there were few people here. It was far less lively than Luoyang because the city was bigger and the streets were wider. The group entered the city and rushed to peaceful Peace Square. Yang Fan still had Hu Yuanli, Sun Yuxuan, and the Dragon Martial Guards by his side. He couldn't just abandon everyone as soon as he entered the city and fly to Aunt Pei's house to see his wife. Therefore, he could only go to see Princess Taiping first. Princess Taiping's mansion was in Pinkong Lane, turning into peaceful Peace Square along the 100-pace-wide Vermilion Bird Avenue. The feeling of being sparsely populated was instantly swept away. It was a completely different feeling inside the square and on the street. Compared to the several squares they passed by along the way, it was also very different. People came and went here, and it was very lively. Wine flags fluttered in the wind. Hu Ji, dressed in exotic ethnic clothing, waved at you enthusiastically. When you walked past them, her charming smile, intoxicating blue eyes, and the deep cleavage on her towering breasts, mixed with the fragrance of the wine wafting from the shop, would still float endlessly in your mind. The exotic beauty's charm had yet to fade away when 2 young married women wearing fengli came slowly, followed by 2 young maidservants in green clothes. A brimmed hat and a thin black veil extended from the brim of the young married women's hat to their knees, shrouding their entire bodies. Their figures were slim and graceful, and their charm was boundless. Compared to the wine-selling Hu Ji, this kind of married woman with the rich, ancient style of the Qin and Han dynasties had a different flavor. Musical instrument shops, bookstores, jewelry shops, porcelain shops, wine shops, porridge and biscuit houses, row upon row. There were not only Tangs on the streets, but also Turks, Hueha, Tocharians, Sogdians, and even Kunlun slaves, Korean maidservants, Persians, nude Lini, foreign monks, Taoists, and so on. There were all kinds of people, as if the whole world had been condensed here. Although Yang Fan became more anxious as soon as he entered Chang, and he could not help but praise such a scene. This Pinkong Lane is so lively. Yang Fan had never been to Chang, and so he did not know that this was the most prosperous and lively place in the whole of Chang, and apart from the eastern and western markets. The reason why Pinkong Lane was so prosperous was that it was a place of pleasure and pleasure in the whole of Chang, and Pinkong Lane had the most prostitutes. Of course, although Pinkong Lane was the most seductive place in Chang, and it was not the entire lane for prostitutes. The brothels in Pinkong Lane were concentrated in the north, while the south, east, and west were still inhabited by common people. Li Jing, Duke of Wei, Chu Suiliang, Marquis of Yangdi County, Chu Liang, Chancellor of the Imperial College, Kong Ingda, and other officials who had once served as civil and military officials of the imperial court all lived here. In the royal family, Princess Lanling, Li Shu, and Princess Taiping, Li Lingyue also had mansions here. The north of Pinkong Lane was the place with the most concentration of brothels. After entering the north gate, there were the three sections of north, south, and middle. Most of the brothels in North Chu had a madam and a prostitute. Most of them were mother and daughter, and the daughter inherited the mother's business to make a living. Most of the brothels in South Chu had famous prostitutes. Each prostitute had its own building, just like a study. It was difficult for even the relatives of nobles to get close to them, and their wealth was also frighteningly high. Most of the brothels in Middle Chu had large brothels, and the prostitutes inside were of various grades. Those who were rich could have their own beauties, and those who were poor could also have ordinary, old prostitutes to entertain them. Of course. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Censor Pu, who had always been serious in speech and manner, revealed a smile that only men could understand. He said, "Brother, this is Pinkong Lane, the gentle land of Chang. And I remember when I passed the Jinsher examination and saw the list, all the new Jinsher were in high spirits and agreed to go to Pinkong Lane to get drunk and admire the flowers. Ha ha! It was a crazy night, a crazy night." Ma Chiao curled his lips and said, "You scholars have really become stupid from studying. You can't find any fun at all. You actually enjoy admiring flowers after becoming a Jinsher. I wonder what is the most famous flower in Chang. And, old, who are you admiring the peony or morning glory?" Hu Yuanli rolled his eyes at him and said angrily, "What a stupid cow! Coming to Pinkong Lane to admire flowers. Of course it's to admire women's flowers." Ma Chiao said curiously, "Women's flowers? Is there such a flower? This is the first time I've heard of it. Brother Fan, let's go and admire it together later. If it's really beautiful, I'll bring a pot back to Luoyang." Yang Fan could not help but laugh and said, "Women's flowers. Women are like flowers. The women's flowers that brother who is talking about are naturally the beauties here. Come to think of it, this Pinkong Lane is like Luoyang's Gentleness Lane, where there are many brothels and wine shops." Hu Yuanli said with a smile, "Exactly. The women in the brothels here are graceful, eloquent, obedient, and pleasant. Most of them are proficient in poetry and songs. Whether you are a young hero in the capital, a ruffian in the streets, a scholar, or a rich gentleman, they can all distinguish between people, measure people according to your taste and habits, and coax you so much that you forget to return." When Ma Chiao heard that it was a brothel, he rubbed his nose and laughed dryly. "Visiting a brothel is just visiting a brothel. Why are you talking about women's flowers? I'm not a scholar. How would I understand those flowers that you drop in your book bags? Since it's a brothel, there's no need to go. There's no need to spend money on them. Hu Yuanli repeatedly shook his head and said, being young and romantic, after all, when you're old, there's always something to reminisce about. When you reach this old man's age, even if you want to go crazy, you won't have the capital to do so. Sun Yuxuan repeatedly nodded to the side, looking like he deeply agreed. Yang Fan pretended not to see Miss Hu Fei, who was dressed in a soldier's uniform. She had red lips and white teeth, and was very pretty, was riding her horse closer to Sun Yuxuan. Yang Fan asked him loudly, so, when Brother Sun passed the Jinshi examination, you also had a romantic life? Sun Yuxuan said with a smile, ha, which young scholar wasn't like that back then? Once you pass the imperial examination, all of you in the same year have to go. If you don't get drunk in the arms of beauties, how can you repay the years of bitter study? I remember when I went to the capital to take the imperial examination, I lived in Luoyang's propaganda lane and rented a house there to prepare for the exam. During that time, I went to the Wan Fong with several friends. The Wan Fong was the first wine shop after entering from the West Gate. There was a Persian waitress there. This woman could sing and dance. Her figure was charming. I fell in love with her at first sight. During those days, I often went there to drink, not to drink, but to hear her talk, to see her figure. Sun Yuxuan recalled his bitter love for that lovely and moving Persian girl. He couldn't help but show a bit of infatuation on his face. Ma Qiao also saw Miss Hu Fei. Her beautiful big eyes were narrowed dangerously. Ma Qiao held back his laughter and asked, what about this Persian girl? Sun Yuxuan hung his head and sadly said, she was engaged by a rich man from Yangzhou, Shangzhou. The day I passed the imperial examination, I excitedly rushed to the wine shop, but I didn't see her. When I asked the innkeeper, it was as if I was struck by lightning. With a smile that was not a smile, Yang Fan said, I didn't expect Dr. Sun to be such a passionate person. Could it be that you still can't forget her? Sun Yuxuan sighed and said, the first person I love in my life. How can I forget her? While saying that, he raised his head. From the corner of his eyes, he suddenly saw Miss Hu Fei. Sun Yuxuan's heart jumped, but his expression didn't change. He immediately changed his words and calmly said, however, ever since I had Miss Hu, my heart could no longer let go of anyone else. Yang Fan laughed out loud and said, you should save these words for Miss Hu. It's useless to tell us. Yang Fan laughed and rode away. Hu Yuanli and Ma Qiao also laughed and followed him. Only Sun Yuxuan was left behind, looking at the sweet, smiling Miss Hu Fei with a bitter expression. Miss Hu Fei's eyebrows and eyes were also smiling. Her voice was sweet and greasy. I really didn't know brother had so many romantic past. That girl is called Persian, right? It doesn't sound like a Han family name. Where is she from? Compared to her, who is prettier? As Miss Hu Fei was speaking, her pair of slender fingers made a gesture to pinch the soft flesh on Sun Yuxuan's waist. A moment later, a miserable scream sounded in Ping Kong Square, followed by Sun Yuxuan's sorrowful and indignant cry, the one with the surname Yang, you are not a good friend. Chapter 565. In front of the dressing table, a maid stood behind Princess Taiping, combing her long hair. Taiping had not lived in this mansion much in the past. Ever since she was very young, her father and mother often moved to Luoyang. Although she had spent her childhood in Chang, and she was still young at that time and still lived in the palace. When she grew up, married, and received this mansion, she had lived in Luoyang for a long time. However, this mansion was well maintained. Even if she did not come to Chang, and she would pay attention to the repair and maintenance of this mansion every year after returning to Chang. And this time, The mansion only added some daily necessities, and the whole mansion regained its liveliness. In the bedroom, the curtains and bed were dazzling, and the dowry and pillows were also luxurious. Behind the 6 jade screens, which were inlaid with gold and inlaid with tortoiseshell shells, was a huge bed with tassels hanging down and curtains hanging high. The bedding on the bed was soft and fragrant, and the silk was glistening. On top of a red sandalwood 5-screen dressing table with cloud patterns, there was a bronze mirror with water chestnut flowers and jade beads. The mirror reflected Princess Taiping's charming and moving face. The reflection of the mirror was like a small mountain with clouds on her temples and her cheeks as white as snow. Princess Taiping looked at the mirror. From her angle, she could see a figure reflected in the mirror from the side of the screen. The man was wearing a folded headscarf on his head and a long robe with the collar crossed. He was standing with his back bent. He was a man. The man was reporting to Princess Taiping. As soon as the people from the imperial censorate left the capital, they became arrogant. In Jiannan, Qianzhong, and Lingnan, they forced Wu Man, Bai Man, Xie Man, and Li Liao to rebel. Now, these local barbarian leaders have come to the capital to file a complaint against the emperor. Not only did they file a complaint against the censorate, they even filed a complaint against the officials stationed in these areas, accusing them of being greedy by nature, accusing them of holding their positions without doing anything. The emperor is enraged and has ordered the Government Affairs Bureau to investigate this matter. Princess Taiping sat quietly listening to his report while opening the mirror. The door on the left of the dressing table opened silently, and a wooden maid slid out. Her hair was tied up in a bun, and her arms were placed in front of her. She was holding a face cloth, makeup powder, and eyebrow ornaments in her hands. Princess Taiping took a box of makeup powder from the wooden figurine. When she heard his words, her hand suddenly stopped. She frowned and pondered for a moment before saying slowly, "In other words, a large number of officials in Jiannan, Qianzhong, and Lingnan will be dismissed." Taiping waved his hand, and the little maid behind him stopped and took a step back. Princess Taiping's long hair draped over her shoulders as she slowly paced around the room. After this incident, the imperial censorate is completely done for. The officials who are related to the imperial censorate will also suffer misfortune. A large number of officials in the south will be replaced, and there will definitely be a large number of vacancies in the imperial court. Taiping's eyes flickered and gradually brightened. No wonder Ningku, who seldom shows himself, invited me to the banquet. Ha! I'm afraid it has something to do with this. Princess Taiping abruptly turned her head and stared at him. What's happening in the imperial court? The man bowed and said, Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanxi are moving around, but they are not interested in the barren land. They just want to make use of a deal to exchange more vacancies in the imperial court from other factions for their own people. In addition, the Zhang brothers, Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong, have already heard the news and are trying to profit from it. However, they have little interest in the official positions outside of the capital. Their plan is the same as Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingxi. They also want to use the method of helping others fight for the local official positions and then plant their own people in the imperial court. Princess Taiping frowned. When the position of crown prince was about to be lost, she offered Zhang Changzong to the mother empress. Although the position of crown prince was temporarily saved by Zhang Changzong's mediation, she did not expect that the Zhang brothers were not willing to be a gigolo. They were also so keen on power. This development made her very uncomfortable, but the Zhang brothers' influence was still very limited. Princess Taiping did not think that the opposite side would become a big trouble for her. So, although she was a little unhappy, she did not have the idea of making another enemy. Princess Taiping thought for a while and asked, "Is there any movement from Li Xiaoda?" The man said, "Li Xiaoda is now gathering people from the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Judiciary, and the right side of the censor to thoroughly investigate the illegal activities of the officials in the border states. I have not seen any movement from him." Princess Taiping smiled and said, "Yes, they are in a favorable position. Of course, they are not in a hurry." Princess Taiping thought for a moment and said hurriedly, "No, we can't miss this opportunity. I have to go back to Luoyang as soon as possible." Speaking of this, Princess Taiping frowned again and said to herself, "I don't know how he is now. Where did he go after leaving Panzhou? Is he on his way back to the capital city, or—" Before he could finish, someone outside the door reported in a loud voice, "Your Highness Yang Fan, Hu Yuanli, and Sun Yushuan have led a team of dragon guards to the front of the mansion. They seek an audience with your Highness." Princess Taiping was happy and said cheerfully, "He is here." A big city with a population of more than 1 million was very rare in the early Tang dynasty. Even so, the southern area of Chang, and was still sparsely populated, and the land was barren, which showed the vastness of Chang. And the population of Chang, and was mainly distributed in the northern half of the city, with the largest population in Chongren Square. The real old Chang, and who had lived here for generations, must have an old house in this square, even if they no longer lived here, as long as their homes were not ruined. Chongren Square was close to the Jingfeng Gate Street of the imperial city and connected to the Eastern Market. When the Great Zhou was still in the Tang dynasty, the capital was set up here. The imperial censorate of 21 prefectures was also set up here, those who went to the capital for official business, and those who were selected to enter the capital were all gathered here and often held banquets. Every night, other places might be quiet, but other than Yongkang Square, Chongren Square was the busiest. It was noisy all night, and the lights were bright. The mansions of Zhangsun Wuji, Duke of Zhao, and Gao Shilian, Duke of Shun, were also in this square. They were both figures in the Lingyan Pavilion, one ranked first and the other ranked sixth. However, such great achievements did not guarantee that they would perish with the country. Zhangsun Wuji was sentenced to death by Emperor Gaozong Liji, and Gao Shilian was already dead at that time. His son was implicated and was also demoted. Zhangsun Wuji was Emperor Gaozong Liji's blood-related uncle, and Gao Shilian was Zhangsun Wuji's blood-related uncle and Liji's blood-related granduncle. In Emperor Gaozong's later years, he restored the titles of nobility to these two people. Since these two people were already dead, Wu Zetian did not want to fall out with Li Ji because of this, so she let it be. Although the descendants of these two people were lucky to have their hereditary titles restored, from then on they were abnormally low-key and lived in seclusion. They no longer participated in the affairs of the country and only cared about being quiet and inactive dukes. Because of this, they were able to avoid the subsequent political purges. At this moment, in a spacious hall in the rear residence of Duke Xinfu, there was a rare grand occasion of more than 10 guests gathered in one place. The decoration of the hall was not extravagant, but it was very clean and elegant. The guests did not wear embroidered clothes. The colors of their clothes were simple, clean, and comfortable. Judging from the seating positions of these guests, it was a little strange. Most of these guests were old men in their 70s or 80s. Occasionally, there were 1 or 2 strong men and young men. However, the order in which they sat did not seem to have a fixed order. These people might not all have titles of nobility, and they were not officials. Then the order in which they sat should be according to age. But in reality, this was not the case. A middle-aged scribe in his 40s sat at the 4th seat, and on the 6th seat was a handsome youth who looked to be in his 20s. But the people sitting on their left and right were white-haired old people. It was really unknown what order they sat according to. These people were all kneeling on the ground. Even the white-haired old man had his neck straight and his back straight. He was sitting very energetically. Obviously, they had received strict training since they were young and had long become accustomed to sitting, lying down, and walking. So their words and actions revealed a kind of dignity and grace in their bones. Most of these people did not go out all year round. It was difficult to find someone in the entire Chang and who could recognize everyone in the hall. If there was someone who could really recognize all of these people, it would be amazing. Because these inconspicuous old men, strong men, and youths were all the heads of the Guanlong rich families. When these people gathered together, it was obvious that they were planning something big. However, inside and outside the Gao residence, the 3 alleys were all filled with their sentries. Even a fly wouldn't be able to fly in, so how could anyone see their gathering? It seemed that they had talked for a long time, and now they entered a short period of silence. After a while, a white-haired old man sitting at the highest seat slowly said, "These years we have been trying hard to take back what should have belonged to us, but we have lost. Unfortunately, we have spent so much effort to infiltrate and lost another group in the political struggle. So far, we have not achieved anything." The old man's voice was old and hoarse, but no one dared to see him as a weak old man. His voice was still strong, and his eyes were still as sharp as an eagle's. He glanced around coldly and emphasized in a heavy tone, "This is a chance for us to revive, a rare chance. Maybe it is also our last chance." He didn't say too much. Everyone present was a smart person, and everyone should understand what he meant. Since this opportunity was so important to everyone, no matter who benefited more from it, everyone should do their best. If anyone had any ulterior motives, that person would be everyone's public enemy. The old man sitting at the second seat coughed softly and said in a clear voice, "When I was traveling in the East Sea, I once saw fishermen catching crabs on the coast of Penglai. Crabs have 8 legs and 2 pincers. The wicker basket is not without leverage, and the crabs can climb out. But the strange thing is, when the fisherman catches the first crab, he needs to cover it to prevent it from climbing out, but when he catches more crabs, he doesn't even need to cover it anymore." I was still a young man at that time, and out of curiosity, I went to ask the fisherman. The fisherman smiled and said, "If any crab wants to climb out, there will be other crabs climbing on top of it." I observed carefully, and it was indeed so. At this point, he paused and smiled. "I think everyone understands what Duke Wei means. I hope everyone can put down their prejudices, put down their own gains and losses, and go all out for our common hope. If anyone wants to be the crab, that no one can climb out." The old man laughed twice, and there was a hint of killing intent in his voice. "That is our public enemy." Chapter 566. Yang Fan slowly walked into the backyard of the princess mansion. As far as his eyes could see, it was either verdant or lush green. Vines were entwined everywhere, and the vegetation was flourishing. Occasionally, a civet cat or squirrel came out of the grass. They were not afraid of people, and just stood by the roadside, staring at you with a pair of black eyes, full of wild interest. This was a very strange phenomenon. Both a New and Xiao man liked to take care of the courtyard in good order. Even if it was a bamboo tube or a flower, they wanted to arrange it according to their own design, so that the courtyard would be full of life. But Princess Taiping was the opposite. She liked to let things go. Probably this had something to do with their completely different living environment. Xiao Man and Anu both lost their parents when they were young and suffered the pain of wandering, so they cherished everything they got. As long as it belonged to her, she liked to take good care of it and arrange it according to her wishes. And Li Lingyue, as a noble princess, had been restricted in all aspects since she was young, so she especially longed for freedom and longed to be unrestrained. Although Princess Taiping's temperament was like a raging fire, and Shanghai, was like spring water. From this point of view, the two of them were actually the same. Although Shanghai, Er's boudoir in the palace was decorated in accordance with the rules, even if it was her boudoir, it was still in the palace, and she had to be restricted by the rules. And when she traveled the Dragon's Gate, she wandered alone between the mountains and rivers and let go of her mood, revealing her true thoughts. She also longed for freedom and longed for an unrestrained life. Yang Fan did not know why. When he saw the wild scenery in the courtyard, he suddenly thought of comparing the differences of the four women. When he withdrew his gaze from a cluster of wild chrysanthemums, he saw a blooming, gorgeous peony slowly flying towards him. The skirt dragged the water of the Xiang River, and jealousy killed the newly bloomed pomegranate flower. The cotton brocade skirt fluttered up and down, and the white silk inside the skirt was light and soft, perfectly showing off a pair of straight and round long legs. This was Taiping. Even some pretty girls from humble families paid attention to not showing their teeth when they smiled and not swaying their skirts when they walked, but the rules were like bullshit to her, Princess Li Lingyue of the Tang dynasty. There were maids and eunuchs in the courtyard, but they seemed to be used to their master's behavior and turned a blind eye to it. On the contrary, when Yang Fan saw this scene, it was as if he had become a thief. He hastily looked left and right. Those eunuchs and palace maids were very clever. As soon as they saw Yang Fan was embarrassed, they obediently turned around and quickly disappeared without a trace. Erlang! Taiping's long hair fluttered as she happily threw herself into Yang Fan's embrace. Yang Fan subconsciously hugged her soft body as her long hair slowly fell onto Yang Fan's arm. Princess Taiping's long-cherished wish was fulfilled since the two of them talked about their matters in Taimen town. It was a pity that Yang Fan went south alone the next day, and the two of them did not have a chance to be intimate. Taiping could only suppress her yearning and suffer until today. Now that she saw Yang Fan, the yearning that she had suppressed for many days was like a flood bursting out of a dam. Taiping tightly hugged Yang Fan's body and used all her strength. After a long time, she slowly let go of Yang Fan and opened her seductive eyebrows. Her starry eyes were full of lingering love. Erlang, you are finally back. Yes, I am back. When Yang Fan saw her heartfelt joy and felt her deep affection, he couldn't help but feel inexplicably moved in his heart, causing him to be able to transform his usually eloquent tongue into a simple sentence in the end. Princess Taiping's eyes also smiled, and her eyebrows also curved. She gently held Yang Fan's big hand and sweetly said, "Come, quickly sit down in the room and rest for a while. We will talk again." Yang Fan did not move and only laughed dryly. Princess, Imperial Censor, Hu and Physician's son are still waiting in the front hall. Ah, Taiping suddenly understood and wrinkled her nose unhappily. What are these two annoying fellows doing here? Yang Fan smiled bitterly. This kind of unreasonable words. What else could he do but smile bitterly? Taiping immediately felt relieved and smiled brightly. Then you come with me. It is not good for me to see them like this. Yang Fan hesitated and said, "It seems inconvenient for Princess to freshen up and change clothes. I will wait outside." Taiping tilted her head and smiled at him. "I just want you to see, can't I?" Yang Fan hesitated. "But you have a lot of people around you." Taiping giggled and looked at him with a pair of smiling eyes. She teased, "When there is no one by your side, you are more daring than anyone else. What's wrong? I have a maidservant waiting on me by my side. Are you afraid of me?" She pulled Yang Fan's hand and walked back without saying anything. "Don't worry. They are all people who have served by my side. since I was young. There is no need to avoid anything. This was the truth. In a large family, even if it was the master's private matters, there was no need to hide from the people around him. Those maids had to serve tea and wet towels at the side. Sometimes they also had to do some services to liven things up. The master had long been used to treating them as an object and not an independent person. But how could Yang Fan get used to it? He was pulled into the room by her and felt uncomfortable all over. Imperial censor, Hu and physician's son sat in the middle of the hall, pacing and waiting, chatting and waiting to relieve boredom, waiting and waiting. The two of them had long heard about the affair between Yang Fan and Princess Taiping, so they felt that it was natural for Princess Taiping to summon Yang Fan to meet her in the backyard. Now that the two of them had not come out after waiting for so long, they still felt that it was natural. Thus, the two of them continued to wait, as if it was a matter of course. The meeting in Shunduk Fu was still continuing. What they were discussing was the same news that Princess Taiping had just heard. There will be a lot of vacancies in the imperial court. Strike a group of cruel officials of the imperial censorate. Zhang Jianji's breadth of mind and ambition were far greater than this. Zhang Jianji was also a descendant of an aristocratic family. He was the descendant of Marquis Lu, one of the three heroes of the early Han dynasty, Zhang Liang. During the Warring States period, Zhang Liang's father had served as the prime minister of Han for 5 generations. After Zhang Liang made great contributions to the Han dynasty, his sons inherited his father's legacy and grew stronger day by day. From the Han dynasty to the Tang dynasty, there were more than 20 prime ministers or officials equivalent to prime ministers among Zhang Liang's descendants. From the Warring States period to the present, the Zhang clan had always been a clan of prime ministers. As a result, among the descendants, there were 10 branches that had the prestige of a county. Zhang Jianji was born in the Zhang clan of Xiangyang, one of the descendants of the 10 branches that had the prestige of a county. Although Zhang Jianji made the harm of the cruel officials sound so serious, it was not a long-term solution to treat the problem. Therefore, Zhang Jianji's main purpose was not to punish this group of cruel officials. Today, you spent so much effort to get rid of the imperial censorate. Tomorrow, as long as the emperor felt that it was necessary, she could rebuild the imperial censorate overnight. The emperor never lacked talents, whatever talents she needed. Even if she had killed everyone in the imperial court, she could immediately find another batch from the people. In the heart of Zhang Jianji, a firm official who protected the Li faction, Wu Zetian was a usurper. Under a guilty conscience, she only valued cruel officials. The harm of cruel officials could never be eliminated if he wanted the world to be at peace. The only way was to return the power to the Li family. In order to realize his personal ambition to become a top official, to leave his name in history, and to restore the reputation of his ancestors, he could only accomplish such a great feat as restoring the Li family. The imperial censorate's intention to raise bandits to gain self-respect, to create a rebellion in the south, and to stop Yang Fan. These things were not within their plans and expectations, but because they had long had ambitions, they thought of using the influence of this matter to expand the influence of this matter, and then achieve their own goals. This plan was indeed successful. After Wu Zetian seized the throne, for the sake of the stability of the country, she did not touch the guards of the border provinces that did not pose any threat to her. And those who were not touched by her were precisely those who were mediocre. For example, the truly prestigious and capable generals and officials like Blacktooth Chang Ji were instead eliminated one by one as a precaution, now that her country had stabilized. And such a thing happened, Wu Zetian really wanted to take this opportunity to clean up these places, dismissing those mediocre officials who held their positions and did not participate in politics. And this was exactly what the aristocratic families wanted. The influence of the aristocratic families was everywhere. In addition to the descendants of their own families, there were also people that they had roped into their own power through marriage, cultivation, support, and other means. These people were everywhere in the court, and as the emperor, she could not possibly abandon all the great families in the world and not use them, although Wu Zetian suppressed the aristocratic families. Even the prime ministers around her, if their ancestry was checked, 60 to 70% of them were descendants of aristocratic families, not to mention how many descendants of aristocratic families were in the lower levels of government. However, Wu Zetian's suppression policy was still effective. Those aristocratic families did not want to support a woman as the emperor, and the consequence of opposing her was that it was difficult for them to infiltrate more power into the upper levels. This incident gave them an excellent opportunity. Since there was little effect from the top down, they wanted to carry it out from the bottom up, infiltrate from the outside, and take a roundabout route with their ubiquitous connections and relationships. As long as they could smoothly let their sons and nephews become officials, they were confident that within a few years these sons and nephews who were officials in the border provinces would be promoted or transferred, gradually moving closer to the central government. Once this huge plan succeeded, it would be much easier to achieve their goals and ideals. But the Shandong aristocratic families were not the only power in the world. If they had the power to control everything, they could have already decided the rise or fall of the emperor. Why would they go through so much trouble? The Wu group, led by Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi, the Li group, led by Princess Taiping, Zhang Yizhi, and Zhang Changzong's gigolo groups, and even the Shandong aristocratic families, the Guanlong aristocratic families, and some powerful ministers also wanted to take this opportunity to expand their power. Everyone wanted a piece of this big cake. So how could the Shandong aristocratic families get all the benefits? This meeting was the dying struggle of the Guanlong aristocratic families, who were on the decline day by day. The head of the Lu family, who had just used a crab as an analogy, finished speaking. Seeing that everyone was silent, he glanced at the handsome young man sitting in the sixth seat and asked, "What does Dugu think?" Chapter 5, 67. Dugu's name was Dugu Yu, because his father and grandfather did not live long. As the eldest son, he became the head of the clan at a young age. But although this person was young, he was very capable. These years, the Dugu clan had kept a low profile and did not seek to make a name for themselves in the political arena, but they had managed to avoid many political battles and preserve the Dugu clan's strength. These years, the Dugu clan had focused on annexing land and managing grain, gradually becoming one of the largest landlords and grain merchants in the Guangzhou area. Having grain in hand was a kind of strength. Whether in troubled times or prosperous times, no one could do without them. Because of this, the Dugu clan gradually gained a strength that could not be ignored in the political arena. Whether it was decisively withdrawing from the officialdom before, thereby avoiding political calamities one after another, or the natural means of expansion like the blooming of flowers in spring, or the melting of ice and snow, seeking good fortune and avoiding calamity, as if he had the help of God. All these things had happened during the few years that Dugu Yu had been the head of the Dugu clan. Because of this, although he was young, no one dared to underestimate him. Dugu Yu was not a quick-witted person, and would occasionally speak clumsily when interacting with others. But he had great wisdom. As long as he carefully considered everything, he would be able to come up with a perfect plan. Because of this, even the head of the Lu clan could not help but ask for his opinion. This junior thinks that it is still too early to talk about splitting the peaches. Dugu Yu grinned and calmly replied, "Right now, we should strike while the iron is hot. First, we should help the imperial court pull down a few more people. This way, in the future, we will have more positions to choose from and more peaches to divide. Then, we will be able to reason with the aristocratic families of Shandong." Yes, the head of the Wei clan nodded approvingly. Dugu may be young, but his knowledge is extraordinary. This is the principle. So, everyone, do not think about fighting for benefits now. We should concentrate our strength and create more empty seats. With more empty seats, there is no need to hurt the harmony. The head of the Lu clan agreed. If everyone has no other ideas, then go back now and mobilize the power of your respective clans. Make use of this opportunity to fight for a bigger opportunity and begin. Everybody got up one by one and cupped their hands in salute to Old Man Wei and the owner of this place, Shun Guogong. They whispered into each other's ears as they left. Their carriages were parked in the spacious courtyard of the Shun public house. Duguyu left the living room and walked to his carriage. The coachman immediately put down the pedals and whispered in his ear, "Ah Lang, I just received news that Yong Fan has arrived in Chang, and—" Oh, a playful smile appeared on Duguyu's face. He really came to Chang, and hoo-hoo, this person is actually not returning to Luoyang. Indeed, as expected. Duguyu pondered for a moment, then said with a faint smile, Let's go to Aunt Pei's house and wait for the hare." Sun Yuxuan and Hu Yuanli waited in the living room for a long, long time. Princess Taiping finally appeared. She was radiant and beautiful, just like a bride who had just been showered with rain and dew. Therefore, the two of them glanced at Yong Fan at the same time, their gazes quite playful. There was ridicule, envy, and even more admiration in their gazes. Yong Fan was very helpless. He did not do anything, really did not do anything. He only sat there and watched Princess Taiping happily dress herself up. Finally, under her pretentious pleas, in order to let this princess go to the front hall to receive the guests as soon as possible, he reluctantly picked up the eyebrow pencil and symbolically drew on her closed eyes and smiling face. He also clumsily helped her put on her hair ornament. That's all. He really only did this little thing. But looking at the strange gazes of these two wretched fellows, why did it seem like something had happened between him and the princess? They were looking down on him too much. Would he, Yong Fan, throw away his helmet and remove his armor so quickly? If he used his full strength, Miss Yu would not even be able to walk right now. How could she walk so lightly like a cat? Because Yang Longzhong could not explain it, he could only hold his head high and try hard to put on an appearance of a clear conscience. Yong Fan suddenly discovered that women were born to act. Just a moment ago in the boudoir, Miss Yu, who had a sweet smile on her face, had now changed into a high and aloof royal princess. Her steps were light and graceful, her posture was elegant and noble, and her smile was tranquil and graceful. When she leisurely walked into the hall, not only did her skirt not move a bit, even the pearl hair ornament in her hair did not sway a bit. Her reception of Hu Yuanli and Sun Yuxuan was also impeccable. Whether it was her attitude or her words, she was kind and amiable, making people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. She was polite and always maintained the dignity and elegance of a royal princess. She was really a beautiful woman who could walk out of the hall. Yang Fan suddenly realized that Sun Yuxuan and Hu Yuanli were also very good at acting. Just now, they looked at him with such a wretched look, but at this moment, in front of Her Royal Highness, their speech and behavior were impeccable, just like gentlemen. Women were born to act, and people who had been officials for a long time were also good at acting. When Princess Taiping met Sun Yuxuan, Hu Yuanli and others, it was not good to let Yong Fan be alone with her again. Princess Taiping had official business to attend to, so she was concerned about the progress of their mission to the south this time. She thanked them for their hard work and inquired whether their accommodation had been properly arranged. After roughly deciding the date of their return to Luoyang, Yong Fan and the others had to take their leave. Princess Taiping knew that it was not the time to be obsessed with her Langjun, and Xiaoman was already pregnant. Yang Fan should go to visit his wife first, so she had to reluctantly send them away. At this time, Princess Taiping finally could not continue acting. When she sent Yang Fan and others down the stairs, Princess Taiping finally could not help but gently pull the corner of Yang Fan's clothes and whispered, "Langjun, when will you come to see me again?" Hu Yuanli, Sun Yuxuan, and Ma Qiao had only walked 3 steps down the stairs. Although the voice was soft, how could the 3 of them not hear it? However, the eunuchs and maids behind Princess Taiping pretended not to hear it, so Hu Yuanli and others also pretended not to hear it. Sun Yuxuan was about to turn around and ask the princess to stop, but he had already turned half of his body. Hearing the princess's words, Sun Yuxuan stopped abruptly. He frowned and tried to look at the exquisite 4-corner pavilion in front of him, as if a flower suddenly grew on the tip of the pavilion. Hu Yuanli, with his back to the princess, adjusted his clothes, collar, and sleeves very slowly. Only Ma Qiao stood there straight like a flagpole, maintaining the character of a soldier. Yang Fan was still not used to this kind of whispering in public. He coughed unnaturally and said in a clear voice, "Your Royal Highness, please stay. We will leave now. When we settle down, we will come to pay our respects to your Royal Highness." Princess Taiping smiled sweetly. What kind of scenery would it be when a graceful and luxurious peony blossomed to its heart's content? It was so beautiful that it could make people's hearts tremble. Yang Fan actually had a feeling that he did not dare to look at it directly. It was a good thing for Ma Qiao. If he missed this day, he would never have the chance to see such a charming and beautiful little woman like Princess Taiping. Originally, he just stood straight, but now even his eyes were straight. As soon as they left the princess residence, Ma Qiao immediately held Yang Fan's arm and sighed in his ear, "Brother Fan, we are really good brothers." "Oh, why do you say so?" Ma Qiao said, "Even when it comes to having an affair, it's so earth-shattering." Aunt Pei's house was in Dunhua Workshop. To be precise, this residence should be called Gongsun Residence. When Yang Fan rode south alone, Hu Yuanli, Sun Yuxuan, and the others escorted the princess to Chang, and after sending Princess Taiping to her residence in Yongkang Workshop, they immediately escorted Xiaoman to Dunhua Workshop. So they knew the way. But this time, of course, there was no need to disturb the couple's reunion. So they just pointed the way for Yang Fan, and the group went to see Lu Xuantian. They had more than 300 people. The food for the people and the horses were, of course, arranged by Lu Xuantian. Aunt Pei's husband was called Gongsun Bufan. He only had a rough knowledge of riding and archery, but did not know martial arts. His wife, Aunt Pei, was good with the sword. Aunt Pei was the younger sister of General Pei Min, the Longhua military envoy of Beiping. Her family's sword skills were very good. Gongsun Bufan was just an ordinary official's family in Chang, and he was not famous, and was not as famous as his wife and daughter. The people in Guangzhou loved martial arts and Chang and had more heroes than heroes. Aunt Pei and Miss Gongsun did not deliberately hide their outstanding sword skills. Their reputation was naturally known by everyone in Chang, and Yang Fan followed the address Ma Qiao and the others told him, and went straight to Dunhua Workshop. The roads in the Dunhua Workshop were very spacious. Not only were the intersecting streets wide and flat, even the winding alleys between the residences were very wide. Compared to the narrow alleys in Luoyang, it could be called a main road. The roads were all made of rammed earth. Once there was a heavy rain, the roads would become muddy and impossible to walk on. When the capital was still in Chang, and there were often times when the emperor did not attend court, and the yamen did not work because of heavy rain. It had just rained here 2 days ago, After the road was dried, the ruts and hoof prints on the road had not been flattened. Looking at these marks, one could imagine how difficult it was for the pedestrians who were anxious to go home when the rain poured down. There were deep drains on both sides of the road. There was a row of tall locust trees on the drains. 1 or 2 elders and 3 or 5 women were chatting under the locust trees. It was very leisurely and peaceful. Yang Fan walked more and more hurriedly. Although he had asked for the address of Aunt Pei's house from Ma Chiao, he was still not sure after wandering around the workshop. After going around 2 streets, he was about to find someone to ask when he saw 7 or 8 teenagers gathered in front of the door of a house in front of him. They were gesticulating and talking about something. Yang Fan immediately rode to meet them. When he reached the door, Yang Fan was about to open his mouth and ask when he took a look. He couldn't help but laugh. Coincidentally, this house was the Gongsun Mansion. On the lintel of the door was a horizontal board with the words Gongsun Mansion printed in gold. Yang Fan happily dismounted and was about to walk up the stone steps to knock on the door. The 7 or 8 teenagers seemed to be arguing about something. When Yang Fan arrived, they stopped and looked at Yang Fan. These teenagers all carried swords and wore arrow sleeves. They looked at Yang Fan with unkind eyes. Chapter 568. Although Yang Fan also felt that these people were a little strange, he was in a hurry to see Xiaoman and didn't want to meddle in other people's business. So he walked up the stairs. Seeing that he was acting as if no one was around, the youths became even more displeased. One of them, about 18 or 19 years old, turned around and stopped in front of him. He sized him up and asked coldly, "You want to enter the Gongsun Manor?" Yang Fan looked strangely at this chivalrous character, nodded, and replied, "That's right. I want to visit the Gongsun Manor. Who are you, and why are you blocking my way?" As soon as Yang Fan opened his mouth, the youths became even more hostile. The youth who blocked Yang Fan's way moved the sword on his belt closer to his hand and sneered, "You're actually a foreigner. It's not that easy to enter the Gongsun Manor. If you don't show us your skills, I'm afraid it won't be easy." Yang Fan looked at him, then at the few youths who were eager to have a go. He frowned and asked, "May I ask who you are in the Gongsun family? Is this a rule of the Gongsun family, or yours?" The youth raised his chin and said proudly, "Although I'm not a member of the Gongsun Manor now, it's hard to say if I will be in the future. In short, if you want to enter the manor, you'll have to show me your skills first. Otherwise, you'd better go back to where you came from." As he spoke, the youth drew his sword from its sheath. Yang Fan's frown deepened and said, "I'm afraid you've misunderstood. I'm not here to provoke you, nor am I here to compete with Miss Gongsun. It's just that my family is a guest in the Gongsun Manor. I'm here to see them." The youth who blocked his way laughed and said, "Those who want to enter the Gongsun Manor have used all kinds of excuses and methods. Your family is in the Gongsun Manor. If you've caught Miss Gongsun's eye, then your family might really be in the Gongsun Manor. Draw your sword." "What?" Yang Fan vaguely understood the crux of the matter. Before he could ask further, the young man had already raised his sword and shouted, "If you defeat me, you can go in. Otherwise, please go back the way you came." Yang Fan looked at this youngster, then looked at the other youngsters who were holding the hilts of their swords. With a turn of his hand, he took his saber from the side of the saddle. He had 2 sabers. One was a scabbard given to him by Xuanqi. The saber was like a broken halberd, able to cut iron like mud. The other was an ordinary standard saber. Yang Fan naturally wouldn't rely on a sharp weapon to bully others, so he reached out and picked up an ordinary narrow saber. When the young man saw him holding a saber, he couldn't help but be stunned. "You actually use a saber?" Yang Fan said, "What is it?" With a flick of his finger, the sword peak let out a draconic roar. The young man was a little intoxicated as he said, "The sword is the weapon of the nobleman. It is the most precious and revered by men and gods. It is easy to carry, elegant, and quick to use. It is the first choice for me to establish a country and help the weak. If you don't use a sword, do you think you are worthy of entering Master Pei's residence? Leave quickly, lest you embarrass yourself." Yang Fan was in a hurry to enter the residence to see his wife, so he didn't have the mood to argue with him. His expression darkened, and he said, "I want to enter the residence, but you insist on stopping me. I followed your orders to fight, but you say so much nonsense. I don't have the time to talk nonsense with you. Either fight or get lost." The young man said angrily, "Fine. If you don't want to leave, then I will chase you away." He straightened his expression and held his sword in front of his chest. The young man with pimples on his face became unusually serious. "I am a swordsman. My surname is Bu, and my name is Ji. This sword is called Dragon Spring. It is 2 feet and 7 inches long, and it weighs." Still talking nonsense. The saber was the overlord of all weapons. With the saber in his hand, Yang Fan also seemed to be a bit domineering. He didn't wait for Buji to finish talking. He tightened his wrist, and the saber turned into a waterfall, slashing towards Buji's head. While Buji was talking, a cold light flashed in front of him. A saber with a hint of wind and thunder slashed towards his face. He was scared out of his wits and hurriedly raised his sword to meet the attack. The sword was a light object, so it couldn't be blocked like this by a saber. The saber and the sword clashed, and with a crack, the sword in Buji's hand broke. The broken sword fell to the ground with a pu sound, only an inch away from Buji's toes. Buji was scared stiff. He held the hilt of his sword with a pale face and couldn't say a word. Yang Fan snorted and rushed toward the door with his saber in hand. The other teenagers were enraged. They drew their swords and pounced on him, shouting sternly, "You cheated and launched a surprise attack. You can't be considered a hero." Yang Fan couldn't help laughing and said in a clear voice, "Gentleman with gentleman's sword, how dare you rush towards me together? Don't you feel ashamed?" Yang Fan said as he walked. There were about 7 steps from where he stood to the stone steps in front of the mansion, and there were 3 steps on the stone steps, so there were only 10 steps in total. Yang Fan held the reins in his left hand and the saber in his right hand. He would stab, chop, hack, sweep, or lift. The saber would move at will, as if it was a waterfall surrounding his body. Yang Fan took 7 steps and struck 7 times with his saber. The ding-dang sound was incessant. When he reached the front door, he saw 7 or 8 Chong and young heroes standing behind him in a daze. They were still in various attacking positions, but their hands were empty. They had no weapons. If their swords were broken by Yang Fan's heavy saber, they might have something to say, but the saber in Yang Fan's hand was even lighter than a sword. Except for one of them whose sword was broken by Yang Fan. The others were hit on the wrist by Yang Fan with the hilt of the saber. They couldn't bear the pain and abandoned their swords. If Yang Fan wanted to hurt them, wouldn't they all become one-armed heroes? If Yang Fan wanted to kill them, then, thinking of this, the heroes broke out in a cold sweat and couldn't say a word. There were 3 steps in front of him, but Yang Fan had already stopped and didn't go to knock on the door knocker. He didn't know when, but a girl in green had opened the door and stood there looking at him with a smile. She wanted to see him fight, to see his power. The girl had a slender figure and was dressed in an elegant green dress, graceful and charming. Her clear and bright eyes gazed at Yang Fan affectionately and said softly, "You're here?" "I'm here." "Oh, you're showing off your power as soon as you come." "That's not up to me. I don't know what's wrong with these young people. Is it the rule of Chong, and to force people to compete in martial arts?" The girl pursed her lips and smiled. You don't have to care about them. These heroes are all Miss Gongsuen's admirers. They're so annoying, but I like to see you being so domineering. But since you became an official, I can only see your official power. It's rare to see you so free and easy. Yang Fan said, On the way south, I figured out some things. If you want to see it, I'll show you how domineering I am in the future. Can I watch it for the rest of my life? You can watch it for several lifetimes. As long as you don't get annoyed, you can keep watching. Yang Fan smiled and held the girl's hand with a gentle smile. The green-clothed girl also smiled. Her smile was beautiful, and it added a bit of charm. The heroes below the stairs had rarely seen such a scene, and finally knew that they had challenged the wrong person. This battle was really embarrassing. They touched their noses, picked up their gentlemen, and left with their tails between their legs. Xiaoman hasn't given birth yet, right? How would the little fellow be willing to come out until you, her father, return? But she's been especially noisy recently, so she's probably going to give birth soon. What's up with those young people in front of the door? Hey, it's all Miss Gongsuen's trick. Miss Gongsuen's swordsmanship is outstanding and well known in Chang, but Mr. Gongsun was very anxious because she hadn't found a husband. He had asked a matchmaker to introduce her to a few young men, but unfortunately, Miss Gongsun didn't like any of them. Seeing that she still hadn't found a husband at the age of 17 or 18, Aunt Pei was also anxious. The old couple forced Miss Gongsun to choose a husband as soon as possible. So Miss Gongsun came up with this idea. She spread the news that she was going to have a martial arts competition to find a husband. Whoever could beat her by a move or two would be married. As soon as the news came out, the young heroes of Chang and swarmed here. The Gongsun Mansion became a martial arts arena. Every day, there was endless fighting. Miss Gongsun originally wanted to use this method to force her parents to retract their marriage, who knew that the old couple also hardened their hearts and let you do whatever you want. In any case, she can't not get married. Tian Anu covered his little mouth and laughed, then said, Unfortunately, in the whole of Chang, and there really isn't anyone whose sword skills are better than Miss Gongsuen's. The Gongsun Mansion was crowded with people a few days ago, but gradually no one came. Those young heroes just now were all defeated by Miss Gongsun, but they still haven't given up. Every day, they guard the door and exchange swords, hoping that Miss Gongsun will give them another chance. Yang Fan asked curiously, Then why did they stop me? If I came to have a martial arts competition, I wouldn't be able to beat them. Naturally, I wouldn't be Miss Gongsuen's match either. Even if they let me in, I would return in failure. If I can be a level better than Miss Gongsun, since they were defeated by her, how can they stop me? Tin Ano looked at him with a smile for a while, but didn't answer. Yang Fan raised his eyebrows and said, What's wrong? Tin Ano said sweetly, I'm guessing that they are afraid that Miss Gongsun will see your elegance and deliberately go easy on you, losing 2 moves to you. Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh and said, I don't have the looks of Pan, and you're exaggerating. Yang Fan was admittedly handsome, but among those young heroes of Chang, and just now, there were at least 2 who weren't inferior to him in terms of physique and appearance. But which of those young heroes had the same experience as him? Which of them had gone through great calamity since childhood, carried a blood feud, wandered from place to place, and suffered like this? Which of them had traveled thousands of miles at a young age and experienced great winds and waves? Which of them hadn't reached the age of 20 yet hadn't relied on their father and grandfather's shadow, but had relied on their own merits to hold important positions in the Yulin Guard and the Ministry of Justice, one civil and the other military, and had cultivated a dignified bearing? Yang Fan had the demeanor and temperament of a mature man. This kind of demeanor and temperament was the most lethal to young girls in love. How could those hot-blooded young boys compare to him? But most men with this kind of temperament were over middle age and had children. How old was Yang Fan? He had this kind of unique mature charm, combined with the vigor and heroism of a young man, which made him stand out from the masses. Shanghai Wan, and Princess Taiping, these extraordinary women who had their eyes on the top of their heads, fell in love with him one after another. Of course, it was because of Yang Fan's unique charm. Yang Fan himself didn't feel it, but others could feel it. Those young heroes naturally saw him as a great threat. Yang Fan entered the Gongsun mansion, so he naturally had to see the owner of this place first. Otherwise, it would be rude. Tin Ano led him to see Mr. Gongsun and Aunt Pei. There was a courtyard on the left side of the road. In the courtyard was a rockery, and on the rockery was a small pavilion. There were 2 women in the pavilion, one with a big belly and the other in a fiery red dress. "Xiao Man, is that your husband?" The woman in red stood proudly with her hands behind her back and asked the young woman with a big belly, "Yes, he is your brother-in-law." Xiao Man beamed with joy. If she didn't know that her husband had to see the owner first, she would have rushed out of the pavilion to meet him. The woman in red said, "Good. Let's see if he's worthy of my junior sister." "Senior sister," Xiao Man cried out in alarm. Before she could stop her, the woman in red was like a ball of flame. She swept out of the pavilion and shot toward Yang Fan like an arrow. Chapter 569. Yang Fan and Anu walked side by side into the courtyard. As they walked, he turned his head and looked at Anu's beautiful face. He smiled and said, "How did you appear at the door? Could it be that we have a telepathic connection? You knew it the moment I arrived at the door?" Anu rolled her eyes at him and said, "Don't flatter yourself. Your wife, who has been pregnant for 10 months, has been counting the date of your return every day. She has been sending people to keep an eye on you. Now, more than 300 of you have entered Chang, and in a mighty manner. You first went to Yongkong Square, and then went all the way to the Chang and local government. How could they not see such a big scene?" Speaking of this, Anu smiled at him and said, "You have a conscience. I thought you would go to the local government first before coming back. I have to see the princess." As for the Luoyang magistrate, just as Yang Fan said this, he suddenly saw Anu's eyes suddenly widen, and a flame quickly appeared in her pupils. The flame burned and danced, getting closer and closer, getting bigger and bigger, and almost filling her pupils in an instant. Anu suddenly raised her hand. Her green sleeves fell down, revealing a creamy white wrist. Her slender, jade-like hand stretched out 2 slender fingers, reaching for the silver hairpin in her hair. Yang Fan had been with her for a long time in the Ministry of Justice and knew many secrets about her. For example, her hairpin was also a sharp weapon for killing. Seeing her move, Yang Fan immediately tightened his grip on the hilt and suddenly turned his head. The scabbard was a precious knife. He could not leave it on the back of the horse and let the servants take it away. This sharp weapon was now on his waist. Yang Fan turned his head instead of dodging because Anu was right behind him if there was really danger, and he dodged hastily. Then Anu would be the first to bear the brunt and become the target of others. Although her expression showed that she was prepared and Yang Fan was also aware of her martial arts, he never had the habit of letting his woman stand in front of him. When Yang Fan turned his head, the scabbard was already halfway out of its scabbard. Then he saw what seemed to be a person, like a ball of raging flames, man and sword as one, rushing towards him. This sword was very long, just like the famous ancient sword Tai. It was much longer than ordinary swords. If it was carried on one's back, it would be very difficult to pull it out. The sword, which was at least 4 feet long, was like a streak of silver frost, like a flash of lightning, stabbing straight at Yang Fan's throat. Behind it was a pair of sharp eyes, full of heroic spirit. What a fast person! What a fast sword! The moment Yang Fan turned around, his saber was already halfway out of its sheath. At this moment, he saw the person and the sword in front of him clearly, but with a cha sound. The saber in his hand returned to its sheath. The edge of the sword flashed, reflecting the indigo of Yang Fan's eyebrows. Like a flash of lightning, the long sword slid past Yang Fan's neck. The long sword slid for 3 feet, then stopped abruptly, like a pool of autumn water quietly lying in front of him. Yang Fan raised his eyes to look at that person, and saw a pair of eyes brimming with heroic spirit glaring fiercely at him. This was a beautiful woman dressed in red. She had long legs and a slender waist, and her skin was as white as snow. But because of her eyes, her entire person was like a sword, more rigid and less gentle. The beauty in red said unhappily, "Why are you like a dumb goose, neither dodging nor drawing your saber?" Her tone was fierce, but her voice was very crisp, just a little neutral. Yang Fan curled his lips and replied indifferently, "Because I am afraid you will lose." A smile immediately appeared in Anu's eyes, but Miss Gongsuen's face turned red with anger, and she sheathed her sword with resentment. This sentence may not be understood by others, but the 3 people present all understood. Gongsun Lanji had publicly announced that she would marry whoever could defeat her sword. Yang Fan did not draw his saber because he was afraid she would lose. Then the meaning behind his words was, at this time, Anu curiously asked with a smile, "Why did you not counterattack?" Yang Fan took a look at the special sharp sword in Miss Gongsuen's hand and replied, "Because your movement of raising your hand was very fast, but you stopped when you were pulling out the hairpin. The moment I turned my head, I could still see a trace of relief in your eyes. That is definitely not the look of seeing an enemy. I don't know who is coming, but I know that you will not harm me." Anu looked at him. Her bright and beautiful eyes suddenly turned into a pool of spring water. But Yang Fan put on a straight face and said to her, "But this is really too dangerous. With Miss Gongsuen's fast sword, if I dodge carelessly and the direction of the dodge is not appropriate, you will be a widow if she can't retract her sword in time. In the future, do not try this kind of unnecessary risk again." As soon as this sentence came out, Anu's face also turned red. But although she was embarrassed, she did not refute Yang Fan's words. So her face became even redder, like a blooming peach blossom. The red dress girl on the left blushed with anger, and the green dress girl on the right blushed, contrasting beautifully. Yang Fan stood in the middle and said to Gongsun Lanji, with a straight face, "The relationship between a man and a woman is not a martial arts competition. If you marry someone who can defeat you, that is too hasty." Just as Miss Gongsun opened her mouth, Yang Fan said again, "I know you are very confident in your swordsmanship, but there is always someone better than you. What if there is someone who is better than you, and you don't want to marry him? You treat life like a child's play. Even if there is a man who really likes you, he will be scared away by you." Gongsun Lanji said angrily, "Are you teaching me a lesson?" "Yes." Gongsun Lanji did not expect him to be so direct, and was stunned for a moment. Yang Fan said with a sullen face, "Willfulness is not likable. Willfulness and ignorance, that is especially annoying." Yang Fan's words were a little harsh, and Gongsun Lanji's face turned red and white. Anu was a little uneasy, and gently pulled the corner of his clothes. It was easier for men to tolerate beautiful women, and Yang Fan's character had always been more easygoing. Anu did not understand why Yang Fan was so harsh to Gongsun Lanji today. She was not only a beautiful woman, but also Xiaoman's Shiji. Yang Fan naturally had his reasons for being like this. If Miss Gongsuen's skills were far inferior to his, and he suddenly pulled out his saber to counterattack, it was inevitable that Miss Gongsun would be injured. if Miss Gongsuen's skills were better than his, and he dodged in a fluster. Such a sword strike might not be able to avoid hurting him. No matter what happened, the result would be a tragedy. He came to see his wife and child, not to become a cripple or cripple others. This sword strike, to Miss Gongsun, may have been a casual action, but Yang Fan was disgusted by it from the bottom of his heart. An all-out strike to test someone's martial arts? How mature was Yang Fan today? And with his status, would he be so bored that he would be interested in such a boring thing? Now it was Gongsun Lanji who did not know the gravity of the situation and hoped that he would smile and praise Miss Gongsuen's excellent swordsmanship, and everyone would laugh. Good for you, good for me? What a joke. Gongsun Lanji was ashamed by Yang Fan's scolding. She flew into a rage out of humiliation and raised her sword, saying, "Even if you are Xiaoman's husband, I will teach you a good lesson today. Yang Fan, raise your saber." Yang Fan stuck out his chest and looked at her from the corner of his eyes, saying lightly, "No time, not interested, boring." Miss Gongsuen's straight and beautiful nose was almost crooked from anger. Lanji, following a shout, a fat old man wearing a turban on his head and a light robe with a round collar walked over angrily. As he walked, he shouted loudly, "You stinky girl, you are really making me angry. You are getting more and more unruly. You even use a saber and a spear against a guest." The old man walked with vigor and strength, and his roar was full of energy. He did not look like he was about to die from anger at all. It was unknown if he had been roaring at his precious daughter since she was a child, but the old man's roar was not inferior to that of the smoky old man in the White Barbarian of Yaozhou. "Go back to your room and reflect. You are not allowed to eat dinner today." The old man's voice was like thunder, and it made Yang Fan's ears itch. After shouting at his daughter, the old man turned to Yang Fan and looked him up and down. He revealed a smiling expression. "You are Xiaoman's husband?" Yang Fan quickly cupped his hands and bowed. "Yes, I am. Yang Fan greets Uncle Gongsun." "Good, good." The old man beamed with joy and said, "You are a good boy at first glance. Young and promising, with a steady temperament. Xiaoman is really lucky." The old man ignored his daughter and pulled Yang Fan. As he walked, he sighed. "Lanji, this child has been spoiled by me. Xiaoman, that girl is clever and sensible. This old man has always regarded her as my own daughter. I only hate that she is not my own daughter, seeing that Gongsun Bufan had accompanied the guest in. Anu didn't follow him anymore. Instead, she returned to the small pavilion with the furious Miss Gongsun. Gongsun, Lanji carried her sword and walked into the small pavilion in a hurry. The first thing she said was, "My father praised you for being more obedient than me again." The second sentence was, "Your Langjun is really good. He is a real man. He is much better than that dead man's head. I have already held a martial arts competition for a spouse, but he is still a coward." Miss Xiaoman looked at her eldest senior sister, who was more manly than a man. She could only smile bitterly. When Yang Fan walked into the living room, he found that there was already a guest here. Seeing that the host of the house accompanied Yang Fan in, the guest put down his teacup and slowly stood up with a smile. This person was about the same age as Yang Fan. He had handsome eyebrows and a refreshing smile. He wore a simple but elegant green robe with a spotless snow-white undershirt exposed at the collar. He gave people an unusually clean feeling. Gongsun Bufan said to Yang Fan with a smile, Come, let me introduce you. This nephew is my junior. His surname is Dugu, and his given name is Yu. His family has a good relationship with me, and he often visits my house. Dugu, this is the director of the Ministry of Justice." Dugu? Yang Fan's heart suddenly moved. Although this surname was not common, this uncommon Dugu clan had already produced 3 empresses. Although this Dugu in front of him might not be the Dugu clan that Yang Fan thought him to be. Since he was in the old capital of Chang and had contacts with Gongsun Bufan, who had a high status in Chang, and how could he be sure that he was not the Dugu? Chapter 570. Yang Fan could tell that his surname was extraordinary. Although the other party was just a commoner, he didn't dare to be careless. He quickly stepped forward and cupped his hands towards the young man, saying with a smile, "I'm Yang Fan. You and I are both juniors of Uncle Gongsun. Let's just be friends and don't talk about official positions." This Dugu wasn't a pretentious person. He probably didn't take the title of a doctor to heart. He laughed heartily and did as Yang Fan said. In terms of age, although Dugu looked as young as Yang Fan, he was 4 years older than Yang Fan. In this way, Yang Fan could call him elder brother. Dugu had a close relationship with Gongsun Bufan's family. Yang Fan's visit today was just to pay his respects and didn't have anything private to talk about. Therefore, Gongsun Bufan didn't ask this nephew to leave. Yang Fan exchanged some pleasantries and thanked Gongsun Bufan for taking care of Xiaoman. Gongsun Bufan said, "Nephew must be very concerned about Xiaoman since you've come from afar. How can this old man pull you to talk nonsense? Nephew, go and see Xiaoman. Since you're here, you naturally have to stay in this old man's residence. We'll talk about it in detail later." Yang Fan quickly stood up and thanked him. Dugu also stood up and smiled. "Dugu and Erlang hit it off the first time we met. Now that we're still chatting, I'll hold a banquet to invite you again, and we'll have a good chat. What do you think?" "That's my wish. I don't dare to invite you." Yang Fan readily agreed and cupped his hands towards him with a smile. Only then did he go to see Xiaoman with the accompaniment of the Gongsun family members. Gongsun Bufan stroked his beard and glanced at Yang Fan's back. After he withdrew his gaze, he saw that Dugu was still looking at Yang Fan's disappearing back with a slightly contemplative expression, and he couldn't help but snort coldly. "You brat, you never visit unless it's New Year. You've completely forgotten that I and your father are sworn brothers. I'm afraid you're not here to visit me for being so attentive today, right?" Dugu hurriedly put on a wronged expression and said, "Uncle, you've really wronged your nephew. Your nephew sincerely came to visit you today. F***ck off." Gongsun Bufan scolded with a smile, but then he frowned and said, "I've watched Xiaomen grow up. Although she's not my daughter, I still regard her as my own. Yang Fan is her husband, so don't have any bad ideas about him." Dugu hurriedly said, "Uncle is worrying too much. Dugu sincerely wants to befriend Erlang. I definitely don't have any bad intentions." Gongsun Bufan looked at him suspiciously, but Dugu faced him calmly. His eyes were crystal clear like a stream that could see the bottom. Gongsun Bufan heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Even if you don't have any bad intentions, you're not allowed to mess around in my house. I'm very free and carefree, and I don't want to get involved in the dog-eat-dog affairs of your noble families." Dugu smiled apologetically and said, "I'll naturally follow Uncle's instructions." Xiaoman was still in the gazebo when Yang Fan walked in, a new-pulled Gongsun Lanji away. Gongsun Lanji was obviously still somewhat unhappy with Yang Fan's previous rebuttal, but she was still very considerate towards this junior sister of hers. In front of her junior sister, she didn't want to argue with her husband again. She only used her pair of heroic big eyes to fiercely glare at this overbearing brother-in-law who didn't give her face, and then strode away with a pair of long legs like a tiger. When Xiaoman saw Yang Fan walking over, there was no one else in her eyes, and she immediately greeted him happily. Yang Fan saw that she had a big belly and walked so fast, but he was very worried. He hurriedly stepped forward and held her waist with one hand and stroked her towering belly with the other. He was full of joy when he felt that his life was connected with Xiaoman's. Xiaoman was helped into the gazebo by Lang Jun and sat down. Seeing his careful and abnormally happy look, the joy of seeing her husband turned into happiness and satisfaction, as well as a kind of motherly gentleness and pride. I knew that Lang Jun would definitely come back before the child is born. These 2 days, the child has been very noisy, punching and kicking all day long. He probably knows that his father is coming back soon. Xiaoman snuggled into Yang Fan's arms and said sweetly. Yang Fan hugged her, looked at her smiling face, and listened to her whispers. His heart was abnormally satisfied and peaceful. There was a wind blowing in the gazebo, but Yang Fan's mind was completely immersed in his beloved wife and the child that was about to be born. As soon as Xiaoman saw Yang Fan, she talked incessantly, and she said a lot. She said that Anu was defeated by senior sister Gongsun in a sword competition. She was not convinced, so she challenged senior sister again and again. She was defeated again and again, and she had completely given up these 2 days. She was no longer interested in competing with senior sister. However, senior sister was interested in fighting. If it was not for this, she would not have been itching to fight with Lang Jun just now. She said that Mr. Gongsun and Ani Pei saw that she already had a child, while her Shiji, the couple's only precious daughter, Gongsun Lanji, was still living alone in her boudoir. The old couple were both envious and anxious, scolding her Shiji all day long. Her Shiji had no choice but to hold a martial arts competition to find a spouse, to retaliate against her parents. Xiaoman wanted to laugh every time she talked about it, and she wanted to share this happiness with Lang Jun. Of course, what she talked about the most was the child in her belly, although the child had not been born yet, and she did not know what the child looked like, nor had she heard the child call her mother. And the little fellow in her belly could not be too naughty. She was able to talk about many things about the child with great familiarity. She said so much, but she did not mention her longing for Yang Fan. When love is strong, it becomes thin. When love is strong, it penetrates into every aspect of life. It is no longer the passion like a rose, but the light and pleasant like a winter sweet. It is no longer the vows of love under the moonlight, but the ordinary dribs and drabs. It is no longer vigorous, but it stays together forever. At this time, if you want to tell it in words, you will feel like you have forgotten what to say. Yang Fan listened with a smile. He had never been so patient. When Xiaoman finished expressing all the joy in her heart and leaned into his arms, he whispered in her ear, "It's been hard on you. This time, I won't leave. I will stay here until you give birth to the child." Xiaoman had already heard about Yang Fan's plan before coming to Chang, and although she was reluctant, she agreed. However, the closer it was to the birth of the child, the softer her heart became. She had already agreed to something, but now she was regretting it. She held a glimmer of hope and said eagerly, "Lang Jun, I want to go back to Luoyang with you. When the child is born, I will not be afraid of the bumpy road." Yang Fan hugged her tighter and said softly, "You stay here. I can do whatever I want in Luoyang. This time, I am going to make things difficult for young Master Jiang. If I don't drive him away, it will be like there is a sharp knife hanging over our heads. I will not allow my family to live in such a situation. I did not allow it in the past, and now that we are about to have our own child, I will not allow it." Yang Fan gently stroked her hair. It seemed like a promise and a vow. He said word by word, "I want you to be with me, happy and peaceful, and grow old together. I want our child to grow up happily, marry a wife, have children, and live a peaceful life." "Yes." Xiaoman bit her lip and answered in a low voice. She leaned against his chest, tears welling up in her eyes. but she did not say anything else. After a while, Xiaoman seemed to have thought of something. She suddenly broke into laughter, raised her head, sniffed, and said, "Marry a wife and have children? Lang Jun, you are so far-sighted. Are you so sure that I will give birth to a boy?" "Yes, it could also be a girl." "If it is a girl—" Yang Fan suddenly frowned. Xiaoman immediately became nervous and said hesitantly, Lang Jun, you don't like girls?" Yang Fan shook his head and said, "I like it. Of course I like it. It is my own flesh and blood. Why wouldn't I like it?" Then Yang Fan said with a serious expression, "I suddenly thought of something. Xiaoman, if we give birth to a girl, you must remember not to teach her martial arts." Xiaoman asked curiously, "Why?" Yang Fan said worriedly, "She's a girl, so she should act like a girl. Let her wield a spear and a stick. Once she becomes a girl, like your senior sister, I won't be worried to death." Xiaoman couldn't help but burst out laughing. "That's not it. Although senior sister has a straightforward temperament, she's not usually so rash. This time it is because, hey," she refused to say, "and I am not very clear. I know something. It seems that she likes a man, but that man always avoids her. So she used this method to provoke that man to show up." Xiaoman said with a smile, "Anu and I are both martial arts practitioners. Who is arrogant and domineering?" Yang Fan smiled in relief and said, "That's true. I thought too much." Yang Fan knew that Miss Gongsun had another purpose for this martial arts competition. Although he still did not have a good impression of her, he did not have his guard up. Otherwise, Yang Fan would have to consider taking Xiaoman away and settling her somewhere else just because she put her marriage through such a ridiculous method. This Miss Gongsun was too unreliable. She was so irresponsible to herself. Yang Fan was worried that she would lead his obedient little Nyonyo astray. When he thought of other arrangements, Yang Fan thought of his only acquaintance in Chang, and he couldn't help but ask, "Oh yes, after you arrived in Chang. And did Shenmu send anyone to see you?" Xiaoman nodded and said, "Yes, he sent someone to see me, but seeing that I am safe here, he reduced the number of visits. But every once in a while, someone will come to visit. Oh, did you know that Shenmu is not in Chang, and now?" Yang Fan said, "I just arrived today and came to see you immediately. I have not contacted him. Where did he go if he is not in Chang? And did he go to the western region again?" Xiaoman shook her head and said, "Not the western region. This time it is even further. He went to Xinluo." Yang Fan was surprised and said, "What is he doing there?" Xiaoman said, "The people he sent were also vague. They only explained it to me because Shenmu didn't show up. It is probably because Shenmu did something that was too big and alarmed the elders, so he was punished. He was ordered to do something in Xinluo as a punishment." Yang Fan made an "oh" sound and thought to himself, this matter is probably referring to the fight between him and young Master Jiang during the battle in Chang, and the two of them manipulated the price of grain. Sometimes a bucket of rice in Guangzhou was worth 1,000 coins, and sometimes it was as cheap as dirt. Even the imperial court was alarmed. Young Master Jiang lost the battle and gave up Chang, and then left Luoyang in defeat. Although Shenmu won a great victory, this matter was too big. It is impossible for those aristocratic families to be indifferent. Thinking of this, Yang Fan suddenly remembered that when he was in the Miao stockade village, Lin Zixiong, who came to meet him disguised as a traveling merchant, had said that if he went to Chang, and there might be some elders who wanted to see him. Yang Fan's heart suddenly moved, and he thought to himself, could it be that the open and secret battle between the obvious sect and the hidden sect made those old fellows living in seclusion feel that the juniors are not reliable and can't control themselves from coming out? Chapter 5, 71. It was a beautiful and elegant garden with rockeries and curved corridors. It was different from Princess Taiping's mansion, which was full of wild interest. Here, even a blade of grass had traces of being chiseled. Every place was arranged with ingenuity and was arranged in an orderly manner. The hall was very spacious, but because there was only one table, it seemed very spacious. Behind the table sat a man in his 30s, wearing a soft robe. His appearance was ordinary, but his eyes were sharp and full of spirit. He wore a tall hat and a broad robe. Sitting behind the table, he had some charm of the Han and Jin dynasties. In front of him, the long table was filled with condiments and food, sauce, garlic, mustard, pepper, coriander, chives, onion, ginger, and other spices in small plates. There were also deer tendons, sheep's neck, chicken tongue, shrimp, camel's hump, beef, mushrooms, and other various kinds of food, cut into pieces like flower petals. In the middle of the table, there was a simple copper hot pot that looked like a bronze cauldron. The water in the pot was boiling and steaming. A beautiful girl wearing a plain, narrow-sleeved dress with a short skirt around her waist was kneeling on one side of the table. She was leaning over the table, and her pair of delicate, flower-like hands were methodically throwing seasonings into the boiling water. She then used a pair of ivory hands to pick up a piece of venison and rinsed it in the boiling water. She then dipped it in the sauce and put it into a small orchid plate that was as thin as a cicada's wing. She then brought it to the master with both hands, her movements extremely elegant. The man wearing a tall hat and a broad belt did not look at the fragrant food she handed to him. Instead, he slightly tilted his shoulder and supported his chin with one hand, listening to a man who was standing in the hall. Young Fan has arrived in Chang, and he first went to visit Princess Taiping, and then separated from the main group and went to Gongsun Mansion alone. Gongsun Mansion? Is it Gongsun Bufan's home? Yes. The man wearing a tall hat and a broad belt picked up the piece of venison and put it into his mouth. He chewed it carefully and swallowed it. Then he slowly asked, "What is his relationship with the Gongsun family?" The man answered, "Young Fan's wife used to be a maid in Gongsun Mansion when she was young. But because she and Miss Gongsun were like sisters, Gongsun Bufan also regarded her as his own. Now that she was pregnant, she was sent back to Chang and moved into the Gongsun Mansion. Young Fan went to visit his wife. The young master sneered, "Young Fan, since he's here in Chang, and he shouldn't leave." The man who was slightly bowing asked hesitantly, "Isn't the first young master going to return to Chang? And secretly in the near future? Should we discuss this with the first young master first? After all, he's an official of the imperial court." That young master glanced at him and sneered, "He's just a minister of justice. As long as he dies flawlessly, what problems can there be? Don't tell me that I can't make the decision on this matter." The man's expression changed, and he didn't dare to say anything else. He quickly bowed and said, "Yes." Young Fan, the man with the tall hat and wide belt, put down his ivory chopsticks, his face full of resentment. "If it weren't for you, how could my big brother be defeated so easily? This time, since you've come to Chang, and I'll make sure you won't be able to leave." He slowly raised his eyes and said coldly, "Go and make the arrangements. I want to hear the news of his death as soon as possible." The man didn't say anything else. He just bowed deeply and quietly left. The young master with the tall hat sent the man away and focused on eating. He ate very carefully, chewing slowly as if he was writing. He was very patient and focused, and he didn't speak during the process of eating. The little handmaiden at the side boiled the fresh meat, dipped it in the sauce, and handed it to him. Ordinary people would probably feel impatient eating like this, but this young master seemed to be used to eating like this. Moreover, he didn't eat very fast, so the process of the handmaiden boiling the meat and dipping the sauce was very leisurely. At this time, another person was brought into the hall. So, the young master put down his chopsticks again. He didn't have the habit of eating while talking. This was a guest. Strictly speaking, he wasn't a guest, but a businessman. This businessman only sold one thing, and that was people. He was a slave trader, the biggest slave trader in Chang. And Long Fei. Long Fei's body wasn't big, and he was even a little weak. He always had a humble smile on his face, but everyone knew his fierceness. To become one of the top slave traders in Chang. And without any real ability, how could he keep his underlings under control? But now, the humble expression on his face was from the bottom of his heart, because the young master sitting in front of him was surnamed Lu, and his family was in Fanyang. This was a real descendant of an aristocratic family, a person with great power. In front of this noble young master, Long Fei didn't even have the qualification to lick his toes. Long Fei smiled before saying anything, and humbly bowed to young Master Lu. Long Fei had a rich source of slaves, whether it was the horse bandits on the grassland of the western region, or the pirates of the East Sea and the South Sea. They all had a close relationship with him. Therefore, Turkic and Tubo prisoners of war, Persian ruined nobles, Korean and Silla girls, Dai people from the south, and Kuanhua slaves were all able to flow into his hands continuously. Long Fei's slaves had never been Tangs because it was illegal to sell domestic civilians. The risk was too high, and the loss outweighed the gain. These foreign race slaves were also very popular among the aristocratic families, so Long Fei was a legal slave trader, and thus became the most popular businessman in the aristocratic families. That was why he could have a place in front of young Master Lu. But since Long Fei stood there, he refused to move a step, as if he was afraid of stepping on the hall. He cheered himself up and began to brag to this young Master Lu. The man in front of him was the son of the first wife of the Lu family in Fanyang, and one of his biggest buyers. Young Master Lu, this lowly one, has 300 young girls from Goryeo and Silla that have just arrived. They're beautiful and gentle, and all of them are good at singing and dancing. They're the best choices to be personal maids, concubines, or musicians and dancers. In addition, there are 500 Kunlun slaves, all of them gentle and hardworking, and 9 of them are excellent swimmers. Last year, young Master was careless and lost to young Master Chui in the game of searching for pearls in the water. As long as young Master chooses any one of these 9, I believe that none of the other young masters will be able to beat young Master. Searching for pearls in the water was a game played by young masters. They would casually throw pearls worth thousands of gold into the river, and then let their servants who were good swimmers enter the water to search for the pearls. The first servant to fish out the pearls would be the winner. If they were slow or couldn't find the pearls at all, they would naturally lose. Just now, when he mentioned the 300 Silla slaves and Goryeo slave girls, young Master Lu was still a little lazy and dispirited. But when he heard that he had Kunlun slaves who were exceptionally good at swimming, young Master Lu's interest was aroused. Good. I want all 9 of them. Long Fei was startled and said, "Young Master, searching for pearls in the water. It's enough to have 1 or 2 people who are good swimmers. Why?" Young Master Lu glared at him and said, "If Chui Fong and the others by the other Kunlun slaves who are good swimmers, how can I guarantee that I will win? I want all of these people who are good swimmers. Only then will it be foolproof." Lu Gongzi sat up straight, picked up the piece of braised venison, chewed it carefully, and swallowed it slowly. He took a sip of wine and waited until the food was completely swallowed before he said, "My Zumu Darren's birthday is coming. Pick 100 of the best women from Silla and Goryeo. I want to send them to serve Zumo." Long Fei said repeatedly, "Yes, yes, yes. Young Master, do you want to see for yourself?" Young Master Lu waved his hand, and said, "No need. It's not the first time I'm dealing with you. I trust your eyes. Other than the 9 who are good swimmers, choose another 50 young and strong Kunlun slaves." "Yes, yes, yes. Tomorrow," young Master Lu said excitedly, "bring the 9 Kunlun slaves to Chu River. I want to see their abilities for myself." It was already late autumn. When they woke up early in the morning, there would be a layer of frost on the grass. The maple leaves on the mountain had already turned deep red. The water of Chu River had also started to turn cold. The Kunlun slaves came from the south and were not used to the cold river water. However, he wanted to see the swimming ability of the Kunlun slaves in this season. Those people could only jump into the river and look for a pearl in the mud at the bottom of the river. If their swimming ability is really amazing, I must find Xiao Chui and the others and compete with them again. Young Master Lu slapped his thigh and said excitedly, "Last time, I lost my beloved Persian princess to him. This time, I want to win over his most beloved concubine and take revenge for this arrow." Long Fei smiled and flattered. "Young master, you will definitely get what you want." Young Master Lu laughed out loud. In his eyes, killing a 5th-rank official of the imperial court was far less important than a game of throwing a pearl into the water. Yang Fan stayed in Gongsun Mansion. Gongsun Bufan was a very hearty and hospitable fat old man. After a short period of interaction, Yang Fan found out that Miss Gongsun Lanji's manly personality that her father detested was actually inherited from this old Mr. Gongsun himself. However, when this kind of personality appeared in a man, it made people feel much more comfortable. Therefore, he got along very well with old Mr. Gongsun. Aunt Pei was born in the Pei clan. Although her sword skills were amazing in the eyes of ordinary people, she was just a graceful and noble woman. Ani Pei hadn't been out for many years, and she looked more like a kind and benevolent old woman. Nowadays, Aunt Pei worshipped Buddhism. The thing she most often did was to knock wooden fish in her family's temple. Therefore, Yang Fan had only seen her once and never had the chance to see her again. The days in Gongsun Mansion were plain and warm. In the early morning, when Yang Fan accompanied Xiao Man for a walk in the garden, Miss Gongsun was practicing her sword in the forest. When Yang Fan accompanied Xiao Man and Anu for breakfast, Miss Gongsun was still practicing her sword. When the sun rose and Yang Fan was ready to go out to pay a visit to the Chang and prefectural magistrate Lu Qiantian, Miss Gongsun was still practicing her sword. Yang Fan was moved. If a person could be so focused on one thing, even if his talent was average, his achievements would definitely be extraordinary. Moreover, Miss Gongsun did not seem to be a stupid person, and her teacher was not mediocre either. According to Xiao Man, Anu and Miss Gongsun had been defeated in many battles. Now that Miss Gongsun was practicing so hard, if they really fought, he might not be her match. The teacher showed the way, but the cultivation depended on the individual. Yang Fan had too many things to do. The time he spent on martial arts was far less than that of Miss Gongsun. Yang Fan originally wanted to find time to compete with Miss Gongsun in sword skills. After all, she was Xiao Man's senior sister. It would not be good to make things awkward between them. By competing in martial arts, he might be able to ease their relationship. But now that he saw Miss Gongsun's craziness in sword practice, this idea had long disappeared. He did not want to compete with a female sword maniac. His wife and wife-to-be were watching. If he won, it would be an unfair victory. If he lost, it would be very embarrassing. Chapter 572. Sun Yuxuan, who Yuanli and Ma Qiao knew that Yang Fan's time with his family was limited, so they did not disturb him. The 3 of them had different preferences, so they did not get together. Instead, they traveled around Chang and city according to their own interests. who Yuanli went to the Chang, an academy where there were a few rare copies. He had been famous for a long time, so he took the opportunity to copy them. Sun Yuxuan took his sister Fei on a sightseeing tour, although Fei was obviously more interested in shopping. She had to pretend to be gentle in front of her lover. Sun Yuxuan did not realize that Fei was actually a shopaholic. Ma Qiao, on the other hand, went to the north and bought a lot of things that his mother and wife would like. Of course, he also prepared some things for the baby. Although he did not know whether the baby was a boy or a girl, the things that babies used were similar, such as a tiger skin coat, a tiger head hat, and a rattle drum. Chang, and used to be the capital of the Tang dynasty, and now it was the capital of the Zhou dynasty. It was not a small place. As the Chang, a magistrate, he naturally had connections and supporters in the court. Therefore, Lu Guitian was well aware of Yang Fan's reputation and status in Luoyang. He knew that this young minister of justice was now the vanguard of the court against the censorate. Yang Fan had always been very low-key. Other than when he was fighting with the censors, he always gave people the feeling that he was idle. He had never revealed any strong power or background. He seemed like a hothead who was willing to be cut into pieces. However, Lu Qiantian did not see it that way. Although the censorate was not as powerful as it used to be, they still managed to topple the 3 ministers of the Political Affairs Hall. Su Weiwei, Cui Yuanzong, and Zhang Shi had all been officials for many years, and all of them had their own connections. They also had the support of Mr. Li, who was second only to one, but above all others. How could they not be toppled so easily? Although the imperial censorate seemed to be in a precarious situation, didn't this trip to the south still turn the world upside down and shock the entire court? It was such a terrifying place, but Yang Fan chose to openly oppose them, and yet he remained unscathed. How could he not have the support of a powerful force? If Lu Guitian believed that it was Yang Fan's luck, he would not be where he was today. Therefore, he was very polite to Yang Fan and immediately prepared a banquet to entertain him. The banquet did not end until the afternoon. It was hard to refuse such hospitality, and there were many officials drinking with him. Even if they only drank 1 cup each, Yang Fan was still drunk when he left. After leaving Lu Xiantian's residence, Yang Fan galloped leisurely on the reins of the horse. Originally, he just wanted to relax and enjoy the scenery of Chang. And who knew that he would arrive at Yongkang Lane unknowingly? By the time he realized it, the horse had already arrived at the front of Princess Taiping's residence. Not sure if it had been here before, it actually found this place again. Yang Fan couldn't help laughing. He turned over and got off the horse. Just when he was hesitating whether he should pay a visit or not, the door of the princess's mansion suddenly opened. A group of attendants in bright clothes and on horses came out, escorting a carriage. Du as a cover, white bronze calf ornaments, blue and green curtains, cinnabar wrapped in oil. These were the official ceremonial armaments of the princess when she went out. Yang Fan was slightly surprised. Since he saw that the princess was on her way, he had the intention to leave. Unexpectedly, Princess Taiping's carriage had not yet been rolled up, and she had already seen her Lang Jun leaning on the horse. Princess Taiping's face immediately revealed a happy expression. She gave an order, and a maidservant dressed in green leisurely walked over and bowed to Yang Fan. She softly said, "Your Highness, please come forward and meet the doctor." Yang Fan hesitated for a moment and then confidently walked over. Princess Taiping was sitting in the middle of the seat, but this time she moved to the side and smiled at him. Yang Fan understood. After he boarded the carriage, the green-clothed maidservant who followed him put down the curtain, and the carriage slowly moved forward. At least you have a conscience, coming to see me so soon. Taiping smiled sweetly, gently placed her delicate head on Yang Fan's shoulder, hugged his arm, and sighed contentedly. Today I visited the magistrate of Chang, a local government, and was entertained by him. After drinking some wine, I wandered on horseback and unconsciously came here, Yang Fan casually replied. He placed her smooth and soft little hand in his palm and gently caressed it. He asked, "You've always liked to travel light and wear men's clothes when you go out, just for the sake of being light and refreshing. But today, you're dressed up in grand attire and full of honor. Where are you going?" Princess Taiping raised her head and said with a smile, "I was invited to attend the banquet. Those families all pay attention to the rules. If I am too casual, it will be a kind of contempt for them. I have no choice." Yang Fan was surprised and said, "What family? Even you have to pay attention to them." Princess Taiping said with a smile, "A friend of mine since childhood. Her name is Ning Ku, and she is from the Dugu family." Dugu. Yang Fan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. This rare surname seemed to appear too frequently in his ears recently, since this Dugu Ning Ku, whom Princess Taiping mentioned, had played with her since childhood. Their age and identity should be similar. Then she must be from the Dugu family, which had 3 empresses in the northern Zhou dynasty, the Great Sui dynasty, and the Tang dynasty. But he didn't know whether this Miss Dugu was related to the Dugu Yu he met yesterday. He also didn't know whether this Dugu Yu really hit it off at first sight or had other purposes. Yang Fan secretly raised his vigilance. Since Princess Taiping was going to attend the banquet, it was not appropriate for Yang Fan to spend too much time with her. So Yang Fan quickly explained his plan. "Princess, could you stay in Chang and for a few more days? Xiao Mang's due date is coming, but the specific date is still uncertain. I can't stay with the baby for 1 month or 100 days, but I have to stay with him for a few more days." Well, Taiping's voice was a little uncertain and erratic. Yang Fan looked at her strangely. Taiping looked hesitant and somewhat indecisive. Yang Fan couldn't help asking, "What's wrong?" Princess Taiping said, "I originally planned to attend Ning's banquet today, deal with other things tomorrow, and set off for Luoyang the day after tomorrow." Yang Fan said in surprise, "So soon?" Taiping grunted disappointedly and was not in high spirits. Obviously, she also wanted to stay with Yang Fan in Chang and for a few days. Yang Fan frowned deeply and said, "Xiao Mang hasn't given birth yet. What should we do?" Taiping sighed softly and held his hand, saying, "It happened in a hurry. Otherwise, I would like to stay here for a few more days." But something happened in the capital city. Princess Taiping briefly told Yang Fan what had happened and her plan. Only then did Yang Fan understand that all the changes were caused by what he had done in the south. Taiping said, "You also know that my 2 royal brothers are closely watched by the mother and dare not make any moves. If we want to keep the descendants of Li Tang, we have to accumulate strength as soon as possible. For a long time, the Wu family has been far more powerful than me. I can only quietly accumulate some strength and make some connections. If I lose this opportunity, the gap between my strength and theirs will be even greater." And Taiping's curved and thin black eyebrows gently frowned, like a crescent moon covered with a thin layer of worry. "Unfortunately, you are right. I presented Zhang Changzong and Mother, and used Zhang Changzong's words to dispel Mother's idea of deposing the crown prince. However, after Mother's favor, the Zhang brothers also grew ambitious. They are not yet mature, but it is hard to say if they continue like this. I am in a hurry to return to the capital because I want to stop them from seizing more power through this matter. Otherwise, before the Wu family's disaster is solved, The Zhang family's disaster will rise again. Our Leaf family is like a candle in the wind. We can't withstand this wave of torment. Yang Fan gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I will escort you back to the capital. Xiaoman is reasonable and will not blame me. As for my son," Yang Fan laughed and said, "A newborn baby doesn't know anything. I am guarding in front of him because I know him. He doesn't know me, so it is fine to see him again in a few days. Isn't the reason I'm working so hard today so that he can live a peaceful and healthy life after he's born? No, I am returning to Luoyang for the Li family's empire. You are staying for your own flesh and blood. This is your first child. If I ask you to accompany me back to the capital, it is too unreasonable. Even if you don't say anything, Xiaoman will blame me. Moreover, all the forces are competing. One careless mistake will lead to death. If you are involved, it will not be a good thing." Princess Taiping stared at Yang Fan and said softly, "I will go back. You stay." Yang Fan frowned and said, "I am not going back to Luoyang, but to Chang, and I am originally going to escort you back to Luoyang. If you leave and I stay, how can I explain to the emperor?" Princess Taiping tilted her head and smiled at him mischievously. "You are so stupid. If you are sick, the emperor can't let you go in sickness, can he?" Yang Fan was silent for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, "Then I have to do this. Fan, I also want to stay in Chang and to accompany you. Now I have no choice. You don't blame me. Taiping is not because of power." Princess Taiping leaned on his shoulder and gently held his arm. She was reluctant to part with him, but she was somewhat apprehensive. Yang Fan gently patted her back and said in a soft voice, "The Li family can only rely on you now. I understand. So how can I blame you? Do what you have to do. This is what I wanted to do, right?" "Yes," Princess Taiping replied in a low voice. Her eyes suddenly turned red. She raised her charming face and suddenly put her soft arms around Yang Fan's neck. Then she moved her plump and alluring lips to his. The ox cart continued to move forward. It turned out that the Dugu family's mansion was also in the Chongren Square. Yang Fan got out of Princess Taiping's carriage and changed to his own horse. He looked at the princess's carriage as it continued to move forward. Then he turned around and went to Gong's son Bufon's mansion. Yang Fan returned to Xiaoman's residence. Xiaoman and Anu were sitting in the pavilion with a man in military attire. They were talking. He looked carefully and discovered that it was Ma Qiao. The two women stood up when they saw that Yang Fan had arrived. They excused themselves to Ma Qiao. Then Anu helped Xiaoman back to their room to rest. Yang Fan looked at the tiger skin clothes and tiger head hats on the stone table. He couldn't help but smile. "Did you buy these for your child?" Ma Qiao replied with a smile, "I bought 2 sets. These children's clothes don't discriminate between men and women. They can be worn by any child. They aren't expensive things, but they are a token of my appreciation as an uncle." Yang Fan sat down and picked up the small clothes. They weren't big. They weren't much bigger than his palm. Yang Fan couldn't help but have a wonderful feeling in his heart when he thought that the child was about to be born. Yang Fan's face unconsciously brimmed with a smile as he thought of his child wearing these clothes and lying in his arms. Yang Fan suddenly remembered Princess Taiping's decision after playing with them for a while. He quickly put down the things and said to Ma Qiao, "That's right. Sister-in-law is about to give birth. I'm afraid you're anxious to return home, but you don't need to worry too much. The princess will leave for Luoyang the day after tomorrow, so you can buy whatever you want as soon as possible tomorrow." "So soon?" Ma Qiao was surprised and asked, Then what about Xiao Man? Yang Fan replied, I'll stay. You guys go. He told the whole story. Ma Qiao nodded with a strange expression on his face. Yang Fan asked curiously, What's wrong? Ma Qiao hesitated for a moment, but still said what he felt in his heart. I always feel that a woman should support her husband and teach her children and live a peaceful life. It's not a woman's place to meddle in national affairs. This world belongs to men. If a woman meddles in it, even if it's a good intention, it will turn into a bad thing. Yang Fan was silent for a while, and then said, She's not just a woman. She's also a princess of the Tang dynasty. When Emperor Gaozu raised his troops in Taiyuan, the three most outstanding children were crowned Prince Li Jiancheng, Prince Qin Li Shimen, and Princess Pingyang. The princesses of the Tang dynasty never felt that they didn't need to care about national affairs because they were women. It's true that many of them did a lot of shameful things in order to seize power, but at least what Princess Taiping is doing now is good for the future of the Tang dynasty. And I don't know what the Prince of Luling and Fangzhou is like, but you and I are clear about the crown prince in the palace. The world must be surnamed Wu. Ma Qiao shook his head and then nodded. He agreed with what Yang Fan said, but he still instinctively resisted women's participation in politics, which was also the opinion of most Tangs. Wu Zetian had been the emperor for so many years, but she was still jittery, and her face changed when she heard of a conspiracy. It was precisely because of this reason this world belongs to men. Yang Fan sighed and said, At this time, if no one from the royal family stands up to win people's hearts, and only rely on the ministers to rack their brains, the Li family won't have a chance. I only hope that Taiping can do this. When she gets more power, she won't be blinded by power and become the second Wu Zetian. At this time, a member of the Gongsun family came, stood outside the pavilion, and bowed to Yang Fan from a distance. Yang Fan got up and said, What's the matter? The member of the Gongsun family answered in a clear voice, Young Master Dugu invites Yang Longzhong to have a banquet at Chu Zhang's hibiscus garden at midnight tomorrow. This is the invitation. Chapter 573. The Chu River was located in the Shengping Square in the southeast of Chang and city. The pleasure garden in the Shengping Square was the highest in Chang and city. Standing on it, one could have a panoramic view of Chang and city, which was as neat as a chessboard. The southern side of the pleasure garden was at a very low elevation. There were ripples and a long stream of water, which was the Chu River. On both sides of the Chu River, the willows were like clouds and the figures of people. It was a prosperous place in Chang, and every year on the 3rd day of the 3rd month, and on the 15th day of the 7th month, rich and powerful people would gather here to feast and meet friends. There was a saying, the weather is fresh on the 3rd day of the 3rd month, and there are many beauties by the waterside of Chang. And it was the first time for Yang Fan to come to this place. When he arrived at the Chu River, he saw flowers and plants around the lake. The water was bright and beautiful. The shore was winding, and there were several small boats in the blue waves. Lotus and calamus grew by the side of the lake. Pavilions and palaces were hidden among the flowers and trees. The willows and the sky were bright and beautiful. Yang Fan was not familiar with the road, so he came out much earlier than the agreed time. Now that he saw the beautiful scenery here, he could not help but be interested in sightseeing. He dismounted from the horse, held the reins, and leisurely walked along the winding shore of the lake. It was late autumn, and there were not many tourists in the Chu River. It was a quiet cave, and it was a good time to calm down and enjoy the scenery. In late autumn, the lotus flowers gradually thinned, and many lotus leaves gradually withered. However, the lotus heads grew strong, and the slender stems supported a bulging lotus head. They stretched their necks among the dark green lotus leaves and looked around, as if they were children curiously looking at the passers-by on the shore. Behind Yang Fan, there were two people leading the horses, who were also strolling around the Chu River. There was no one else besides them. The lush lotus leaves were densely packed together, and the wind could only stir them slightly. In the midst of the green waves, there was an occasional hint of red, but it was a hibiscus that had just bloomed. The pink and tender dimples that had just bloomed were like a slim and graceful girl that was peeking out from the green lotus leaves and peeking at the passers-by on the shore. Another gust of wind blew, and the shy lotus girl hurriedly pulled a green leaf over to cover her blushing face, blocking Yang Fan's gaze. Yang Fan smiled as he glanced at the lotus flower hidden under the lotus leaf, and then glanced at the two people leading the horse far behind him. Two horse handlers were standing facing the lotus in the pond, pointing and shaking their heads, as if they were reciting a poem. Yang Fan turned around and continued to walk forward slowly. The two reins seemed to be led by an invisible rein and followed him step by step. A small knife spun deftly in Xiaoman's hand. The pear slices were spun by her in circles, still sticking to the pear. Her technique was extremely nimble. Nu and Gongsun Lanji were sitting next to him, and they were bickering again. Gongsun Lanji bewitchingly said, "It doesn't matter if your skills are not as good as others, but if you don't have the courage to fight, then there will be no progress to speak of. How about it? The autumn air is refreshing. You and I have nothing to do. Do you want to have another spar?" Anu snorted and said, "You are happy to be abused by you, but I am not happy. Your swordsmanship is outstanding, and I am no match for you, but what I am best at is not swordsmanship. So why should I give up my strong points and take advantage of my weak points to compete with you? Then what are you good at? Killing. Killing people by any means possible. It sounds amazing. Of course." Anu's little Yao nose proudly raised. "I am not as good as you in sword fighting, but if it is a real life and death fight, I can kill you." Gongsun Lanji's eyes lit up. "Why don't we try?" Anu shook her head. "We can't try. The skill of killing can only be used to kill people. I don't want to kill you." Gongsun Lanji glanced at her and sneered, pretending to be dismissive. "You're blowing your trumpet." Anu was not provoked by her, and said, "Believe it or not, anyway, I don't want to fight with you anymore." Gongsun Lanji rolled her eyes, and suddenly said with a cheeky smile, "I think Yang Fan seems to be very powerful. Why don't you talk to him and let him have a spar with me?" Anu said with a straight face, "No." Gongsun Lanji stared at her and said, "Why? Are you afraid that he will lose?" Anu sighed and said, "I am afraid that you will lose." Gongsun Lanji stared and did not speak. Anu said, "Every inch of land in Luoyang is expensive. The house bought by the Yang family is really not big. It can't squeeze so many sisters." Xiaoman could not help but smile and smooth things over. Okay. I really don't know if the two of you are enemies in a previous life, fighting swords as soon as you meet. And now you are bickering. Here, eat a pear." Xiaoman grabbed the head of the pear skin and pulled it like pulling a long snake, revealing the crystal white pear flesh. Xiaoman threw away the pear skin, cut the middle with the knife, and 2 pear petals fell into the plate, half each, not biased. Ever since Xiaoman became pregnant, her body had become much more plump than before. Now even her face had become chubbier. Her originally pretty pointed chin was a little round, and her face was taut. When she smiled, she looked like a baby with some baby fat. She was very cute. Although Gongsun Lanji and Anu liked to fight, they both liked her, especially to see her like this. Xiaoman smiled sweetly and adorably, and the two no longer bickered. Anu picked up half of the pear, and Gongsun Lanji took the pear with one hand, looking at her Shimmy's adorable appearance. Her other hand couldn't help but pinch her firm cheeks, and said, "Shimmy, you really have patience. When will my niece be born? I still need to teach her martial arts. Xiaoman's temper was very good now, and she corrected with a smile, "Why must it be a niece? Can't it be a nephew?" Gongsun Lanji said, "What's so good about a nephew? When he grows up, he will be a stinky man. All men are not good things." At this time, a not good thing led another not good thing out of the small hall. The one in front was a small steward of the Gongsun family, and the one behind was an outsider looking at his attire. He was also a servant of some family. First Lady of the Yang family. This person is here on the order of his master to send an invitation. He wants to see Yang Longzhong. When the steward of the Gongsun family said this, the person next to him smiled and slightly bowed. "Greetings to the three ladies." Xiaoman said apologetically, "My Langjun went to the Lotus Garden in Chu River to attend a banquet. He will not be back for a while. May I know your master's name? And if he can leave an invitation when my Langjun comes back, he will choose another day to visit." The person was surprised. Yang Longzhong went to the banquet. I don't remember Yang Longzhong has acquaintances in Chang'an. Please forgive this lowly one. But may I ask who invited Yang Longzhong to the banquet? Gongsun Lanji stared at him. "You know it yourself. Why did you ask?" "The person who invited him to the banquet is from the Dugu family. What about it?" The person's eyes flashed slightly, and he smiled. "Oh, so it is the Dugu family. Then this lowly one will reply to the master, 'I will invite Yang Longzhong another day. Farewell.'" The person bowed to them, presented the invitation, and then turned to leave. Xiaoman opened the invitation, looked at the inscription, and asked doubtfully, "Lin Zixiong? Ah Nu, have you heard of this person?" Ah Nu curled her lips and said, "That guy always likes to do things mysteriously. I don't know how many things he is hiding, and refuses to let us know. Only God knows who this Lin Zixiong is." Xiaoman replied to her husband with a smile, "If he doesn't say, it must be because he is afraid that we will worry about him. Why should Anu blame him for this?" Gongsun Lanji shivered and said in despair, "To think that Xiaoman, who was so cute in the past, has become like this after getting married. If this is called an idle wife and a good mother, I would rather not marry." Tin Ano immediately said, "Very good. If the person you love day and night comes, you must ignore him." Gongsun Lanji glared. "So what if I ignore him?" Tin Ano raised his chin and said, "I will despise you." Gongsun Lanji said, "I will despise you if you have the ability to compete with me." Xiaoman sighed in distress, holding up her originally sharp but now rounder cute chin, and said worriedly, "Quarreling again. Can't you two stop for a moment?" Yang Fan walked slowly because it was still early. He was not in a hurry, leisurely strolling along the lakeside of the Crooked River, and suddenly on the road ahead, he saw a vendor selling snacks. There were too few tourists in late autumn, and there was no business. The vendor was lazily leaning against a big rock by the river, dozing off with a straw hat on his face. Yang Fan walked over and poked his head into the cart and first smelled a sweet aroma. The food on the cart was covered with steaming cloth, and only a corner was lifted, revealing a section of red and white sparkling like jade. This was a famous snack in Guangzhou, also known as crystal dragon and phoenix cake. The color was fresh and moist, soft and sticky, sweet and fragrant. At this time, the autumn sun was reflected on the corner of the cake. The moist, white, glutinous rice, the bright red date paste, and the dark green raisins were sparkling under the sunlight, very appetizing. Yang Fan asked with a smile, "Hey, how much are you selling this sweet cake?" The vendor was leaning against a big rock, dozing off. When he heard business, he quickly put the straw hat on his head and eagerly jumped up and said with a smile, "Does the customer want to buy cake? This is good stuff, sweet and delicious. The taste is excellent, and the price is not expensive. You can buy a big piece for 2 copper coins." In the distance, the 2 men leading the horses saw that Yang Fan had stopped to buy cakes and hurriedly stopped as well. One of them pointed to the lake, and the other nodded his head, pretending to waste time. Yang Fan bought a piece of cake, glanced at the two people, and walked away with a smile. One piece of cake, a third for the person, 2/3 for the horse, and then washed his hands in the clear river water. Not far ahead, he saw a 7-story pagoda towering into the clouds. This was the Big Wild Goose Pagoda, which was built by Xuanzang after he returned from India. Inside, there were relics, Sanskrit scriptures, and many Buddhist treasures. Hibiscus Garden was south of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda, and when he saw the Big Wild Goose Pagoda, he also arrived at Hibiscus Garden. Chapter 574. The Hibiscus Garden was built on the water and filled with soil to form a continent. Buildings were built on top of the continent. From the shore to the top, it was about 10 feet long and was connected by a curved bridge. The bridge was paved with limestone, and on both sides were white marble railings with carvings of lions, tigers, and fierce beasts. The railings were only as high as an adult's waist, and on both sides was a river with lotus leaves growing in the water. Yang Fan tied his horse to a weeping willow tree by the riverside and strolled towards the head of the bridge. The continent was not small. At a glance, there were at least 5 or 6 red buildings and 7 or 8 pavilions. Yang Fan expected that Duguyu would not only entertain guests at one place, but booked the entire Hibiscus Garden. That was the behavior of a nouveau riche, not someone from an aristocratic family. However, Duguyu's invitation did not specify where he would be invited. Withdrawing his gaze, Yang Fan saw 2 servants in green robes and hats looking around at the head of the bridge. Yang Fan's heart stirred, and he walked forward, saying, "My surname is Yang Fan. I was invited by young Master Dugu to attend the banquet at the Hibiscus Garden. Were these 2 servants sent by Brother Dugu to welcome me?" Yes. Young Master came so early." The 2 servants hurriedly returned the greeting and happily said, "Please wait a moment, young Master. We will report to young Master to welcome you." Finished speaking, one of the servants turned around and ran away. When Yang Fan heard that they were sent by Duguyu to welcome him, he thought that they would lead him to the island, and he would be fine. He did not expect them to be so serious and even invite the host to welcome him. He smiled and stopped walking, thinking to himself, "So strict with etiquette and rules, I'm afraid this Duguyu is really the family I guessed. But I don't know why he wants to befriend me. Could it be that the 2 people following behind me were sent by him?" Thinking of this, Yang Fan subconsciously looked back and saw that the 2 people leading the horse had disappeared without a trace. He could not help but be startled. If he was not sure that the 2 people had been following his every step, he would have suspected that he had seen wrongly. Yang Fan thought for a moment, yet he didn't continue searching for the whereabouts of those 2 people. At this moment, as far as he was concerned, those 2 people were most likely sent by Duguyu. In this way, it caused him to be even more curious in his heart. What exactly did Duguyu intend to do all this? The river on both sides of the bridge was filled with lotus canals. The lotus leaves gradually withered, and the lotus pods stood out. Because this body of water was located on the sunny side, the lotus leaves were often illuminated by the sun. Among the withered lotus leaves, there were some white and some pink, but they were still blooming beautifully. Yang Fan suddenly discovered a small boat, quietly stopped in the middle of the lotus leaves. Because it did not move at all, Yang Fan had actually overlooked it. The boat was not big and looked like a canoe. It was pointed like a shuttle. At one end of the boat stood a barefooted boatwoman with rolled-up trousers and a bamboo hat on her head. She carried a long pole in her hand. On the other end sat a young girl in moon-white clothes. The young girl sat at the bow of the boat. The small boat was very shallow, and the bow was long and narrow. From afar, it looked like she was sitting in a lotus. Beside her, there was a twin lotus flower blooming. Her graceful figure, pink and delicate color, and that slender figure filled with spiritual energy complemented each other. It was as if the young girl was also a lotus flower that had just bloomed, a white lotus. This scene was like a painting, and Yang Fan couldn't help but look at it attentively. A cool breeze blew gently. The lotus pods swayed slightly. The water rippled slightly, and the long black hair of the young girl was also gently lifted. Only now did Yang Fan discover that the young girl did not tie her hair in a bun or tie it up. Her long hair was casually tied behind her with a white ribbon. The wind blew on the lake, but the young girl did not move. Although her beautiful hair was flying, she gave off a feeling of stillness. Extremely stillness. The young girl was looking into the distance. Her figure was a little lazy, and her expression was very peaceful. But Yang Fan had been watching her, and it seemed to have attracted her attention. She could not help but turn her head and look at Yang Fan. The distant mountains were dim, and the clear blue water was clear. The weeping willow tree beside her danced, and the boat on the water also seemed to be moving, but the young girl was still quiet. Only when she turned her head and looked, and when her black and white eyes met with Yang Fan's gaze, did Yang Fan feel that she was moving. The sunlight shone on her face, and her snow-white face seemed to become translucent. Black hair, red lips, and snow-white skin, this was an extremely beautiful girl. Seeing Yang Fan's gaze, the young girl was not embarrassed, nor did she avoid it. She could see that Yang Fan was only looking at her with an appreciative gaze, so the corners of her lips curled up slightly, revealing a clear and shallow smile. The wind came again, blowing the black hair on her shoulder, bringing with it a clear autumn coolness. Yang Fan smiled and nodded in greeting. At this moment, he only felt that such a beautiful and pure girl should only be born in the Jiangnan water village, wrapped in a gentle embrace, and not placed in this bleak autumn scene, where lotus leaves withered. But on second thought, he felt that there really was no better scenery that could accommodate and highlight her beauty and cleverness. Her appearance was not absolutely beautiful, at least Warner's gentle beauty, Taiping's delicate beauty, Nu's charm, Xiao Man's handsomeness, each with their own characteristics, not inferior to her. Even that Miss Sun Air from the southern borders, Yaozhou, was not inferior to her, but no one had her kind of quiet spirituality. That kind of scenery should only belong to the heavens. Although the young girl was magnanimous, and Yang Fan did not have any thoughts of profanity, only pure appreciation, but it was not good to stare at a girl he did not know for too long, so after a slight smile he withdrew his gaze. When he withdrew his gaze, he saw Duguyu with the boy who ran to report the news, walking quickly from the other end of the small bridge. Yang Fan was about to step forward, but he had only taken one step when he felt a sense of danger. When he hurried from the Yaozhou to the barbarian province, he also had this kind of animal-like vigilance on the way. A pity that the Miao people's blow darts were too silent. He did not avoid them, and in the former capital of the Tang dynasty, it was clear that no one used that thing. Yang Fan suddenly turned around and found that 4 tall and sturdy men who had unknowingly approached the end of the bridge were crossing their shoulders, looking at him with unkind eyes. Yang Fan only took a glance, and from their movements, the position of their toes, and the movement of crossing their shoulders, he could tell that these were 4 sumo masters, and their skills were most likely not much worse than the 8 highly skilled female sumo wrestlers by Princess Taiping's side. Yang Fan raised his eyebrows, feeling that it was a little troublesome. A martial arts master could easily beat 8 or 10 ordinary people, but if the opponent was also a martial arts master, and the area was relatively narrow, not allowing him to move around, then it would be more troublesome. At that time, when he stormed into the Prime Minister's residence, he still remembered the time when Princess Taiping's female sumo wrestlers grabbed his ankle and pulled him off the horse. At that time, The female sumo servant did not want to hurt him, but the eyes of the four people in front of him were filled with killing intent. Knowing that today's banquet is a little strange, I should have brought that scabbard. Yang Fan raised his eyes, looking behind the four sumo wrestlers, and saw 8 people slowly walking over from behind. The bodies of these 8 people were not as sturdy as the sumo wrestlers, but they were more agile and nimble. The 8 of them approached like 8 wolves tiptoeing. And the most important thing was that they were all wearing large robes bulging under the robes, not knowing what kind of weapons they were carrying. Yang Fan smiled bitterly. Although I knew that today's banquet was strange, I only guessed that Duguyu's goal was not as simple as making friends. Who would have thought that this was a Hongmen banquet? Yang Fan turned his head to look, and sure enough, 20 steps behind Duguyu, there were also more than 10 people following. He was surrounded under the big wild goose pagoda, at the head of Furong Bridge. Yang Fan stared at Duguyu. The people following behind Duguyu were still more than 20 steps away from him. Yang Fan was thinking that if he flew up to meet them, would he be able to seize the opportunity to capture the leader of the thieves before those people arrived to help? But before he could move, he discovered that Duguyu might not be the leader of the thieves. Duguyu had originally come over with extremely fast steps, but when 4 burly men suddenly appeared behind Yang Fan, Duguyu's footsteps stopped for a moment, as if he was a little stunned. When another 8 people flashed out from the forest, obviously closing in on Yang Fan, he stopped and turned his head to look behind him. When he turned back again, his face was blank. If this trap was set up by him, of course, there was no need for him to put on a show at this time. Yang Fan's heart immediately moved. If it's not him, then who wants to deal with me? Duguyu quickened his pace, almost running towards Yang Fan. There were a few water birds in the lotus leaves, and even a few wild ducks. The small boat and the girl on the boat had been in the lotus leaves for so long, but they had not disturbed these water birds. Duguyu's rustling footsteps had scared them away. The water birds spread their wings, chirping as they flew away. Yang Fan could not help but sigh. This Duguyu does not know martial arts at all. I would rather Duguyu cover his head and run like a rat than let him run up and play the hero. He was surrounded by these people, and although his situation was not very good, but if he had a friend who did not know martial arts, it would be even more difficult for him to escape. Duguyu quickly ran over. Although he did not know martial arts, he was a robust youth. These few steps did not make him gasp for breath, but his breathing was still hurried. That was because of nervousness and anger. Erling, what's going on? Yang Fan spread out his hands. I only brought a belly here to eat and drink. I have no enemies in Chang'an. Could it be that they are here for you? Duguyu's answer was even more brilliant. In Chang'an, who would dare to seek revenge against me? After saying this, Duguyu puffed out his chest and walked up with a calm face. The Dugu family of Chang'an is hosting a banquet for distinguished guests. Who are you ignorant fools? Call your masters over to see me. If you do not give me, Duguyu, an explanation for today's matter, then I will have to give you one. Duguyu's words were said very confidently and very domineering, but it was a pity that after he said these words, those people seemed to have gone deaf. They did react. And their actions were, for sumo masters opened up a pair of large pincers like crabs, took a step sideways, and slightly lowered their shoulders, as if they were about to pounce. The 4 of them moved sideways, and had already blocked the bridgehead, so that not even a drop of water could leak out. Behind them, the 8 strong men in loose robes also took out weapons from under their clothes. When Yang Fan and Duguyu saw the weapons in their hands, their faces turned a little pale. They were holding crossbows, military crossbows. The iron arrows were already on the bowstrings, and their fingers were already on the hanging knives. Armed crossbows that could shoot 300 steps and pierce through 7 layers of walls. Even a flying bird would not be able to dodge them. Chapter 5, 75. Everything was ready except for the east wind. The east wind was between young Master Lu's small fan. Young Master Lu waved his small fan and excitedly walked out of Hibiscus Garden. Young Master Lu had gone to Hibiscus Garden to test the Kunlun's water slaving skills. He had never expected that Yang Fan would also come to Hibiscus Garden, and that his subordinates had chosen to make a move there. There were very few tourists in this season. If the process of making a move was seen by 1 or 2 tourists, they could just finish them off at once. The consequences wouldn't be serious. Wasn't this the best place to make a move? But young Master Lu's subordinates knew that young Master was here. So when the 2 men leading the horses followed Yang Fan and discovered that he was coming along River Chu and heading towards Hibiscus Garden, one of them quickly rode his horse around from outside the forest and hurriedly asked young Master Lu if there was a need to change the time so as not to affect young Master's mood. Young Master Lu had no interest in specifically going to see how his subordinates would execute an official of the court who was his older brother's enemy. But since the 2 sides had coincidentally come together, he didn't mind watching. So this matter didn't dampen his mood. His mood was still very high. Young Master Lu was beaming with joy and waved his small fan even more confidently. The fan was made with ivory as the bone and white silk as the base. It was made with embroidery techniques on both sides. The side that covered the chest was a magpie ascending a branch. The exposed side was a peacock spreading its tail. Peonies and plum blossoms interweaved and scattered. A peacock spreading its colorful tail looked very much like young Master Lu's smug face. Such big words. What explanation do you want to give me? Young Master Lu heard Duguyu's words and immediately followed up with a gloomy voice. Duguyu turned his head, and the 2 people's eyes met. They both froze at the same time. Duguyu said in surprise, "Lu Binji?" Young Master Lu also said in surprise, "Duguyu?" Duguyu saw that it was someone he recognized and immediately let out a sigh of relief. The other had already put out such a lineup. If it was someone he didn't know, he would really be afraid that the other would have no scruples. In a loud voice, Duguyu said, "Erlang is Dugu's friend. Today he is invited to Tsuchi for a banquet. Brother Lu, what is your intention by putting up such a show of force?" At this time, Lu Binji also came to his senses. He dared to kill an official of the imperial court, but he had to kill him without leaving a trace. Even if he couldn't make it look like he died by accident, he had to make sure that there was no evidence that could be used against him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Now that he had already mobilized his men and laid out a sure kill formation, no matter who saw it, there was no reason for them to stop. If he stopped now, would Yang Fan be willing to give up? Lu Binji had originally planned to settle this matter no matter who it was that had witnessed it, but he hadn't expected that the witness would be the Dugu family's lord. Lu Binji thought to himself, "This is such bad luck. Why did he have to be present? After the deed is done, it will take more effort to shut his mouth." With this in mind, Lu Binji's tone became more amiable. "Delang, I am sorry. I did not know that you were hosting a banquet today. Otherwise, I would have missed today. It's just that." Lu Binji closed his fan and pointed at Yang Fan, saying gloomily, "This person is your guest, but also my enemy. If Brother Dugu still considers me a friend, please step aside. It won't be too late for me to apologize to Brother Dugu after I end this person." Dugu was furious. "Lu Binji, you know that he is my guest, yet you still dare to make a move?" Lu Binji chuckled. "Brother Lu, I have already set up such a formation. It's hard to sheath a knife." His voice suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Do it! Who dares?" Duguyu opened his hand and blocked in front of Yang Fan, blocking the direction of the 8 men in loose robes. He shouted, "Lu Binji, don't go too far. This is Chong, and not your Lu manner." The corner of Lu Binji's mouth curled up slightly as he said coldly, I know you're the local bully here, but if I wasn't a strong dragon, how would I dare to cross this river of yours? Brother Dugu, you can't scare me. Dugu said, I can't scare you, but what about the imperial court? Erlang is an official of the court. Killing an official is equivalent to rebellion. How dare you act so recklessly in broad daylight? Lu Binji laughed. My men have already taken control of the outside, so no one else will come in. I wanted to kill everyone here, but I didn't expect you to be here as well. You and I are acquaintances, so I can't be so cruel as to kill you as well. Ha! Why haven't you pulled young Master Dugu away? Don't make things difficult for him. The two sumo masters moved, swinging their arms as they closed in on Dugu Yu. As their arms swayed, it was as if they were shaking a mountain. Before they even arrived, their imposing aura made it hard for others to breathe. Dugu Yu was infuriated and shouted, Surnamed Lu, you're too arrogant. Don't think that my Dugu family is afraid of your Lu clan. This is Guangzhou, not your Shandong. If you dare treat me like I'm nothing, we'll just part ways. Do you believe that I won't announce this matter to the world if you dare hurt my guest? Lu Binji wiped his eyes and said indifferently, I don't believe it. If you dare do that, you'll form a death grudge with my Lu family. Not to mention that he's only a guest. Even if he were your father, I believe that you wouldn't declare war on my Lu family if you had to pay the price of the entire family, because you're the head of the family. Dugu Yu's face turned ashen as if he had been exposed, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Lu Binji continued, If I wasn't certain of this, I would have long since given the order to kill you as well. Although it would be a bit troublesome, as long as my hands and feet are clean enough, what can your Dugu family do to me? Brother Dugu, I'm not going to hurt him. I'm going to kill him. Yang Fan had been standing there the entire time. He might not have had a chance to escape at first, but Dugu Yu had opened his arms like a mother hen protecting her chick to block the crossbow, so it wasn't as if he didn't have a chance at all. The crooked river was deep, and it was unknown how deep it was, but Yang Fan could swim in the ocean, so this was naturally not a problem for him. If Dugu Yu had opened his arms to protect him, and Yang Fan had jumped into the water to escape, with his swimming ability, those crossbow bolts might not have been able to hit him. But Yang Fan hadn't moved, and had been standing there listening to this person who wanted to kill him. Unfortunately, after listening for so long, other than knowing that this person's surname was Lu, his name was Lu Binji, and that he came from a large family in Shandong, he didn't know anything else. He couldn't help but speak. Yang Fan coughed and said, This young Master Lu, I've listened to you for a long time, but I still don't know what kind of enmity you and I have formed. You're a graceful gentleman. You can't just teach and punish, right? Shouldn't you let me die knowing? Lu Binji stared at Yang Fan for a moment, his eyebrows raised, and he smiled. You're in a desperate situation, but you still have such courage. It's admirable. I've always admired brave warriors, but unfortunately, I can't forgive you because of this. Today you must die. If you want to know the cause of death, it's easy. Lu Binji's expression became stern, and he said coldly, because you're my big brother's enemy. My big brother has painstakingly built Chang, and for many years, and now his great foundation has been destroyed. Tracing back to the source, it might not be without your fault. My big brother doesn't want to kill you, so as his younger brother, I naturally have to do it for him. Yang Fan's knife-like eyebrows slightly furrowed, and after a moment, they slowly relaxed, and his eyes revealed a look of relief. Young Master Jiang? Lu Binji said hatefully, That's right. Yang Fan nodded lightly and said to himself, So young Master Jiang's surname is Lu? Yes, the surname Lu originates from the surname Jiang, and if he wants to change his surname, the surname Jiang is naturally the best. Haha, so you're Fan Yang's Lu family? Lu Binji smiled proudly and didn't answer, as if he didn't care to answer. He closed his fan, raised his hand, and between his fingers was a pearl the size of a longan fruit, and said in a clear voice, "Before he dies, whoever can pick up this pearl will be heavily rewarded by this young master." Lu Binji bent his finger, and the pearl drew an arc in the air. When the sunlight reflected, it was suffused with colorful light, like a rainbow after the rain. One end of the rainbow seemed to be still tied to Lu Binji's hand, and the other end had already disappeared into the clear river. Several Kunlun slaves, standing behind Lu Binji, rushed into the river. Bang, bang. Several Kunlun slaves dived into the river one after another, and at the same time, the 4 sumo wrestlers that were slowly approaching suddenly increased their speed and fiercely pounced towards Yang Fan. They rushed past Duguyu, and the blue stone under their feet trembled like wooden planks. When the tall figures rushed past Duguyu, it was like 4 mad bulls rushing past a female deer. Duguyu trembled, and in the end, he didn't have the courage to stop them. He also had guards, but he didn't bring them with him. How could he know that when he went to the bridgehead to welcome the guests, he would be met with such a scene? Moreover, Lu Binji was well prepared, and even if he brought 2 guards, it would be of no use. Lu Binji's rudeness made him angry and hateful, but Lu Binji's threat also made him secretly cold. He was really afraid that Lu Binji would harden his heart and kill him. So when the 4 angry bears rushed past him, he didn't have enough courage to stop them. When the 4 sumo wrestlers rushed towards Yang Fan arched his body, and like a cheetah, he pounced towards Lu Binji. The bulls followed, and the cheetah in front, as if they were pouncing towards Lu Binji together. Yang Fan had waited until now to confirm the other party's identity. Now that the truth was out, he naturally had to capture the leader. Pa, 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 fists, palms, legs, and feet. In an instant, it was unknown how many moves had been exchanged. In just an instant, Yang Fan and the 2 guards in front of Lu Binji had already exchanged more than 10 moves. There were still 2 more guards standing beside Lu Binji, waiting for the next move. The 2 guards that rushed over were all skilled in martial arts, and when their fists and feet clashed with Yang Fan, a series of terrifying explosive sounds rang out. Yang Fan's hands and feet were somewhat numb. He was confident that he could take down these 2, but he needed time. Even if he took down these 2, there were still 2 more behind him. At this time, the 4 sumo wrestlers had already fallen, and like 2 waves, they fiercely smashed towards Yang Fan. If this fall landed, it was likely that they would directly snap Yang Fan's waist. When fighting with these 4 black bears, he could only use small martial arts. If he wanted to fight them head-on, they could use their weight to crush Yang Fan. However, the small bridge wasn't very wide, and there wasn't enough space for Yang Fan to twist and turn. Yang Fan's body shot out like a spirit ape, and he hooked onto the stone railing with one hand. His entire body whizzed out, and he hung above the river. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as his body emerged from the bridge, 2 crossbow bolts shot towards his suspended body. Chapter 576. Unless it was absolutely necessary, these crossbowmen didn't want to shoot Yang Fan. Once they shot him, they would be injured. If possible, it would be best to let him die a natural death. For example, drowning. Every year, many people drowned in the Chu River. Some drowned when boats capsized. Some drowned in the wild. Officials of the imperial court were also human, so why couldn't they drown? But since he had approached the young master, they would rather shoot him to death than allow him to pose a threat to the young master, even if it was just a possibility. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Fan didn't want to expose himself to the shooting range of their crossbows. He didn't even think about jumping into the air. Under the control of the 8 military crossbows, Anyone who tried to jump into the air would immediately become a dead bird, a stupid bird. So his body only spun outside the stone railing for a moment before suddenly turning back. He didn't expect that they would be able to seize this opportunity to attack. These people were true archery experts. Not only were they accurate, but they were also good at seizing opportunities. Yang Fan's figure spun outwards, and when he suddenly rolled back, 2 crossbow bolts brushed past his thighs. Yang Fan once again spun back to the bridge. Both his feet kicked the waist of a sumo wrestler, causing him to fall down and crash into the bridge, causing it to tremble. A few dark faces with curly hair appeared on the surface of the water. They were the Kunlun slaves who had dived into the water to search for the pearl. They took a deep breath, dived into the water again, and dived underwater. They were excellent swimmers. A whirlpool appeared on the surface of the water, following their bodies. Then it turned into a circle of ripples. There wasn't even a splash. Dugu stood there in a daze. He wanted to rush forward and stop them, but he didn't have the ability or the courage to do so. He couldn't turn a blind eye to this. Dugu was in great pain. He struggled in his heart and hated Lu Binji to death. Young Master Lu opened his fan again. A peacock spread its tail and fluttered in front of his chest. Clouds floated across the sky, casting a shadow. It was as if a big fish was swimming under the Chu River. From time to time, a curly-haired, dark-faced Kunlun slave would emerge from the surface of the river. After taking a deep breath, he would plunge back into the water. The 6 crossbowmen on the shore stared calmly at the fight on the bridge. The sharp arrowheads caught Yang Fan's figure among the moving figures. The other 2 crossbowmen took out 2 iron arrows from their backpacks and unhurriedly knocked them. The lethality of a crossbow was greater than that of a bow, but the speed at which an arrow was loaded was much slower. However, given the current situation, they were not in a hurry. Young Master Lu was still waving his fan. Yang Fan was entangled by the 4 sumo wrestlers and did not attack him again. The 2 bodyguards in front of him also retreated, and the 4 of them firmly protected him. In the distance, some people appeared along both sides of the Chu River and behind the forest on the opposite side. Occasionally, there would be pedestrians approaching, but they would immediately stop them and say something to persuade them to leave. There was only a small boat near the water. It was a narrow boat that looked like a willow leaf. It did not seem to be moving, but unknowingly it had already approached the long bridge. The sky moved, the earth moved, the scenery moved, and the people moved. Yang Fan's figure was as nimble as a ghost. He weaved in and out of the 4 sumo wrestlers that were as thick as bears, like a butterfly weaving through flowers. The 4 sumo wrestlers were all experts. As long as one of them was entangled, the other 3 would be able to pounce on him and choke him. At that time, he would not be able to use any of his skills, so Yang Fan did not dare to stop for even a moment. Yang Fan seemed to want to break through the encirclement of the 4 sumo wrestlers and pounce on Lu Binji. However, the 4 men weaved a large net that was equally tight in defense and offense. Yang Fan could not break through at all. Even if he could not break through, there were still 4 people by Lu Binji's side. How could he break through their defense? Therefore, Yang Fan gradually moved towards the side of the bridge. It looked like he wanted to find an opportunity to escape. His movement technique was very ingenious. From beginning to end, he was entangled with the 4 sumo wrestlers, using their bodies to block the crossbow bolts behind him. The 5 of them were in an intense fight, so the 4 sumo wrestlers naturally did not notice his intentions. However, Master Lu clearly saw through Yang Fan's intentions. Master Lu no longer waved his fan. He furrowed his brows, closed his fan, pointed it forward, and shouted, "Kill! I only want him to die." Following this shout, The two bodyguards in front of him pounced forward. The four sumo wrestlers used their ultimate moves. One pressed down from above, one rushed forward in a bear hug, and two rushed towards Yang Fan's thighs. The two sumo wrestlers behind Yang Fan were the two sumo wrestlers behind him. As they bent down, they exposed the upper half of Yang Fan's body. 8 men immediately pointed their crossbows at Yang Fan, their fingers on the hanging blades, ready to shoot arrows at any time. Yang Fan spun around, his knee slamming heavily into the face of the man who was trying to bear hug him. He punched out with both fists, raising fire to burn the heavens, aiming for the chest of the man who was pressing down on him. However, at this moment, he could not avoid the two people who were hugging his legs from behind him. However, no one expected him to use a feint at such a critical moment. The instant Yang Fan raised his fist, he suddenly pulled in his abdomen and bent his body, retracting the knee that was ramming into the face of the man who was pouncing forward. His feet stomped heavily on the ground, and he shot out diagonally, brushing against the railing at the head of the bridge and scurrying towards the river. When Yang Fan's body scurried towards the river at a strange angle, the two men who were pouncing towards his thighs closed their iron pincer-like hands with a loud bang, and they caught nothing but air. The man who was pressing down from the sky lost his target and crashed heavily to the ground. When the man who was trying to bear hug him saw Yang Fan's knee, he hastily retracted his two fan-like hands and used them to block in front of him. In that instant, Yang Fan was already on Lingyu River. Just like the cloud in the sky, he also cast a shadow on the surface of the water. He was like a fish that was much smaller than the cloud, and he swiftly swam across the water. Whoosh! One of the Kunlun slaves drilled out of the water. He had just taken a deep breath when Yang Fan tapped on the top of his head with one foot. The Kunlun slave let out a groan, and like a stake that had been rammed into the ground, he plunged straight into the water. Yang Fan used the momentum to leap another 5 feet towards the surface of the water in front of him. Northerners rarely knew how to swim, unless they were fishermen for a living. Or perhaps the youths in the northern countryside were naughty from a young age, and they often went into the water to play in the summer. They would practice swimming in rivers and lakes, but city people, especially the children of wealthy families, had no reason to practice swimming. Lu Binji knew that this Yang Fan was his big brother's enemy, but he didn't know where he came from. It wasn't that he couldn't find out, but that he didn't want to know. Therefore, Lu Binji didn't know that Yang Fan knew how to swim. When he stopped Yang Fan, he also didn't think that this person knew how to swim and could use the water to escape. And since Yang Fan was intercepted at the bridgehead, his performance all along definitely did not look like he knew how to swim. Even though he was now exposed to the attack range of the crossbow bolts, he did not dive head first into the water. Instead, with the help of the Kunlun slave, he strived to leap into the air. Everything proved that he didn't know how to swim. Therefore, when the 3 archers who had the best angle and were in front pointed their crossbows at Yang Fan, who was on the surface of the water, the person behind, who seemed to be the leader, suddenly had a flash in his eyes. He stepped forward and pushed the elbows of the 2 archers. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 archers pierced through the clouds. The 2 people turned back in shock, and the person behind said anxiously, "Isn't it better to let him die in the water?" They didn't know whether Yang Fan knew how to swim or not, and even if he did, what could he do? In the water, there were 9 Kunlun slaves that were the best at swimming. They were as agile as 9 black loaches in the water. Even if he knew how to swim, could he be better than these Kunlun slaves? Even if he was really good at swimming, he was still doomed to die in the water when it was 1 against 9. Lu Binji obviously also quickly thought of this point, and he couldn't help but smile. This time, Yang Fan really committed suicide. Even the most brilliant detective and expert would not be able to find any clues. Unfortunately, there was still an arrow shooting at Yang Fan. Lu Binji could only hope that Yang Fan was lucky and could avoid this arrow. Yang Fan stepped on the Kunlun slaves and jumped another 5 feet, but he still couldn't avoid falling into the water. But he had just jumped 4 feet when a sharp bamboo pole pierced through the air. This stab was very fast, and the sharp point of the pole was not inferior to a spear. If it had hit, it would have definitely pierced through his body. However, the pole was only 3 feet away from him. So how could it hurt him? This pole was not to hurt people, but to save people. Yang Fan, who was in the air, could even faintly hear a young girl's delicate voice. Save him! Yang Fan had his reasons for not wanting to enter the water unless it was absolutely necessary, but at this moment, he had no other choice. Originally, he was thinking of sinking into the water, but as soon as he saw someone pass him the punching pole, he hastily dispelled the idea. He stretched out his arm and grabbed the tip of the pole. The boat maiden holding the pole pulled back, and Yang Fan swept towards the bow of the boat. Even the most skilled archer would not be able to predict that Yang Fan would be able to change direction and sweep horizontally in the air. There was nowhere to borrow strength in the air, and this was impossible. So the arrow missed, and the sharp arrow whistled through the air, only a foot away from the bottom of Yang Fan's boots. Bang! With a soft sound, Yang Fan landed on the boat. The moment he touched the ground, the boat lady, who was over middle-aged but still beautiful, reached out to support him. Thus, the force of his landing was very light, only causing the boat to shake violently a few times. The girl in white sat on the other side of the boat, one hand holding the side of the boat, the other hand covering her mouth, and was coughing violently. The boat shook a few times and slowly stabilized, and the girl's coughing also became softer. Don't move. That's my sister. Seeing this scene, Duguyu, who had been standing on the bridge, suddenly came back to his senses and shouted. As he shouted, he rushed to the bridgehead, held the white marble railing, and said in a panic, "Ninku, what are you doing?" Lu Binji frowned and hurriedly waved his fan to stop his men's movement. In any case, Yang Fan wouldn't be able to escape. So, it would be better if the Dugu family didn't start a feud with them. He, Lu Binji, wasn't someone who didn't know the gravity of the situation. The reason why he had dared to kill Yang Fan was because such a shocking act wouldn't be traced back to the Lu family as long as it was done discreetly. Ningku, sister, Dugu, Ningku. Yang Fan had just heard this name from Princess Taiping yesterday, and he did not expect to see her today. This girl who stopped between the lotus canal like a gentle water lotus was actually Dugu Ningku. Chapter 577. Dugu Ningku's voice was not high when she shouted, "Save him, just now." At least after being used to the loud voices of Xuanqi, Gongsun Bufan, and Gongsun Lanji, Yang Fan felt that the girl's voice was crisp and soft, just like an oriole singing on a willow branch. But it seemed that Miss Ningku seldom used such a small cry, so she began to cough nonstop after the cry. When Yang Fan looked at her, her fair and clean face, which was like a freshly peeled egg, was flushed due to choking and coughing. Her palm-sized face was so thin that it was delicate. With her small hand covering her mouth, only the 2 flushes on her cheeks and her pair of clever eyes could be seen. The girl glanced at him, her eyes as deep as the blue sky in autumn, and then she gently lowered her eyes, cutting off her bright eyes. When she lowered her eyes, the tips of her eyebrows slightly curved. Her eyebrows were very thin, forming a faint and elegant arc. The boatwoman, holding the pole, walked past Yang Fan. The boat was very small and narrow. Yang Fan not only knew how to swim, but also knew how to steer a boat. So as soon as he landed on the boat, he stood in the most stable position. The boatwoman was obviously also a master of steering a boat. Judging from Yang Fan's standing posture, she knew that he was good at swimming. For a person who was good at swimming, the best way to escape was to jump into the water. Although it was not safe under the water, it was obviously much safer than on the shore. But he refused to try to jump into the water, which was a bit strange. So when the boatwoman walked past him, she glanced at him with a strange look. The boatwoman walked over and gently helped Miss Ning Ku up. Her face was slender, and her figure was even more slender. He didn't feel it when she was sitting, but when she stood up, Yang Fan only felt that her waist was so thin that he could hold it in one hand. Her white dress fluttered in the river wind, as if she was about to fly away with the wind. Duguyu rushed to the edge of the bridge. Seeing that the girl stood up and was not accidentally hurt, he was greatly relieved and said, "Ning Ku, you scared me to death. Why didn't you stay there? Why did you jump out?" Ning Ku said, "Eldest brother's way of doing things is inappropriate." A look of shame appeared on Duguyu's face as he lowered his head and said, "Yes, elder brother is incompetent, and he has ruined the Dugu family's reputation." Ning Ku shook her head gently. Yang Fan looked at her from behind. He could only see her shaking her slender neck elegantly, slowly, and firmly. Reputation is not important. Ning Ku held the barge's pole in the water like a lonely girl holding a bamboo pole. Reason is the most important. Brother Yang is a guest invited by elder brother. There's no such thing as treating a guest in this world. Her voice was a little hoarse. It seemed that she rarely spoke, so when she opened her mouth, occasionally, her pronunciation was a little jerky. Therefore, her words were always as simple as possible, but her soft voice revealed a sense of firmness, which did not weaken because of her weak voice. Duguyu hesitated and said, I don't want to, but I can't do anything." Ning Ku said, "It's your responsibility. Even if you can't bear it, you have to bear it." Big families paid special attention to rules and seniority. Ning Ku was the younger sister, but every word she said was lecturing her elder brother. Duguyu didn't know whether it was out of love or respect for her, but he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his sister's tone. He smiled bitterly and said, "Little sister, I'm worried about the Liu family. I'm related to the whole Dugu family. How can I rashly make a strong enemy?" Ning Ku chuckled and raised her eyebrows. She asked, "What is a family?" "The aunt who steers the boat, the manservant behind you, the bodyguard in front of young Master Liu. Everyone has an ancestor. Why don't they have a family? If only wealth is passed down, is it still a family?" This sentence was a little long, and then she coughed slightly as if she was a little tired. "Ha ha ha ha, well said." Liu Binji closed his fan and walked over to look her up and down. His eyes showed a little surprise when he saw Ning Ku's elegant and refined appearance. Then he regained his composure and said with a smile, "It's a pity that you're not a man. Otherwise, the Dugu family would have called you the head of the family." Liu Binji patted his palm with his fan and said leisurely, "However, I don't dare to agree with you. Reputation is indeed not important, and neither is reason. Only one thing is important, and that is strength. Let's not talk about the distant emperor. His wife usurped his husband's power, and his mother seized the throne. For the sake of the throne, he killed his son, his daughter, his in-laws, and his mother's family. What reason is there to talk about?" Liu Binji had already made up his mind to kill Yang Fan today. At the same time, he didn't worry that the Dugu family would be stupid enough to spread these words. So he said it without any scruples. Ning Ku said, "Justice is in the hearts of the people." Liu Binji said disdainfully, "The hearts of the people? What's the use of the hearts of the people?" Luo Binwen scolded her to his heart's content in a paper, but she is still a high and mighty empress. Those who were killed by her Some lost their husbands and some lost their sons. But didn't they still have to crawl at her feet and flatter her? Maybe thousands of years later, the later generations will praise her as a rare empress in the world, just because she is an unprecedented empress. If you can do what you can't, then you are a peerless hero. Who cares if what you do is benevolent, righteous, and reasonable? Without strength, you are full of reasons, and no one will help you. But with strength, you can decide everything. Ha ha, Lu Binji said without any scruples, and laughed even more unscrupulously. Ning Ku gently shook her head and said, I am not talking about your heart or his heart, but my heart, my own heart. Brother Yang is a guest of the Dugu family, and the Dugu family has the responsibility to protect his safety. If young Master Lu wants to kill him, then you have to kill all the people of the Dugu family first. Her voice had never been fast, nor was it loud, but it had always been very powerful. Her body was as weak as a daughter, but the spirit in her words was as vigorous as a pine tree on a towering rock. Lu Binji's eyes shrank, and he said in a cold voice, Are you threatening me? Even if I kill you, do you think that I killed the people of the Dugu family? Without solid evidence, do you think that the Dugu family is willing to go to war with my Lu family at all costs? What's the point of dying with him? Ningku quietly said, Nothing else. I just want peace of mind. Lu Binji's face began to change, and his eyes drifted like the clouds in the sky. Yang Fan stared at his palm, which was gradually tightening its grip on the fan, and the drifting light in his eyes gradually became fierce. Yang Fan immediately understood that Lu Binji had made a decision, and from his expression and reaction, the intervention of the Dugu family didn't make him stop, but instead forced him to stake everything on one throw. Yang Fan secretly took a breath and quietly moved an inch forward with the tip of his foot. His original plan had to be changed. The person was coming for him, and he couldn't let this innocent and weak woman get hurt. At this moment, Yang Fan suddenly saw two people, and his body that was about to explode suddenly stopped. Lu Binji said that his people had controlled the surroundings, and no one could break in and see what they shouldn't see. Yang Fan believed this sentence. Since Lu Binji had arranged killers to kill him, it was inevitable. Lu Binji was very rampant now, and dared to kill an official in broad daylight, but his biggest advantage was that no one would know that he did it, and no one would even know why Yang Fan died. If this matter was exposed, he couldn't bear it, and neither could any aristocratic family. When the tiger was not here, he could bare his fangs and brandish his claws, as if he was the tiger, and he was more like a tiger than a tiger. But once the real tiger showed its power, he couldn't bear a fierce tiger's claw. Therefore, no one could come in, no matter what the Lu family did. They couldn't let anyone in. But now, two people were walking over. Yang Fan was the first to see it, because what he was truly afraid of was not the 4 sumo wrestlers, nor the 4 bodyguards by young Master Lu's side. What he truly cared about were the 8 people with the crossbows, so no matter what he was listening to or looking at, he never relaxed his vigilance against those 8 people. The 2 people who suddenly appeared had walked out from the forest behind the 8 people. There was a winding path in the forest. 2 people walked slowly step by step from the path, one holding the other, walking even slower than Miss Ningku's talking. The person being supported was a white-haired old man wearing a black gauze crown that was not commonly seen. He was wearing a loose robe with big sleeves, and it was unknown how many times the sleeves had been folded. It was estimated that it was enough to make another set of clothes. He was wearing a black Buddhist robe as thin as a cicada's wing and a pair of wooden clogs with high teeth on his feet. The old man was no longer young, but his spirit was still very hale and hearty. It seemed that his body was quite sturdy, his slender neck was held high, and his back was also ramrod straight. The high-toothed wooden clogs were not very easy to move, and had to be step by step. So when he walked, He looked like a white-headed, long-legged crane. It was no wonder that he could not walk fast. The person supporting him was over middle-aged, ordinary-looking, and wearing a blue robe. He held the old man with his hands, and his face was full of smiles. But no one paid attention to him, because no one was used to looking at a servant. People would only look at his master, except for Yang Fan. Yang Fan glanced at him, and felt that he was a little familiar. After a closer look, he immediately remembered that this person was Lin Zixiong, the Lin Zixiong that he had met in the Miao family's village in the Barbarian province. When Yang Fan saw them, Miss Ning Ku also saw them. Ning Ku was surprised at first, and then overjoyed. Duguyu and Lu Binji saw the change of her expression, and they immediately turned their heads to look. Then they were stunned, and then Duguyu was overjoyed, and Lu Binji's face changed. The white-headed, crane-like old man continued to walk forward. The 8 green-robed men with crossbows also noticed the commotion and turned around. Lu Binji, whose face had changed color, suddenly shouted, "All of you, stop! Move to the side." The 8 crossbowmen suddenly separated to the left and right. The white-haired old man's pace was neither fast nor slow, and he still walked with very elegant immortal crane steps, swaying step by step. The 4 sumo masters also subconsciously retreated to the left and right and stood next to the bridge railing, making way for him. The old man walked to Duguyu's side and stopped. His face was clear, and his skin was covered with fine wrinkles, but he obviously took good care of himself, and his skin was still white and lustrous. The old man's eyes swept over Duguyu and Lu Binji's faces, and the two immediately bowed deeply and called, "Great-grandfather!" The old man's eyes didn't linger on them, but directly fell on Dugu Ning Ku. As soon as he saw Dugu Ning Ku, the old man's wrinkled face suddenly smiled like a blooming autumn chrysanthemum, and immediately showed her a treasure excitedly. "Ning Ku girl, this old man just found a good treasure 2 days ago. Guess what it is?" The old man's eyes were probably blurred, and he didn't see the dense killing intent here, and only cared about showing off his good treasure to his fellow collectors. Chapter 578. When Dugu Ninka saw the old man, she immediately felt relieved. She didn't know why the old man suddenly appeared here, but since he was here, nothing would happen. Everything would be fine, and everything would be fine. At this moment, Lu Binji was as obedient as a kitten that was still drinking milk. Dugu Ning Ku saluted to the old man cheerfully and said in a sweet and naive voice, "Ning Ku pays respect to old great-grandfather Li. What kind of treasure did you get?" "Ha! It took me a lot of effort to find that treasure. You will like it when you see it. I'll keep you in suspense and not tell you. You'll be shocked when you see it," the old man said happily and turned his head to ask, "Which one of you is hosting the banquet today?" Duguyu stepped forward and answered, "Old grandfather. I am hosting the banquet to entertain the guests." The old man laughed and said, "Well, I will invite you to drink a cup of wine." After saying that, the old man said to Ning Ku, "Girl, come and sit with me." Speaking of this, he took a look at Yang Fan and said with a smile, "You must be Ning Ku's friend, right? Let's go together." After saying that, the old man raised his head and strode forward like a crane. His pair of wooden clogs clattered as he walked over to Lu Binji's side. Without stopping, he said, "And you?" Duguyu turned his head to look at Ning Ku and then at Yang Fan. Ning Ku nodded to him knowingly, and Duguyu followed the old man. At this time, he was completely relieved. With the old man here, unless Lu Binji was crazy, he wouldn't dare to use force again. So this matter was solved. Difficult. Dugu Ninka turned to look at Yang Fan and said softly with a little joy on his face, "The Dugu family is very sorry for mistreating our distinguished guest. Brother Yang, please don't take it to heart. Brother Yang might as well go to the hibiscus garden with us." As long as old grandfather Li is here, he can guarantee your safety. On the bridge, Lu Binji said angrily, "Why is old grandfather Li here? Who brought him here?" Of course, no one answered this question. Lu Binji thought for a moment, then waved his hand to summon a guard. He lowered his voice and said, "You go, quickly return to the residence." Lu Binji's voice gradually became softer and softer until it could no longer be heard. The imperial bodyguard nodded his head heavily and flew away. 8 men armed with crossbows rushed in front of Lu Binji. Lu Binji winked at them. Then with a gloomy face he chased after the old man. The 8 crossbowmen immediately spread out and stared at Yang Fan. It seemed that if he dared to escape, these people would not hesitate to shoot him. The old man's arrival might have temporarily eased the situation, but how could this matter be resolved without a conclusion? Dugu Ning's boat parted the lotuses and swayed leisurely to the shore. When the boat reached the shore, Yang Fan was still standing firmly on the boat. Miss Ning Ku was not good at swimming, so she had already sat down when the boat was moving. When they reached the shore, the boatwoman went ashore first, tied the boat, and then came to help Ning Ku. Only then did Ning Ku step ashore. Yang Fan's feet were firmly fixed on the boat until Miss Ning Ku stood firmly on the shore. Then he stepped forward and followed Miss Ning Ku to the hibiscus garden. Seeing this, the 8 crossbowmen relaxed their vigilance and followed behind them as if they were escorting criminals. A Kunlun slave, who was fishing for pearls, emerged from the water. He raised a pearl in his hand and shouted loudly. After shouting several times, he felt that something was strange. Treading on the water, he stood in the middle of the river, momentarily not knowing what to do. Miss Ning Ku said to Yang Fan, "My brother is in charge of the family at a young age. There are some elders in the family who are not convinced by him and often find fault with him. My brother is careful in everything and cares about everything. Over time, he has become overcautious and indecisive. That's why I didn't try my best to protect him just now. Brother Yang, please don't blame me." This speech was a little long. Although Miss Ning Ku spoke softly and slowly, but because she was walking and talking at the same time, she still felt a little out of breath and couldn't help coughing. Yang Fan frowned slightly and said, "Miss Ning Ku doesn't seem to be in good health." Ning Ku smiled and said lightly, "I'm used to the illness I brought from the womb." "It's nothing," Yang Fan said. Just now, Brother Dugu stood up for this Yang. This Yang saw it with his own eyes. In that situation, it's hard for Brother Dugu to do anything for me. Do you really want him to die with me? I'd rather he live. Then there will be someone to burn incense and candles for me on the day of my death, and someone to take care of my family. Ning Ku said in a low voice, "Thank you for your understanding, Brother Yang." Yang Fan laughed heartily and said, "You're welcome. Brother Duga's behavior just now is also human nature. I don't blame you, but Miss Ning Ku, you are not inferior to men. I have a whole new level of respect for you," Yang Fan said with a smile and turned his head, only to find that she was 2 steps behind him. Although he didn't walk fast, Miss Ning Ku still couldn't catch up with him. In order to catch up with his footsteps, Ning Ku's face was flushed, but she was still trying hard to bear it. Seeing this, Yang Fan hurriedly slowed down. Ning Ku felt his thoughtfulness and gave him a gentle smile. Yang Fan said in his heart, "I've only heard that Miss Ning Ku is frail before. Today I've seen Miss Ning Ku's delicate and timid body." This was a very strange banquet. Sitting at the host's seat was an inexplicable old man. The old man occupied the host's seat as if he was very familiar with him, and the host was pushed to one side. Lin Zixiong and Yang Fan were old acquaintances, but they didn't have time to talk. Lin Zixiong stood behind the old man with his hands down and only nodded to Yang Fan. It seemed that unless the old man introduced himself, Lin Zixiong would never introduce him. Miss Ning shouldn't have been at the banquet. The reason why she came to the lake today was not only to relax, but also to see Yang Fan. But now, not only was she at the banquet, but she was also pulled to sit at the second seat by the old man. But Ning Ke's treatment was even better than the old man's. There was a back behind her seat, and there was a soft cushion on the back. Duguyu and Yang Fan sat side by side. Because there was an elder, it was inconvenient for them to talk. Moreover, his momentary weakness on the bridge made this young master of the Dugu clan unable to raise his head in front of Yang Fan. He was also too embarrassed to talk to him. Lu Binji sat opposite to Yang Fan and was like a ferocious wolf dog that was itching to fight. But old man, Li was sitting above, so Lu Binji didn't dare to act rashly. Yang Fan was absent-mindedly guessing everyone's identity and background. Lin Zixiong was sent by the hidden sect to contact him, and the hidden sect's backer was the 7 sects and 5 families. At this moment, he was standing behind old man Li like a docile dog. Even the arrogant young master Lu didn't dare to act rashly in front of this old man Li. Then, he must be an important figure in the 7 sects and 5 families. It was just that he didn't know if he was Longxi Li or Zhao Jun Li. Lu Binji's identity had been clarified through his previous conversation with Duguyu. Lu Binji came from the Lu clan of Fanyang, and now even young Master Zhang's true identity was confirmed. This was a great thing for Yang Fan. He wanted to deal with young Master Zhang. Knowing young Master Zhang's true identity was equivalent to grasping one more trump card. Yang Fan found it strange that no matter if it was the Li clan or the Lu clan, they were all prestigious clans in Shandong, but the Dugu clan was a noble clan in Guanlong. Could it be that these 2 opposing factions had formed an alliance under the suppression of the Empress? If an old man was energetic and cheerful, most of them would turn into an old child. This old man, Li, was no exception. Among everyone present, he was the oldest, but his temperament was the most childlike. Just now on the bridge, he said that he would keep Ning Ke guessing, and that he would show Ning Ke what treasures he had found when they arrived at his mansion. However, after sitting down for a while, he restrained himself. It was not easy for him to meet this old friend. How could he wait to go home? As soon as he sat down, he proudly asked Ning Ke to guess what he had got. Ning Ke guessed wrong several times. The old man was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. He couldn't help but announce the answer himself. The zither of Qi Hung is called Haozhong. The zither of Chu Zhuang is called Lingering Beam. The zither of Sima is called Green Damask. And the zither of Kai Yong is called Jiawei. They are all famous instruments in the world. Ning Ke, guess which one I got? Ning Ke was tired of sitting and was leaning on the cushion. Hearing this, she was delighted and sat up straight. She said happily, "Grandpa, you got a zither? Green Damask or Jiawei?" Haozhong and Lingering Beam were famous zither from the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period. It was too long ago, so it was unlikely that old man Li got them. So it could only be Green Damask and Jiawei. The old man stroked his beard and said happily, "It's Green Damask. Ha! This zither now belongs to this old man." Really? Ning Ke's eyes lit up immediately. Sima Xiangru's Green Damask? The one that played A Phoenix Seeking for a Phoenix. I want to see it. The old man said complacently, "You can see it if you want, but you can't ask me for it." "Ha! When I'm done playing with it, well, on your birthday next year, I'll give it to you as a birthday gift." Ning Ke said with a smile, "It's a deal." Hey, the old man couldn't possibly lie to him. On your birthday next year, this Green Damask will be yours. Ha! Have a drink with me first. As soon as the old man raised his cup, Duguyu and Lu Binji immediately raised theirs. But Yang Fan didn't support them. He put his hands on the table and looked at them coldly. When the old man looked at him, Yang Fan said seriously, "Senior, it's Brother Dugu who invited me to the banquet today. It's okay for you to steal the host's place. I can see that you're a distinguished guest." Shocked, Duguyu quietly tugged at his clothes from the side. Yang Fan ignored him and said seriously, "I don't know why you're here, but I believe you're aware that Lu Binji gathered a group of people to assassinate me. Now that senior has pulled us together to chat and drink wine together, do you think this matter can be left unsettled? It's about my life and the law of the country. Old man, you don't have that much influence. Even this scene can't suppress me." Chapter 579. Yang Fan sneered and said, "In senior's mind, perhaps what we did is like a child's play, and it's not even as practical as a guqin. But in my mind, even if all the famous weapons in the world are piled up together, they are not as important as my own life." Yang Fan pointed at Lu Binji and said sternly, "I believe that senior can also see that Lu Binji has not given up on killing me. And I can't give up just like that. Killing an official is equivalent to rebellion, and the consequences are serious. I advise senior to pretend that you don't know anything about this matter and leave. If senior is willing to bear the responsibility, then you have to give me a clear explanation." Hearing this, a strange light flashed in old Grandpa Li's old eyes, and Miss Ningku also couldn't help looking at Yang Fan with a strange light in her eyes. When old Grandpa Li came, he really didn't know what was going on here, but how could he not know now? He and Miss Ningku echoed each other in talking about antiques and famous weapons, but in the end, they just wanted to ease the atmosphere and then solve this matter slowly. After all, no matter how rampant the Lu boy was, the Lu family and many aristocratic families were in the same boat, and behind Yang Fan stood the imperial court, so he was not a pushover. Unless they let go and let Yang Fan die, it would take a lot of effort to solve this matter properly. But they didn't expect that Yang Fan didn't care about the power they showed. He was obviously at a disadvantage, and even like a prisoner waiting to be executed, but he still dared to be aggressive and take the initiative to point out this matter. Lu Binji's face turned fierce, and he sneered, "For the sake of old Grandpa Li, I wanted to let you live a little longer, but I didn't expect you to be so impatient. If you don't spare me, do you think I will spare you? You can enter Hibiscus Garden today, but you can't leave." Lu Binji slammed his wine cup heavily on the table. The 4 sumo wrestlers and 8 samurai, with concealed crossbows, immediately took a step forward. Only his 4 personal bodyguards remained motionless. Duguyu also had guards under him. Seeing this, the 8 armed guards immediately held their sword springs in their hands and took a step forward, giving tit for tat. Just a moment ago, they were still talking and laughing and in a harmonious atmosphere, but in a moment they were at daggers drawn and murderous. "What are you doing? Are you looking down on this old man?" Great-grandfather Li coldly rebuked and stopped both sides from making a move. He then put down his wine cup and looked at Yang Fan. He sighed and said, "Alas, this old man originally wanted to feign ignorance, but you, this young man, are not willing to forgive me." Yang Fan didn't say anything, only staring at him coldly. Old Master Li pondered for a moment and said while stroking his beard, "I am also in a difficult position regarding this matter. How about this? This old man will have the Lu family's son apologize to you solemnly and compensate you with a generous gift. He will swear that he will never make things difficult for you again. How about it?" Before Yang Fan could say anything, Lu Binji's expression changed drastically. "Great-grandfather, you can't do that. Grandson respects great-grandfather, but grandson does not dare to agree to this matter." Great-grandfather Li's face darkened as he scolded. Why can't you agree? Do you want to kill an official and rebel? If killing people could solve the problem, would it be your turn to do it? You're 100 times worse than your eldest brother. What a good-for-nothing. You dare to disobey this old man's words. Lu Binji's face turned red, but he gritted his teeth and said, Great-grandfather can say whatever you want, but grandson will not agree to this matter. This matter is between my Lu family and that surnamed Yang. Old Master Li, please don't meddle in this matter. The old man was furious. He glared at him and said, So what if I meddle in this matter? This time, before Lu Binji could say anything, Yang Fan rushed to answer. Junior appreciates old master's good intentions. But regarding this matter, Junior also thinks that it is better for Senior to stay out of it. Great-grandfather Li restrained his anger and said indifferently, It is a good thing for a young man to have courage and insight, but sometimes you cannot be too arrogant. Although you are an official, the Lu family is a colossus that you cannot afford to provoke. Old Grandpa Li said, It's not just you. For so many years from Emperor Taizong to Emperor Gaozong, and now the Divine Empress, we, the aristocratic families, have always secretly opposed them. And there have also been times when we openly oppose them. But aren't we still fine? We don't want to rebel, and the Emperor knows that we won't rebel. The Emperor wants to suppress us, but he can't leave us. We are the same. We can't let the Emperor suppress us, but we can't leave him either. Ha ha! In this big world, love and hate, friend and foe, it is impossible to distinguish. Take a step back, and the world will be wide open. Yang Fan said with a smile. Junior also wants to take a step back, and the world will be wide open. But now that Junior wants to retreat, I will fall into the lake. Great-grandfather's great principles have nothing to do with Junior. Junior's way of doing things is very simple, and my thinking is also simple. Whoever wants me dead, I will kill that person. This Junior only wants peace. Great-grandfather Li's white eyebrows rose. This old man will make him swear in the name of the Lu family's ancestors. No matter how naughty and mischievous this kid is, he will not dare to go back on his word. What do you think? Old geezer, you are quite generous. For an outsider, you want my grandson to swear in the name of my Lu family's ancestors. You can't make the decision for my Lu family. This old man will not agree to this. Following a very domineering voice, a carriage was directly carried into the building. 4 blue-robed men were carrying a brocade carriage. An old man sat on the carriage. His robes were similar to great-grandfather Li's, simple and unadorned. The old man's frame was quite large, so even though he was old, he still appeared mighty. Looking at his age, this old man was not inferior to great-grandfather Li. However, his eyebrows, hair, and beard were still partially black. The black was like a silver frost, making him appear even more stern. Great-grandfather Li was a bit surprised to see this person. Why are you here? This rash matter couldn't have been ordered by you, right? Great-grandfather Li glanced at Lu Binji and suddenly realized that this kid had called for reinforcements. The 4 blue-robed men carried the carriage as if they were flying. When they arrived at the hall, their foreheads were already covered in sweat, and they were short of breath. However, the 4 of them still carried the carriage steadily, bowed, and gently put it down. Lu Binji was overjoyed and quickly stood up to greet them. Great-grandfather, you are here. Dugu Yu had already stood up at this time. He bowed to the old man and said respectfully, Great-grandfather Lu. Ningku was delicate, supported by the boatwoman-like attendant. She stood up like a weak willow facing the wind. She bowed to the old man, but did not say a word. Although this girl was delicate, her temperament was a bit stronger than her brother's. Today, Lu Binji not only wanted to kill the Dugu family's guests, but also wanted to kill the siblings to silence them. The girl did not say it out loud, but in her heart, she had already regarded the Lu family as her enemy. She was already giving him face by bowing to him. So why would she call him anything else? Everyone in the hall stood up and bowed, except for two people. One was great-grandfather Li, who was sitting at the head of the table, and the other was Yang Fan. The old man got off the carriage and glanced at Yang Fan. Yang Fan was sitting arrogantly on the table and did not even look at him. The old man laughed and said, "How arrogant! You do have some of the demeanor of our Lu family. Binji, you should learn from others. Don't bow and scrape and be timid all the time. You're losing face for our Lu family." Lu Binji's face was full of smiles, and he repeatedly agreed. Great-grandfather Li's face turned a bit dark. Wasn't this obviously teaching his grandson a lesson, but actually slapping his face? Great-grandfather Li's face darkened, and he said, "Lu Zhongjia, do you think your grandson's outrageous behavior is appropriate?" Directly calling someone by their name was a sign of anger. Great-grandfather Lu's temperament had always been unruly. Otherwise, how could he have taught the arrogant and eccentric young Master Jiang and the domineering Lu Binji? He knew that great-grandfather Li was angry, but he did not give in. He said, "Young people will inevitably make mistakes. When you and I were young, weren't we all so frivolous? When a child does something wrong, as an elder, you should give him some pointers and help him out. You shouldn't be siding with an outsider and side with an outsider. If you do that, are you worthy of your child calling you great-grandfather?" Lu Zhongjia glanced at Yang Fan and said, "A mere Ministry of Justice official is worth it for you to give up the friendship between the Lu and Li family for generations? I have already heard about Binji's matter. He has already done something wrong. What should we do? Should we let him go, kill him, and throw him to the bottom of the lake? If he is alive, we won't see him, and if he is dead, we won't see his corpse. Won't that solve everything?" Li Mubai said in a low voice, "This person cannot be killed." Lu Zhongjia raised his thick and white eyebrows and said in a low voice, "Why?" Li Mubai said, "This child is not purely a member of the official family. It is all because of this child that the Southern Command's turbulent times have gathered. He has contributed greatly to us. He is one of us." "It's him?" Lu Zhongjia revealed a look of understanding. He looked up and down at Yang Fan. Suddenly, he curled his lips and said harshly, "What ability does he have? He is just a pawn of ours, doing things under our control." Thinking of the fact that his most valued grandson was defeated by Shenmu and that there were many key reasons behind it, Lu Zhongjia hated Yang Fan even more. He turned to Li Mubai and said solemnly, "Old Li, no matter what, this person has already gone against my grandson. He must die." Li Mubai slowly stood up and said in a low voice, "This old man values this person greatly." Lu Zhongjia said, "Is it worth it for you to fall out with me for an outsider?" Ningku was afraid that Li Mubai would be persuaded by old Master Lu. She called out nervously, "Old Master!" Ningku called out, but in her heart, she also knew that these elders of aristocratic families have spent their entire lives for the family and power. No matter how kind they usually appear, they are very cold-blooded people in their bones. Everything is for their own benefit. If necessary, they can even give up their own kinship. Now that Lu Zhongjia's words were so serious, would Li Mubai fall out with the Lu family for Yang Fan? Ningku herself did not believe it, so her face was already pale. She called out Old Master Li, but her big eyes that could speak were constantly winking at Yang Fan, hinting him to quickly escape. Although it is not easy to escape, but Old Master Lu is standing in the hall. Can't you think of taking him hostage? However, Ning Ku kept winking at Yang Fan, but he still sat there steadily. He clearly saw her eyes, but did not know whether it was because he could not react or because he still had hope for old master Li. Ning Ku was anxious, and her forehead was dripping with sweat. But she could not shout. Once she shouted, it would be ineffective. Lu Zhongjia stared at Li Mubai and slowly said, "My grandson was wrong, so he has to make the best of it. Once this person dies, everything will be over. This old man will owe you a favor. How about it?" Yang Fan snorted and laughed. He slowly stood up and said with a smile, "What I hate the most in my life is those who regard other people's lives as worthless, arrogant, and pretentious idiots. Usually I feel nauseous when I see one, but today I actually see a whole family. Is it because I did not look at the almanac when I went out today?" Du Guyu did not hold him back. Yang Fan had already stepped over from the table full of food and wine. "Your arrogant and ignorant grandson wants to kill me. You, this violent and unreasonable old bastard, discussed with others to kill me. From beginning to end, have you ever thought about asking if I agree or not?" Yang Fan suddenly swung his hand, and something flew out of his sleeve. It passed through the window and flew above Chu River. With a bang, it exploded like a cluster of golden chrysanthemums blooming in the air. Chapter 580. There was a thunderclap on the river, and a burst of fireworks followed. Even though it was daytime, it was still as beautiful as a flower. Immediately after, countless flags were raised behind the trees on the outskirts of the river, and battle cries shook the sky. In Hibiscus Garden, this building was the tallest. It was 3 stories high, and they were standing on the highest floor looking down at their surroundings. The people in Hibiscus Garden were startled and looked around, but they could only hear the battle cries and couldn't see anyone. But they could clearly see from upstairs that many soldiers and horses had suddenly appeared outside the forest. They were the imperial court's officers and soldiers. Banners fluttered in the wind, swords and spears flashed in the air. One by one, the cavalrymen rode to and fro, surrounding the entire Hibiscus Garden. Amidst the dust and smoke, dozens of elite cavalrymen galloped towards the Hibiscus Garden from the north and south entrances. Who could stop these cavalrymen? When the scions of the aristocratic families who were scattered around the perimeter saw the soldiers charging towards them, they hesitated and didn't dare to step forward to stop them because they didn't have any intention of rebelling. In addition, their short weapons couldn't block the long spears and halberds of the cavalrymen, so they were immediately scattered. The people upstairs turned pale with fright. What Yang Fan threw out was a firecracker. Firecrackers were also known as fireworks in later generations. They were invented by Li Ji from Luoyang. He was born in the 4th year of Wuda in the Tang Dynasty and was later revered as the founder of firecrackers. At present, firecrackers were only popular in the Hunan and Chu regions, but they were also sold in the 2 capitals and Dafu. Yang Fan now had a bunch of firecrackers that were bought by Ma Qiao. Ma Qiao accidentally lit firecrackers on the Ding Ding Street in Luoyang, causing a fire during the Shangyuan festival. This incident was still fresh in his memory. When he was strolling in Chang and Xian City, he accidentally saw these firecrackers and bought 2 bundles, thinking that children liked excitement. He completely forgot that even if his child was born, how could a child who was less than 1 year old like this kind of loud and shocking thing? When Yang Fan learned that Princess Taiping had just attended Duguninka's banquet, and that he was invited by Du Guyu, he had some doubts in his heart, so he made some preparations. He had tested this kind of thing in the Gongsun mansion, and it was inevitable that 1 out of 10 would fail. He was worried that it would fail this time, so he hid another one in his right sleeve. Seeing this one explode loudly, he was immediately relieved. The horses were whistling, the men were shouting. The distance of several dozen zhang was covered in a flash by a fast horse. In an instant, the Furong Tower was surrounded by a group of officers and soldiers. People were shouting and horses neighing, iron hooves were trampling on the ground, long spears were leaping in the air, the momentum was terrifying. The corner of Yang Fan's mouth curved with a hint of disdain. He looked at the pale-faced Lu Zhongjia, then at the bewildered Lu Binji, and said with a cold smile, "Look at you, grandfather and grandson. You two act so majestic, as if the life and death of everyone in the world is in your hands. You don't care about the emperor. You don't care about the common people. When have you ever cared about anyone else? Millennium family?" The great aristocratic families that had been passed down for thousands of years were only there because they had a deep foundation and a long history. It didn't mean that they could be the ancestors of the world. You, Yang Fan poked Lu Zhongjia's nose with a finger. You are high up above, with no one in your eyes, looking at the common people like ants. Do you really think that you can control the whole world? My army is just downstairs. Your private soldiers are highly skilled in martial arts, and their weapons are exquisite. Do you have the guts to fight against the elite soldiers on the battlefield? How would Lu Zhongjia dare? As long as he fought, he would immediately become a traitor. Moreover, with the martial arts of the pugilistic world, he might not be a match for the killing formation of the soldiers. You can, or you can. Yang Fan's finger poked from Lu Zhongjia's nose to Lu Binji, then swept his gaze over the panicking guards under him, and commented with disdain, "Ignorant arrogance." Li Mubai could no longer care about his ancient Han and Jin style, and asked anxiously, "Yang Langzhong, what do you want?" Yang Fan said in a clear voice, "Killing an official is equivalent to rebelling." The lad of the Lu family gathered people and hid soldiers, intending to kill an official of the imperial court. This is a crime punishable by death. Crossbows and bows are weapons prohibited by the common people. Hiding them is equivalent to rebelling. Not only are these people hiding crossbows, they are not privately made crossbows, but military crossbows. Where did the military crossbows come from? For commoners to hide military crossbows. If not for rebelling, then for what? This is another crime punishable by death. Yang Fan turned to Great Elder Li and said word by word, "This Yang does not want to do anything. Since I am enforcing the law for the country, I will naturally act according to the law. Those who have committed 2 crimes punishable by death naturally deserve to die." When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Lu Zhongjia shouted angrily, "Yang Fan, you are too arrogant. You dare to oppose the Lu family?" Yang Fan slowly turned around, his eyebrows slightly raised, and he sneered. "Who said that I want to oppose the Lu family? Great Elder Lu, when this case spreads to the world, even you, perhaps the person with the highest seniority in the Lu family, will definitely be abandoned by the family. Do you believe me?" Yang Fan slowly took 2 steps forward, facing Lu Zhongjia, his figure like a mountain. Great Elder Lu, who had been insufferably arrogant just now, was trembling with a hunched body. Yang Fan slowly said, "Because if they do not abandon you, your entire family will fall into eternal damnation." That's right, the emperor cannot be enemies with all the aristocratic families, but to eradicate a family is as easy as turning one's hand. Also, I can guarantee that if the emperor has a sufficient reason, an excuse that can shut everyone's mouths, she will definitely cherish this rare opportunity. The Lu family will no longer exist. Lu Zhongjia's body trembled, and his lips moved twice. Suddenly, he roared somewhat crazily, "You cannot do this. Don't forget, you have a relationship with our aristocratic families. If my Lu family suffers a calamity, don't even think about having a good ending." Yang Fan lightly patted the old man's shoulder, causing the old man's body to tremble. Yang Fan said with a smile that was not a smile. Great Elder Lu, you really have gone senile. Just now, I was still an outsider, and I was even threatened by you two grandfather and grandson. How did it become in the blink of an eye that I have a close relationship with you? Lu Zhongjia involuntarily took 2 steps back. Yang Fan bent down slightly and stared into Lu Zhongjia's eyes. Pointing at the tip of his nose, he asked, "Do you believe that I am one of your people? Do you know how many grand families, powerful ministers, and even members of the royal family, Lai Junchen, Zhou Xing, and Qiu Shenji, when they were in power, did they punish them? If you believe that you can bite back at the emperor, do you think they can still enjoy such glory for so long?" Yang Fan smiled and nodded lightly. "That's right. You have evidence. Even if there is no material evidence, there are witnesses." However, Yang Fan's eyes slowly narrowed. His gaze was like 2 sharp knives that pierced out of his eyes. "Do you really have evidence? Who do you think will stand up to testify for you? Boling Cui, Qinghe Cui, Longxi Li, Zhao Jun Li, Xingyang Zheng, or Taiyuan Wang? Do you think they are afraid that the emperor doesn't know that the noble families are working together to do something under her nose?" Ha 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 ha! Yang Fan burst into laughter. His laughter was as unbridled as Lu Binji's laughter just now. But he had the right to laugh because the person who could decide the life and death of a person with a word was him. As long as he wanted, he could destroy a 1,000-year-old noble family right now. Evidence? Where would he have any evidence? If the Lu family dared to bite the other noble families, they would immediately be abandoned by all the noble families. Even if he had evidence, it would not exist. Even if he really did have evidence, the emperor and the noble families who were not willing to escalate the conflict to the point of death would tacitly ignore it together and destroy it. At that time, not only would the emperor want to kill off the Lu family, but the other noble families would also kick them when they were down and make it so that the Lu family would never be able to reincarnate. The emperor could not kill the Lu family, and a change of dynasty could not destroy the Lu family. But if the other noble families all viewed the Lu family as an enemy, then the Lu family would really be uprooted. Lu Zhongjia had always understood this. He just wanted to scare Yang Fan. But this youth really did not seem to care about the Lu family, a large noble family that could easily crush people into powder, in his eyes. Lu Zhongjia's face was pale. He took another 3 steps back, his back completely bent. His pleading gaze could only look toward Li Mubai. Li Mubai sighed inwardly. "If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the beginning?" Thinking about it again, what did he say in the past? Today, the change from arrogance to deference, all kinds of sudden changes. It was just today, the change in an instant. Li Mubai could only give a bitter laugh. Kicking off his wooden clogs, he walked in front of Yang Fan and said in a low voice, "Little husband, where it is possible to let people off, one should forgive them. What I said earlier definitely counts now. If you take a step back, the world will be clear. Why fight until both sides are injured?" With old great-grandfather Li's age, identity, reputation, and status, even if he went to court to see the emperor, he did not need to pay his respects. The emperor would even have to bestow him a seat. But now his words to Yang Fan were almost begging in a low voice, but Yang Fan remained unmoved. Yang Fan turned and walked back to his seat. Sitting down cross-legged, he looked at his nose and calmly said, "Junior will say the same thing as before. I want an explanation." When he heard old great-grandfather Li say those words in a low voice, Duguyu almost wanted to nod on behalf of Yang Fan. Now that he heard him say this, Duguyu was extremely anxious. Just as he was about to open his mouth to persuade him, he suddenly saw his little sister being supported by the boat maiden and shaking her head. Duguyu's heart skipped a beat, and he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Bang, bang. The stairs gave off a uniform roar like a war drum, heavily pounding on the bottom of everyone's hearts. 3 Imperial guards in full armor, 1 in front and 2 behind, with their hands on the hilts of their swords, walked up the stairs with a murderous look. With armor weighing dozens of kilograms, coupled with their burly bodies, they did not need to deliberately stomp their feet, but the sound of their footsteps was already very shocking. The 3 of them stepped up the stairs, their eyes sweeping around with dignity and fixed on Yang Fan, who was sitting cross-legged. The person in the middle cupped his fists and said, "This general has rushed here under orders and awaits the imperial envoy's orders." This person was fully armored, the top of his helmet red like blood, the round shoulder guards on his chest shimmering, and the shoulder guards on his shoulders, because of the action of cupping his fists, were like a fierce tiger yawning, lazily opening its bloody mouth like a sacrificial bowl. His face was covered by a black leather mask that looked like black iron, revealing only a pair of heroic eyes. Yang Fan raised his eyelids to glance at him, then lowered his eyes and couldn't help but raise them again. He knew that this was Ma Qiao, but he did not expect that the usually frivolous Ma Qiao would actually be so murderous when he became serious. He couldn't help but look at him again, then lowered his eyelids and gently waved his hand. Ma Qiao and the other 2 retreated to the side, their military boots landing on the ground at the same time. With a crack, they stood there like wooden stakes. Yang Fan's soldiers are at the gates, and he only wanted an explanation. Chapter 581. The Furong Inn was packed with people, but there wasn't a single sound. Only the wind blew in from one row of windows and out from another row of windows, causing the clothes and hair to flutter. Yang Fan sat cross-legged on the seat, as though he was meditating. He was calm and composed. When he noticed that the Dugu clan's invitation wasn't so simple, Yang Fan began to make preparations and found the hidden sect. In Yang Fan's opinion, this preparation was sufficient. Even if the Dugu clan had other plans, it wasn't likely to be to use force against him. At most, they had other motives for befriending him. Just in case, it was enough to have the hidden sect's secret support. The fireworks that he brought along were only used as a communication tool with the hidden sect. When he noticed that someone was following him, he sensed that there might be danger. However, his current target was still Duguyu. The peddlers who were selling cakes by the banks of the Chuchi were people sent by the hidden sect. When Yang Fan was buying the cakes, he originally wanted to tell them about his discovery so that they would be more vigilant. However, when the words reached the tip of his tongue, he suddenly thought of a problem. Hence, he changed his words. The problem he thought of was Shandong's aristocratic clan's foundation wasn't in Chong, and, however, it was unknown why the obvious sect and the hidden sect chose Chong and the western regions as their footholds. No matter if it was Guanzhong or Longxi, they were all within the Guanlong Corporation's sphere of influence. The Guanlong Corporation was like a centipede. Although it was weak now, it wasn't dead or stiff. Did they really not know that there was such a dragon sleeping soundly beside their bed? Or perhaps they knew but tolerated it. If this wasn't the case, then there was only one explanation. The obvious sect or the hidden sect wasn't just a peripheral organization of the 7 sects and 5 families. It was highly possible that the Guanlong Corporation was a part of it. At the very least, they had reached some kind of agreement. This was a compromise that the aristocratic clans had reached when facing the pressure from Wu Zetian's imperial authority. If this was the case, as one of the important members of the Guanlong Corporation, the Dugu clan, if they wanted to harm him for some special reason, would the hidden sect, which had countless connections with them, still be reliable? If he had to choose between Yang Fan and the Guanlong Corporation, who would the hidden sect choose? Therefore, Yang Fan kept an eye out. He wasn't sure of the hidden sect's attitude and didn't dare to rely on the hidden sect's influence. He treated the hidden sect who didn't know the inside story, as a mouthpiece. When Yang Fan bought the cakes, he gave 3 instructions to the hidden sect spy. You can't handle this matter anymore. I don't care what method you use. Hurry up and inform Ma Qiao to bring his troops here. Take action when you see my fireworks. Anyone who blocks my way will be killed without mercy. Fortunately, Yang Fan had this layer of scheming. The hidden sect might not have the intention to harm him, but if they discovered that the people in the Furong were old grandfather Li, old grandfather Lu, and the Dugu clan's clan head, it was hard to say if they would still have the courage to jump out and protect Yang Fan. Their roots were aristocratic families. When their sect master saw these 2 old fellows, he had to stand obediently and act like filial sons and grandsons. What else could they do? Now that Ma Qiao had arrived, the initiative was in Yang Fan's hands. Of course, Yang Fan was not in a hurry. He was a person, and the other party was a family. He was a hot-blooded man, and the other party was a cold-blooded politician who rolled around in the Vanity Fair all his life. When it came to holding back, who should be careful? Yang Fan, who had been sitting cross-legged in the Furong Pavilion, suddenly smiled and said, I can still control the situation for now, but I can't hide the fact that I've mobilized so many troops and horses. When the commander of Chang arrives, no one will be able to turn the situation around. This sentence was like a drop of cold water dripping into a pot of boiling oil, and the calm scene finally became restless. Lu Zhongjia had no choice but to concede. He was arrogant, he had no respect for anyone, and he viewed human lives as worthless. But what he couldn't let go of was his family, his glory, his authority, and his inheritance. If he was careless today, all of these might be lost in his hands. Now that he had encountered Yang Fan, a young man who didn't care about the consequences, he had no choice. He couldn't wait to tear Yang Fan into pieces, but his rationality told him that he had to concede. Because Yang Fan could afford to gamble, but he couldn't. Lu Zhongjia took another glance at Li Mubai. He couldn't bring himself to lower his noble head, and had no choice but to seek help from Li Mubai. After all, they had known each other for a lifetime. Even if they didn't get along, these matters could still be entrusted to each other. Li Mubai sighed and said to Yang Fan in an old tone, Lu Bin's descendant might be arrogant, but it is a fact that he has never lowered his head to anyone. Now that he is asking you to toast and apologize, it will be a lesson for him. Young Langjun, you are so mature. Why do you have to go against him? Li Mubai continued, Moreover, I will make this decision on behalf of the Lu family. I will grant you thousands of acres of fertile land as compensation. You can choose the land you want, whether it's paddy or dry land. It's all up to you. Or I will give you 10% of the shares of the Lianghuai Tongshi Salt Works. How about that? Dugu, you couldn't help but gasp. Thousands of acres of fertile land. With this alone, he can immediately become a tyrant. Even if his descendants are very prodigal, this amount of money is enough to protect the Yang family's wealth for generations. The Lianghuai Tongshi Salt Works is one of the 3 largest salt works in the Lianghuai region. I didn't expect this salt works to belong to the Lu family. 10% of the shares? That is an endless stream of money. As long as the Lu family doesn't fall, as long as the Yang family doesn't have a prodigal son who is addicted to gambling, then the Yang family will be able to rely on this towering tree for as long as the Lu family continues to exist. Dugu, you wasn't someone who didn't see the world, but even as the head of the Dugu family, this amount of wealth was still a shocking amount to him. Was this just a sincere apology? A 1,000-year-old aristocratic family with 1,000 years of accumulation was indeed extraordinary. The Guanlong aristocratic family was just a group of military aristocratic families that rose to power during the rise of the Sui and Tang dynasties. Compared to this, they were practically a group of beggars. Yang Fan, didn't seem to hear it at all. He looked out the window and said, nonchalantly, "With such a lineup, I'm afraid that the moment the troops move, someone will have already reported to the Luoyang prefecture. Lu Qiantian should be here soon." Chang, and was the place where these aristocratic families were most active. This was because it wasn't under Wu Zetian's watch and was restricted everywhere. Moreover, it was the capital of the Zhou dynasty and had the qualifications to be a political center. Moreover, this was the former capital of the Tang dynasty. Their gathering here also had the purpose of expressing their political leanings. However, it was also because of these reasons that Wu Zetian valued Chang, and no less than Luoyang. In fact, because Chang wasn't under her control all the time, she paid more attention to this place than Luoyang. Thus, how could she not have her trusted aides in Luoyang to monitor the movements of these aristocratic families? Chang, and Magistrate Lu Qiantian, was one of Wu Zetian's trusted eyes and ears in Luoyang. If he were to arrive and sniff out something unusual with his sensitive nose, then Lu Zhongjia finally panicked. He anxiously looked at Li Mubai with a pleading gaze. Li Mubai gritted his teeth and said, "Forget it. This time, Jiannan, Qianzhong, and Lingnan are in chaos. The emperor will definitely make a move soon, and there will be a large number of vacant official positions. As long as we let today's matter go, you can choose 3 people from your friends and relatives to report to me. Those who are talented can be given a civil position, and those who aren't talented can be given a military position. All of them will be at least of the 9th rank. How about it? Land was the foundation of a family and business, and the shares of the salt works were an endless source of money. Not only that, he could also be given 3 more official positions. It was not easy to become an official in the Tang dynasty, and even more difficult to be promoted. Many people spent their entire lives trying to become an official, and after becoming an official, it was even more difficult for them to be promoted. Take Zhang Jianji, for example. He was born in a prestigious family in Xiangyang, and he was a talented scholar. Yet at the age of 60, he was still a lowly 9th rank county magistrate. Now, as long as Yang Fan were to nominate someone, even if that person wasn't qualified to be an official, he would still be able to become one. Everyone present wanted to nod their heads for him. In fact, when Li Mubai had put forward the first condition, if it had been someone else, they would have hurriedly nodded their head. But Yang Fan had not expressed his position, forcing the Lu family to increase the price layer by layer. Finally, the conditions were so generous that the Dugu siblings simply admired his fishing skills to the point of prostrating themselves in admiration. But Yang Fan just sat there, unmoved. Everyone was shocked. Just how big was his appetite? Lu Binji was unable to restrain his anger as he said, "Yang Fan, don't go too far. Even if you have millions of soldiers outside, do you believe that I won't give the order to kill you on the spot?" Yang Fan said leisurely, "I believe you, but even if I die here, can you kill all my people? As long as one of my people walks out alive, you will have to bury the entire Lu family with me. This is a risk that your great-grandfather would not dare to take, great-grandfather Li would not dare to take, and the Dugu family would not dare to take." Lu Binji hissed, "I'll kill you right now." "Stop," Lu Zhongjia shouted as he turned to Yang Fan. Suppressing the hatred in his heart, he chuckled and said, "The younger generation will surpass us in time. The younger generation will surpass us in time. This old man really appreciates you now. How about this? You don't have to choose between the land and the shares. I'll give you all 3 conditions. Moreover, I've just bought 100 young girls from Silla and Korea yesterday. Each and every one of them is charming. Little Lang Jun is a young hero. So, how can you not be accompanied by beautiful women? I'll give them all to you as an apology. How about it? Lu Zhongjia tossed his beard and laughed. Don't be afraid that you won't be able to afford them. Wait until you have thousands of acres of fertile land and 10% of the shares in the salt works. Then you'll be able to afford 10 times as many beauties. Lu Zhongjia was laughing heartily, but his heart was already at its peak. It's just that he was shrewd enough, just listening to his hearty laughter, looking at his benevolent face. Nobody could guess what he was thinking. Land, wealth, official position, beauties, and the submission of a millennium-old family. Wine, women, avarice, and temperament. But Yang Fan smiled faintly, just faintly, and said, Grand Elder Lu's actions are enough to show his sincerity. Lu Zhongjia thought that he had agreed. So, he laughed even more heartily. Li Mubai and Duguyu also revealed relaxed smiles on their faces. Yes, wealth, fame, and beauties. A person could pursue everything in life. Moreover, the Lu family was not to be trifled with. So, how could he not agree if he didn't agree to make a strong enemy? Who would have thought that Yang Fan's tone would change? He sighed and continued, but this is not the explanation that this junior wants. Chapter 582. Although it was the Lu family that was forced to lower their heads, as one of the 7 sects and 5 families, the Lu family had to lower their heads to a young man. How could Li Mubai feel proud? Therefore, Li Taigong smiled bitterly and asked bitterly, What kind of explanation do you want? Li Mubai came for Yang Fan today. The old man that Lin Zixiong said might want to see Yang Fan was Li Mubai. The person standing behind young Master Zhang was Lu Taigong, and the person standing behind Shenmu was Li Taigong. Li Mubai thought highly of Shenmu. Because of his love for Shenmu, he had a good impression of Yang Fan, who had repeatedly played an important role at critical moments. However, his original intention was only to meet this junior and say a few words of consolation. Perhaps he would even give him some help so that Yang Fan could support Shenmu more. Deep down, it was impossible for a person with a high status to treat Yang Fan as an equal. The help he wanted to give to Yang Fan, to be exact, was a reward from an old man. But now, not only him, but also old man Lu, whose temper was even worse than his, and who was even more arrogant than him, had no choice but to lower their heads to a young boy. It was impossible to give him a reward. He rushed to give land, money, and women, and was afraid that he would not accept it. This contrast was really, Yang Fan said decisively, It's very simple. I want him dead. Yang Fan pointed at Lu Bin, and everyone was in an uproar. Yang Fan had already said this, but no one took it seriously at that time. Everyone just thought that he was saying something mean. If someone intended to harm the eldest grandson of the Lu family, it was reasonable for the Lu family to catch him and force him to commit suicide. But it was a bit weird the other way around. What's more, Yang Fan was neither injured nor dead, and none of his family and friends were injured. How could he want Lu Bin dead? That was the Lu family of Fanyang, once the first family in the world, but now it was only ranked below the Cui family. Such a request was extremely arrogant and unreasonable. Lu Zhongjia suddenly changed his expression. Li Mubai turned pale with fright. Dugu looked blank, and Lu Bin was furious. Only Dugu Ning Ku looked at Yang Fan with eyes full of inquiry, doubt, and curiosity. She had seen many men, all of whom could be regarded as outstanding young men, but none of them could make her so interested. What kind of man was this Yang Fan? He didn't look like a madman, nor did he look like an idiot. He didn't look like someone who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance, someone who would rather lose his life than let others take even half a step back. But why was he able to make such an unexpected move? Ning Ku's pair of clever eyes stared at Yang Fan, observing the most subtle expression on his face, every flicker of his eyes, every movement of his eyebrows, and every wrinkle of his lips. She still didn't know what Yang Fan wanted to do, but she was sure that Yang Fan must have a purpose. He must have a very good reason. She just looked at him, as if she could see into his heart at once. Ning Ku was very smart, but she didn't have the ability to see through people's hearts. But she didn't know why, when she looked at Yang Fan, she seemed to be able to sense something in his heart. In this world, there were always some things that people couldn't explain. Just like some strangers, some felt like old friends at first sight, and some felt disgusted at first sight, without any reason. Buddhists called it good karma and bad karma. They were all caused by the previous life. Since it couldn't be explained, it could only be explained in this way. So, Ningku gave her brother another look. Although Duguyu was puzzled, he obeyed his sister's words. He didn't make a move, so the only one who would come forward to persuade Yang Fan was Li Mubai and Old Li Grandpa Li. Old Li had already thrown away his old face. The immortal demeanor he had when he first appeared was nowhere to be seen. Face. How much is face worth? Today, if he was forced by Yang Fan to borrow the power of heaven, and really forced Lu Binji to commit suicide, then he would lose all face. Not only would the Lu family lose face, but all the people of the 7 sects and 5 families would also be shamed. Unfortunately, Yang Fan was still unmoved. Suddenly, there was a heavy sound from the stairs. An armored soldier quickly went up the stairs, cupped his fists, and reporting to the imperial envoy, "There are flags fluttering in the distance. There are troops moving. It seems that the Chang and commander has already sent the imperial army to Chu River. Looking at their speed, they will arrive soon." The faces of the people in Furong restaurant changed again. Li Mubai said anxiously, "Young Langjun, killing one person will offend the whole family. Why bother?" Yang Fan didn't care, and said with a smile, "I believe that in order to protect the whole Lu family, even if you ask old Lu to commit suicide, old Lu would be willing to die. If you don't want Lu Binji to die, then wait to bring a disaster to the whole Lu family. If Lu Guitian comes, I can't hide it. If his death alone could bring peace to the Lu family, Lu Zhongjia would not hesitate to die. But he was willing to die himself, but he didn't want his grandson to die. The Lu family only had 2 brothers. The eldest grandson was a clean freak, and he hated to have sex with a husband and wife. He only had 1 son, and he refused to share the same room with his wife. If the eldest branch wanted to have children, it all depended on this second grandson. Old Lu's face was gloomy and uncertain. All kinds of thoughts came one after another, but how could he come up with a plan? There was a loud noise in the distance. Everyone looked up and saw that a group of people had already arrived at the bridge. "Forget it. I will die." Lu Binji's eyes were about to spit fire. He glared at Yang Fan and suddenly pulled out the sword from the waist of his guard and placed it across his neck. "Binji, don't." Lu Zhongjia shouted in panic. Fortunately, the guard beside Lu Binji was skilled and quickly grabbed Lu Binji's wrist. The sword was sharp, and it had already cut a bloody line on Lu Binji's neck. Old Lu staggered and almost died from fright. Li Mubai was so angry that he stomped his feet. His wooden clogs slammed against the wooden boards, and the sound of hooves could be heard. "Beta Persei, my son, are you really so heartless? If you aren't afraid of shortening your life, this old man will bow to you and beg you to spare that little bastard." Old Lu's arrogance was gone, and he angrily shouted, "This old man will die in place of my grandson, and apologize to you. Yang Longzhong, what do you think?" "Ha ha ha." Yang Fan suddenly stood up and supported Old Li, who was about to bow. He then said to Old Lu, "The 2 elders love this junior, and your sincerity is moving. I only hope that this arrogant kid can understand the 2 elders' good intentions. If you don't want me to kill Lu Binji, it is not difficult, but you have to agree to 3 conditions." Hearing that there was still hope, Old Lu looked up and saw that the group of people surrounded by the Chang and token of honor had already crossed the bridge. He was so anxious that his heart almost jumped out of his chest, and he repeatedly said, "Speak, speak, speak, speak quickly. Lu Qiantian is about to arrive." Yang Fan said with a smile, "There is no hurry." He walked over and whispered a few words in Ma Qiao's ear. Hearing this, Ma Qiao's face immediately revealed a strange expression. He glanced at Yang Fan and then at Ning Ku, who was standing quietly and couldn't help but smile as he hurried downstairs. Yang Fan turned back and said with a smile, "All right, General Ma can stop him for a while. Now tell me my conditions." Yang Fan raised a finger and said, "The first condition, Lu Binji immediately returned to the ancestral home of Fanyang, and for the rest of his life he is not allowed to leave Fanyang." Fanyang was a part of Beijing and Baoding. That was the base of the Lu family of Fanyang. Yang Fan's words sent Lu Binji back to his hometown. Lu Zhongjia was hating his grandson's incompetence, causing him to make a fool of himself at such an old age. He gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "Yes." Yang Fan said again, "The second condition, all the Lu family members scattered everywhere must all return to Fanyang and cannot come out within 3 years." Lu Zhongjia was startled, and his expression immediately changed. At present, there were many vacant positions in the southern border, and the Lu family of Fanyang was actively participating in the planning, wanting to get a share of the profits. If all the Lu family members returned, wouldn't they miss a good opportunity? Yang Fan's smile was a little cold. "What?" Li Mubai heard Yang Fan's request, and after a moment of daze, his eyes suddenly brightened. All the aristocratic families were fighting for the vacant positions, but although there were many empty positions, there were even more powers fighting for these positions. The aristocratic families only had the advantage in manpower and resources, and could not monopolize these positions with one hand. If there was one less Lu family, the other aristocratic families could arrange for 2 more nephews. Li Mubai immediately said in a low voice to Lu Zhongjia, "This Yang Fan is young and spirited, and does not fear death. If we do not agree, I'm afraid he would really rather die than drag the Lu family down with him. Old brother, be careful." Lu Zhongjia glared fiercely at him and said in a deep voice, "My Lu family currently has no less than 20 officials in the court. According to what you say, do you want all of them to resign and return home? Although the emperor is eager to suppress the aristocratic families, I'm afraid that if my Lu family really does this, the emperor will instead be restless day and night." Yang Fan said, "The nephews of the Lu family who have already become officials are naturally not included." Hearing this, Lu Zhongjia felt slightly more at ease. After thinking for a moment, he could only reluctantly give up the many vacancies in the south. Gritting his teeth, he said, "I also agree to this condition." Yang Fan said, "The third condition, the nephews of the Lu family will inevitably be dissatisfied with Yang Fan. If in these 3 years there are descendants of the Lu family who have not returned to Fanyang, who have the intention to harm me, we will fight, and life and death will be up to the heavens. In the future, when the Lu family comes out, they cannot use this as an enemy." This condition was really nothing compared to the second one. Without even thinking, Lu Zhongjia said, "This old man agrees." Yang Fan said, "Good. Then please, Lu Taigong, swear in the name of the Lu family's ancestors that if the Lu family violates this oath, the 1,000-year-old aristocratic family will be destroyed in a day, and there will be no more descendants." This oath, for such a large aristocratic family, was more effective than any poison oath. Since Lu Zhongjia had agreed, he did not hesitate, immediately raising 3 fingers to the sky and loudly swearing. As Yang Fan listened to Lu Zhongjia loudly swearing, a trace of a relaxed smile slowly blossomed on his face. From the beginning to the end, he had never thought of really forcing Lu Binji to death. If he forced Lu Binji to death, the Lu family would definitely not let him off. Whether it was using the Lu family's official power to plot against him, or using death warriors to assassinate him, it would all be extremely dangerous and troublesome. Moreover, the various aristocratic families of the 7 sects and 5 families were competitors, and they also had intertwined interests. For so many years, the Qinghe Cui, Xingyang Zhang, Zhao Jun Li, Longxi Li, Taiyuan Duke, Boling Cui, and Fanyang Lu families had only intermarried internally. This was breaking the bones and connecting the tendons. If he really forced the Lu family to this point, he would offend everyone. In addition, although the Lu clan had enmity with Yang Fan, and Yang Fan's hidden sect and young Master Zhang's visible sect also had enmity, they were allies when it came to dealing with Wu Zetian. An additional ally meant an additional strength. If he really eradicated the Lu family, the one to benefit would only be Wu Zetian. What Yang Fan truly wanted was to force old Madame Lu to make these 3 oaths. He would first force Lu Binji to commit suicide, then he would back off. That way, it would be easy for the other party to accept. Confining Lu Binji in Fan Yang's home was simply a smokescreen to conceal Yang Fan's true intentions. His true goals were only the last 2. What Yang Fan cared about the most was naturally the third. However, he had not expected that while he had only proposed the second because he wanted to weaken the Lu family, the one that had truly caused the Lu family great pain was precisely this one. This one had caused the Lu clan to suffer for 100 years. Chapter 583. The reason why Yang Fan had ordered the Lu family to be grounded for 3 years was because of the purge of the southern officials. His enmity with the Lu family was set in stone, and there was no reason to give them a chance to grow stronger. Every blow he could take counted. Moreover, the purge of the southern officials was an opportunity he had created, allowing the Lu family to benefit from it. How sullen would he be? In addition, he had long since prepared to deal with Old Man Lu's eldest grandson, young Master Jiang. He had secretly implemented this plan while he was still in Luoyang. But he didn't know young Master Zhang's true background at the time. Although he knew he was from one of the 7 sects and 5 families, he couldn't determine which one. Now that he knew he was from the Lu family, he had to force the head of the Lu family to swear an oath that the Lu family would not pursue any conflicts between him and the Lu family within 3 years. This way, he could fight with young Master Jiang without restraint. Otherwise, it wouldn't be safe to send his family to Chang. And if he wanted to make an enemy of a millennium-old family, he would probably have to send his entire family to Java. Lu Zhongjia had no choice but to form an alliance with Yang Fan. From Lu Taigong's point of view, he had only lost a few official positions in the southern frontier, and the impact on the Lu family wasn't that great. But even in death, he didn't expect that these past few years were precisely the critical moment when the world's political situation was changing rapidly. The aristocratic families were so powerful that they made a comeback in just a few years. One step late, every step late. If they missed this opportunity, the Lu family's footsteps would never catch up to others. After Wu Zetian suppressed the aristocratic families for a short period of time, the aristocratic families quickly made a comeback. The 7 sects and 5 families, as well as their branch families, continued to dominate the imperial court. There was nothing that could be done about this. They had the best educational resources, and their disciples were all talented. Their connections in the imperial court were also incomparably strong. If the climate was slightly better, how could they not thrive? For example, the Cui family of the 7 sects and 5 families had more than 20 prime ministers in the 200 years of the Tang dynasty. But the Lu family had always been silent, only gradually recovering in the middle and late Tang dynasty. As a millennium-old family during the Tang Dynasty, the Lu family only had 8 prime ministers, only a third of the Cui family. Among them, the earliest one was the prime minister for a short period of time, more than 90 years later. In other words, Yang Fan's words today had caused this 1,000-year-old family to be depressed for a full 100 years. As long as Yang Fan was alive, no one in the Lu family would be able to pay respects to him. That was not all. Because of today's events, not only did the Lu family's influence decline step by step among the 7 sects and 5 families, but their influence in the obvious and hidden sects of the succession hall was also deteriorating. At the end of the 5th dynasty, the 7 sects and 5 families fell apart, but the succession hall was still thriving. The Lu family had to take the risk and try to eliminate the important figures in the succession hall of the other big families in order to control the entire succession hall, and then use the power of the succession hall to revive the family. In the end, the plan failed, and the Lu family was eradicated. Only 2 young men managed to escape. One was named Lu Jusi, and the other was named Lu Yixing. They did not forget to revive their family. In the end, the 2 brothers were killed by someone. Coincidentally, the person who killed them was also surnamed Yang. Tracing back to the source, everything was caused by today. If Lu Zhongjia had known that the Lu family would pay such a heavy price for agreeing to this condition, he would rather have his 2 grandsons die, or even all the members of the eldest branch, than agree. For a 1,000-year-old family, there was no crueler blow than this. After making the oath, Lu Zhongjia put down his hand and looked at Yang Fan calmly. After all, he was the head of a family. Since the matter had been settled, there was no need for him to be unnecessarily angry, which would only make people despise him. But his grandson, Lu Binji, still stared at Yang Fan fiercely, as if he wanted to pounce on him and tear off a piece of flesh. If Yang Fan forces Lu Binji to die, he will die, and so will his whole family. Doing so will definitely arouse public anger, and none of the 7 sects and 5 families will let him go. But now, the Lu family will lose face, and Yang Fan will be safer, and he will be unanimously favored by the other 6 families of the 7 sects and 5 families. Ning Ku thought, and looked at Yang Fan with a very interesting look. This guy fully showed his wisdom and courage, and of course at the Furong Bridge, he also showed his bravery and outstanding skills. There were many such outstanding children in aristocratic families, but they lived in big and small circles since childhood and were bound by layers of rules and regulations. No one could be as arrogant as him, like this, manly. When these 4 words flashed through his mind, Ningku somehow felt a little hot on his face, so he immediately changed the word in his mind. Masculine. Ningku was born with a disease, and her physique was naturally weak. Girls always liked strong men, and the weaker the girl, the more so. Ningku admired Yang Fan's wild, unruly, and domineering nature. Ningku was not the only one who admired Yang Fan. Old Master Li, who was old but didn't die and turned into a thief, admired Yang Fan more than she did, but he still pouted and pretended to be on the same side as the Lu family. Anger was shown on the outside, but joy was hidden within. This was even more powerful than the expressionless poker face. Yang Fan didn't seem to see his expression, and even walked closer to him, smiling politely at him. Lu Biantian is downstairs. If Old Master Li and Old Master Lu are seen by him, I'm afraid he will figure out something unusual. Can you 2 go away? The old man said, angrily, do you really have a way to hide from Lu Biantian? That young man is as cunning as a fox. Yang Fan still smiled politely. Junior will give it a try. The old man looked at him suspiciously and said to Old Master Lu, let's go. This is the world of young people. We 2 old men should go away. Yang Fan smiled and said, Child Lu, you can't go, you still need to stay, and help. Please take the 8 crossbows with you. It's better to throw them into the river, so as not to leave any traces. The 2 old men ignored him and walked to the side room with a sullen face. Yang Fan turned to Ning Ku, bowed deeply, and said politely, Yang Fan has something to trouble you. Ning Ku was delicate and thin, with a palm-sized snow-white face and a sharp chin. Only her big eyes were especially bright. Seeing Yang Fan suddenly walking to her and bowing deeply, Ning Ku's big eyes couldn't help but open even wider, and she asked in surprise, What's wrong? Oh, Mr. Lu, why are you here? When Ma Qiao saw Lu Biantian, he immediately showed an expression that was even more surprised than Lu Biantian. Lu Qian was in his 40s. He had a white face and a small beard. His features were elegant, but his eyes were not lively enough. They were always slightly squinted, giving off a sense of craftiness, as if he was plotting against someone. In fact, Lu Biantian only had some eye problems, which was myopia. He had to squint his eyes to see clearly. Lu Guitian's figure and appearance were quite good, but his small eyes were the least attractive of his features. If he continued to squint like this, his eyes would become even smaller, and it would seriously affect his temperament and demeanor. Lu Qietian squinted his eyes as he approached Ma Qiao. Seeing that he was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, Commander Ma, what happened? Why did the Imperial Army's cavalry come out? I was scared when I heard about it in the Yamen. Is there a rebellion in Farong courtyard? Ma Qiao laughed nonchalantly and said, Oh, it's nothing, it's nothing. It's just that an ignorant thing had a conflict with Imperial Envoy Yang. As the Imperial Envoy's bodyguards, we naturally moved out. Lu Biantian was stunned and said nervously, Conflict? What kind of conflict? Could it be that someone wants to harm the Imperial Envoy? Ma Qiao said, At first there was no collision, but later on there was a collision. The Imperial Envoy came to this banquet without any guards, so he sent someone to inform me. When I heard this, I quickly brought people here. Haha, it's all right now. Because of the urgency of the matter, I forgot to inform His Excellency and made you come all the way here. I'm really sorry. Ma Qiao's words came out of nowhere, so Lu Biantian naturally didn't understand. He squinted his small eyes and looked up suspiciously, then grabbed Ma Qiao's leather wrist guard and asked anxiously, What's going on? Commander Ma, please explain. Ahem, look at how anxious His Excellency is. Ha, this is actually what happened. Ma Qiao gestured and explained. Lu Biantian let go of Ma Qiao's hand in a daze and said woodenly, That's it? Ma Qiao nodded matter-of-factly and said, Yes, that's what happened. Lu Biantian looked back at the Dragon Martial Army soldiers who had their swords unsheathed and arrows nocked. They looked murderous, as if they were facing a great enemy. Then he looked at the Chang and soldiers with spears, and the Chang and government officials who had their hands on their swords. In a hoarse voice, he said, I will go up and take a look. Ta, ta, ta. Lu Biantian lifted his legs high and took light steps. Holding the hem of his robe with both hands, he climbed up the tall building step by step. When he reached the top, he saw the great Imperial Envoy Yang sitting in high spirits with his nose in the air. Sitting next to him was a slender girl with an oval face the size of a palm. Her skin was as white as jade, and her facial features were bright and beautiful. Her gentle, smiling eyes were focused on him. On the left sat a black-robed young man. Lu Biantian recognized him as the head of the Dugu family, Dugu Yu. Young Master Dugu looked helpless and was drinking silently. On the right sat a young man in a white robe. Lu Biantian also recognized him as Lu Binji of the Lu family in Fanyang. Young Master Lu's face turned red and green. He looked indescribably ugly. From the bulging veins on his forehead, one could see that he was suppressing his anger, but he didn't dare to explode. Behind this pair of black and white impermanents were 7 or 8 guards. Each guard stood there empty-handed, like a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Behind them stood 2 rows of burly men, all dressed in shining armor and holding swords. They looked like a group of fiends in the Hall of Limbo. The muscles on Lu Qiantian's cheeks suddenly twitched a few times. The imperial envoy flew into a rage and sent the 3 armies to Tsuchi. I didn't know what kind of disaster had happened here, so I rushed over in a hurry. It turns out that the imperial envoy was fighting with someone for a woman's favor. It's true that Chang, and is the old capital of Haojing, but you don't have to reenact the fire beacons teasing the feudal vassals, do you? Chapter 584. The soft curtains were like a thin layer of mist. On the small table made of cyan jade in front of the bed, the agarwood turned into green smoke and slowly escaped from the hole of the incense burner, calming one's mind. Ning Ku was lying on the bed, biting a piece of cork tightly. Suddenly, she took out a blue satin ribbon from under the pillow and tied it to her forehead. Then she tightened it. The expected pain came. She was like a small fish that jumped ashore. Her thin and weak body would bend sharply when she could not bear it anymore. Her strength was amazing. Her head was about to explode. Her bones seemed to be broken inch by inch. She was completely out of control. Sweat oozed out little by little and quickly covered her pale cheeks. She had used up too much of her strength today. Traveling was a luxury for her, and it was fine for her to take a stroll once in a while. However, the physical exertion today was a little too much for her weak body. When she was still in Furong Restaurant, she had already predicted that she would experience a pain worse than death today. Strangely, the pain that made her want to pull out her hair and hit her head against the wall didn't come today. Her mind didn't have the urge to end her life every time. She was in so much pain that she wanted to die. There seemed to be an opening in her mind. Traces of agarwood floated up and seeped into her mind, like the fragrance of lotus seeds. Well, that person, what was his name again? Ning Ku bit her lips in pain and clutched the bedsheets tightly. Her small and delicate face was covered with fine beads of sweat. She couldn't remember who she was thinking of or what he looked like. She could only vaguely remember his sunny smile, which made her feel a little warm and happy. Duguyu walked along the winding and deep corridor of the Zhu Pavilion to Ning Ku's boudoir. Seeing 2 maids in cyan standing at the door, he stopped and asked in a low voice, "Ning Ku is resting." The 2 maids in cyan didn't dare to speak and just nodded gently. Duguyu wanted to say something, but stopped. He lowered his head and kept silent for a while. Then he sighed softly and turned away. He came with brisk steps, but left with heavy steps. After suffering for a long time, maybe as long as a century, Ning Ku exhausted her last bit of strength, and the splitting headache finally disappeared. She didn't even have the strength to open her eyes. Her white teeth gently loosened the cork, on which there was a row of deep teeth marks. Looking at her slender figure and elegant face, most people would think that she was 7 or 8 years younger than her brother, and that she was only a 15 or 16-year-old young girl. Only the people of the Dugu family and those who were familiar with the Dugu family knew that she and Duguyu were twin siblings. The heavens had given the Dugu family a pair of twins. The siblings were both good-looking, and the younger sister was especially intelligent. She had displayed extraordinary intelligence since she was young. Her father and grandfather hadn't lived long. Her brother had become the lord of a clan in his 20s and led the entire clan back to its former glory. It was all thanks to her, the female Zhuge Liang, that she had schemed in secret. She the seemingly fragile girl, was the real soul of this generation of the Dugu family. God gave her extraordinary wisdom, but also gave her a disease that would haunt her for the rest of her life. She was fine when she was young. She could run and jump like an ordinary girl and was just as naughty. But as she grew older, the disease hidden deep inside her body began to wreak havoc. Her headaches became more and more frequent, and her body became weaker and weaker. With the financial resources of the Dugu family, they could invite famous doctors from all over the world. But no one could cure her. Even the best doctors could only prescribe some medicine to relieve the pain and some medicinal diet to nourish the body. Her appetite was also affected because of her frequent headaches. Without the nourishment of medicinal diet, her normal intake of food couldn't support her life. Ning Ku would suffer every time she had a headache. But today's attack was still light. Since she knew that no one could cure her headaches, Ning Ku refused to let anyone be around her. She had an unusual self-esteem and didn't want anyone to see her in pain and weakness. Ning Ku had the most fragile body, but also the most tenacious spirit. The pain gradually disappeared. The bone-piercing feeling of imminent death also gradually weakened. The frown on her delicate face disappeared. Ning Ku suddenly remembered who she had just thought of. It was that Yang Fan. He was sometimes resolute, sometimes awe-inspiring, sometimes rascally, and sometimes cunning. Ning Ku thought of how he pretended to compliment Lu Binji in the Furong restaurant, how Lu Binji had to cooperate with him in pretending to be his rival in love even though he wanted to bite him to death, and how Lu Biantian, the magistrate of the Chang and local government, had a weird expression on his face. Ning Ku slowly smiled. This smile consumed all the strength she had just saved up, but she still had to smile. Laughter was a very luxurious thing for her. How could she give it up when she had the opportunity to get it? In the early morning, Duguyu came to his younger sister's boudoir again. Ning Ku had already washed up and had breakfast. It was a bowl of crepe shrimp wonton with 4 small wontons and a small bowl of fresh soup. Ning Ku, are you going to see Taiping? Yes. Duguyu frowned and said, "You'd better not go. Taiping knows your situation. He won't blame you." Ning Ku smiled and said, "If you want to go, I will go. You also go. Not for Taiping, but for Yang Fan." Duguyu said doubtfully, "Yesterday, he offended both the Liu and Li families. Offending these 2 families is equal to offending all the aristocratic families in Shandong. We all avoid them. Do you still want to be allies with them?" Ning Ku sighed and said softly, "Silly brother, go get ready first. Let's talk in the car, okay?" "Okay." Duguyu was so obedient to this younger sister that even his father was jealous of him when he was alive. With steady steps, the 2 big green bulls pulled a green oil cleaning cart and slowly drove toward Yongkang Square. In the carriage, Ning Ku leaned on a comfortable and soft, semi-reclining soft couch and explained to her eldest brother in a low voice, "Why did I persuade you to get close to the 7 sects and 5 families? Because the decline of our Guanlong aristocratic family is a foregone conclusion." Ning Ku was weak and spoke in a very low voice. Sometimes she had to drink water to moisten her throat and rest for a while. But Duguyu had long been used to talking with her, like this. He neither urged nor rushed her. Sometimes when she talked too much, he would stop her and force her to rest for a while. When the world is stable, the military power will be concentrated in the emperor. Only civil officials can rule the world. Our Guanlong aristocratic family thrives on the military and will also perish because of the military. Since the death of Zhangsun Wuji, the imperial examination was abolished and the military power was centralized. Our Guanlong aristocratic family no longer exists, but the aristocratic families in Shandong are different. Although Duguyu listened to his younger sister's words, It was only because he had been used to his younger sister's vision and wisdom since he was a child. But he was not an ignorant waste. Hearing this, he couldn't help saying, "Since the time of Taizong, the aristocratic families in Shandong have been suppressed. They are not what they used to be." Ningku smiled and shook her head. "When the wind is strong, the grass and trees will fall. When the wind is gone, the grass and trees will rise." Taizong wrote the Annals of Clans to promote the Guanlong aristocratic family and demote the aristocratic families in Shandong. The empress wanted to ascend the throne, but was obstructed by the Guanlong aristocratic family. So she did the opposite and used the aristocratic families in Shandong to disintegrate the Guanlong aristocratic family. After the empress ascended the throne, she wanted to get rid of the aristocratic families in Shandong. Therefore, she vigorously promoted the Han aristocratic families. Unfortunately, it was useless. The power that the aristocratic families in Shandong had already grasped could not be taken back. The imperial examination system was not a panacea. The reason why the aristocratic families in Shandong had not declined for thousands of years was that they had mastered the inheritance of culture. In order to resist the aristocratic families in Shandong, the empress did promote a group of poor commoners through the imperial examination, but this was not enough to shake the aristocratic families in Shandong. The aristocratic families in Shandong had always entered officialdom through the imperial examination. At first, they were just disdainful and unwilling to enter officialdom through the imperial examination. When they realized that this was irreversible, how many people in the Han aristocratic families could surpass them? Once they adapted to the imperial examination and entered officialdom with the profound family customs and cultural traditions of the aristocratic families, they would have a great advantage. Just look at the number of scholars who passed the imperial examination in recent years, and you should know this clearly. Moreover, the powerful ministers of humble origins were indeed hostile to the aristocratic families at first. However, their hatred of the rich was only due to envy, because they also wanted to be rich. Once they became a member of the rich, they would be assimilated, and those who were initially opposed to them would become their allies. The nouveau riche wanted to become an aristocratic family after gaining a foothold. There were many talents in the 7 sects and 5 families. How could they not see this? As long as they were willing to lower their statuses, these powerful officials of the Han clan would fight to the death to become the son-in-law of the landowning households. They would befriend them and use this to raise their status. In the end, they would be assimilated into the landowning households. Can the imperial examination really destroy the aristocratic families? Ningku smiled faintly and said, "Even 500 years of effort can't do it, unless there is a great turmoil that will last for 100 years and completely destroy the existence of the aristocratic families." Duguyu lowered his eyes and pondered. "So, you want me to get close to the 7 sects and 5 families at all costs, and be the first to get close to this big tree?" Duguyu raised his eyebrows and asked, "But what does this have to do with Yang Fan?" Ningku said, "Because the Shandong aristocratic families have always been wary of our Guanlong aristocratic families. Our sincere efforts to make friends with them have never dispelled their wariness. After a few years of hard work, we only managed to get closer to them and gain some benefits from mutual benefits. This is not the way for the Dugu family to survive." Duguyu's eyes flashed, and he said, "Can Yang Fan do it?" Ningka said, "That's right. After the Shandong aristocratic families were suppressed by the empress, they have already begun to fight back after many years of adaptation and preparation. Adapting to and responding to the imperial examinations is one thing, and absorbing outstanding talents from poor families and commoners for their own use is another. Because of our background, they are wary of us, but they will take the initiative to absorb people like Yang Fan." Duguyu said, "The Shandong aristocratic families have taken the initiative to absorb many talents, and Yang Fan is not the only one. If Yang Fan doesn't have great ability, what use is he to us? Ningku smiled and said, "This is the reason why I asked elder brother to gather information about the Shandong aristocratic families. From the information we have, perhaps Yang Fan was just a small fish in their wide net at the beginning, but now this small fish has grown into a big fish." Ningku's eyes were like two black gems set on his thin and delicate face, shining brightly. When the wind and clouds gather, he can shed his scales and change his armor, leaping into the sky and becoming a dragon. Duguyu frowned and said, "Where will the wind and clouds come from?" It was still that soft voice. "Although I can't move mountains and fill the seas, I still have the ability to summon wind and rain." Chapter 585. Duguyu didn't ask his sister how she could call the wind and summon the rain, nor did he ask her what kind of height Yang Fan could reach once the wind and clouds gathered. Ever since he was young, his experience had long since told him that what his sister said would never be wrong. He didn't understand, and naturally wanted to ask, but his sister had said too much and consumed too much energy, so he didn't want to ask. However, even if he felt sorry for his sister, he still had to ask another question in his mind. Because he was the head of the Dugu family, he had to make the final decision. He didn't dare to make a decision without asking clearly. Duguyu took a deep breath and asked softly, "But now Yang Fan has offended the aristocratic families in Shandong. The big fish is about to become a dead fish. What's the use of him?" Ningka shook her head gently and said, "No, he only offended the Lu family, but got the appreciation of the entire aristocratic families in Shandong." Duguyu raised his eyebrows. He still didn't understand, but seeing that his sister was already tired, he couldn't bear to ask any more. But Ningka still struggled to explain. The aristocratic families in Shandong are not monolithic. Just like the current imperial court of the Great Zhou dynasty, when foreign enemies come, all the officials and military officers in the court work together to resist the foreign enemies. But this does not prevent them from scheming and deceiving each other. Yang Fan has a good grasp of the scale. He's only challenging the Lu clan, not the aristocratic families of Shandong. After saying this, Dugu Ningku closed her pair of smart eyes. She needed to rest for a while. Duguyu had already understood that the aristocratic families in Shandong were united against the outside world, but they also schemed against each other internally. In the past, when Emperor Xiaowen of Wei ranked the aristocratic families in the world, the Lu family of Fanyang, the Chui family of Qinghe, the Zheng family of Yingyang, and the Wang family of Taiyuan were the top 4 aristocratic families in the world. At that time, the Li family of Longxi was worried that they wouldn't be able to hold the position. So the head of the family rushed to Luoyang on a camel at night, but he was still one step late. But at the end of the Sui dynasty and the beginning of the Tang dynasty, the power of the Wang family of Taiyuan was greatly reduced, and the aristocratic families in the world were ranked again. The 4 aristocratic families became the Chui family, the Lu family, the Li family, and the Zheng family. The Wang family was eliminated, and the Li family not only became one of the 4 aristocratic families, but also ranked the 3rd. The Lu family, which ranked the 1st, was reduced to the 2nd, and the Chui family, which ranked the 2nd, was promoted to the 1st. The intensity of the secret competition between the aristocratic families could be seen. After that, the 4 families evolved into the 7 sects and 5 families, and the competition became even more intense. The Chui clan of Bowling and the Chui clan of Qinghe constantly competed against each other for ranking and status. The Li clan of Longxi and the Li clan of Zhao County also constantly competed against each other. Even among the same surname, the relationship between the other surnames could be imagined. Although the aristocratic families of Shandong had always advanced and retreated together with outsiders, and they had the obligation to take care of each other in addition to competing with each other through marriage, who would interpret Yang Fan's actions in Furong Tavern as a threat and challenge to the entire aristocratic families of Shandong. It was just the opposite. Without the Lu clan, whose strength was only inferior to the Chui clan, the other aristocratic clans of Shandong would have even more benefits to share. It was even to the extent that the few great clans that were ranked below the Lu clan had a chance to use this opportunity to catch up to or even surpass the Lu clan. Perhaps they wouldn't be grateful to Yang Fan because of this, but at the very least, they wouldn't arouse hostility towards him. After thinking it through, Duguyu finally felt at ease. Looking at his sister's haggard face, Duguyu felt guilty and distressed. He gently pulled a thin skirt and wrapped it around her waist, saying softly, "Have a good rest." The ox cart moved forward slowly along Vermilion Bird Main Street while making squeaking noises. The tall gate of Yongkong Workshop could already be seen from afar. Dugu Ning Ku's light and steady breathing was like a cat taking a nap. But when the cart turned into Yongkong Lane and was about to reach the princess mansion, she woke up as if she had calculated the time. "Elder brother, have we arrived?" Duguyu hurriedly helped her sit up and said, "Soon, we will be there soon." Duguyu lifted the curtain and looked outside. The corner of his mouth hooked up as he suddenly chuckled and said, "I heard that this Yang Fan is Taiping's gigolo." Alas, Taiping, if Prince Shui was still alive, Taiping would not be like this. Ning Ku snorted and said, "Do you think it's possible?" Duguyu thought for a while, and the sneer on his face quietly disappeared. Yes, was it possible? A man who turned a blind eye to thousands of hectares of fertile land, 10% of the Lianghuai salt works, 100 Silla Korean beauties, and the opportunity of 3 relatives and family members to become officials. A man who would rather offend the Lu family than step down and take a step back. How could he be a gigolo? Ning Ku's voice was still soft and weak, but there was a kind of firm appreciation in his bones. "He is a man." Yang Fan asked Feng Yuanyi curiously, "Why not go to Chang? And Dr. Sun has already promised to take care of you for me before I return to the capital." This young man seemed to be 14 or 15 years old, but his age and mind were still that of a 10-year-old. When he heard that Yang Fan would not return to Luoyang with the princess's carriage, he became a little restless. Just now, he finally found a chance and quietly pulled the corner of Yang Fan's clothes. Yang Fan came to his senses and led him to a corner of the courtyard. Feng Yuanyi hesitantly said what he was thinking. I want to follow Brother Yang. Brother Yang will eventually return to Luoyang, right?" Yang Fan rubbed his chin and said, "Yes, of course I will return to Luoyang," but Feng Yuanyi hurriedly said, "Then it doesn't matter. Then I will wait here. We will leave together when Brother Yang returns to Luoyang. Brother Yang, don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. I will stay at home every day and won't go anywhere." It was Yang Fan who had saved Feng Yuanyi's life when his family and friends were destroyed. Sun Yuxuan, and who Yuanli naturally did not speak ill of him, but they also did not act affectionately toward him. In Feng Yuanyi's heart, Yang Fan was the only person he could be close to and trust in Chang, and now that Yang Fan wanted to entrust him to a stranger, he naturally felt uneasy. Although Yang Fan did not really understand what he was thinking, he saw Feng Yuanyi looking at him nervously. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded and said, "Okay, then you can stay. In a while, after we send off the princess, you will come with me to live in the Gongsun residence." "Thank you, Brother Yang." Feng Yuanyi beamed and bowed to Yang Fan. Then he obediently moved to the side so that he would not disturb Yang Fan's conversation with others. Feng Yuanyi was the son of the Pan provincial governor and the son of the Lingnan emperor. He had lived like a prince since he was young, but after this disaster, he quickly matured. Suffering always made people mature. "Brother Fan, when will you return to Luoyang?" Ma Qiao walked over casually. He did not have the strict aura that he had when he saw him in the Furong restaurant. Haha, don't worry. No matter what, I will not go back until your baby's full moon banquet is over. Yang Fan joked to Ma Qiao, and then said seriously, I think the imperial court will not agree to it if I delay too long. Although the illness is very serious, it will at most delay for a month. Including the time needed for the return trip, I will return to Luoyang in a month and a half at most. The reason why Yang Fan stayed was because he was suffering from a serious illness. Other than Princess Taiping, only Hu Yuanli and Sun Yuxuan were present. These two had gone through trials and tribulations together. Now that Yang Fan stayed, it was only to wait for the birth of his child. This was human nature. It was not a crime, so who would not help him? As for Lu Qiantian, Lu Fujun was waiting in the front hall with a group of civil and military officials. Yang Fan and the others were invited to the middle hall as an exception. After a while, when they went out, Yang Fan had to be supported by someone. He was weak and listless. As for Lu Fujun, he had seen Yang Fan go crazy with the young master of the Lu family for a woman from the Dugu family with his own eyes yesterday. Ahem, I am very sorry. Big Lord Yang was suffering from an emergency this morning. A long-distance carriage drove on the Blue Bridge. Under the bridge, the river was flowing rapidly. The Blue Brook was like broken jade and snowflakes, splashing white waves. It spun and rolled far away, disappearing. The carriage had obviously traveled a long way, but it was as clean as a speck of dust. Even the shaft of the carriage had been washed, revealing the original color of clean wood. In the carriage, young Master Zhang's clothes were as white as snow. They were also clean and spotless. On his slender fingers, there was a snow-white letter spread out. The carriage moved very steadily. Young Master Zhang slowly read the letter in his hand. His slender fingers slowly closed and tightly grasped the letter. The white-haired Lu Boyan was sitting on the side, looking at him calmly. Young Master Zhang took a deep breath and slowly said, My Lu clan will all return to Fanyang. For the next 3 years, we will not be allowed to leave. Lu Boyan slightly frowned, but still did not speak. Young Master Zhang's mouth slightly curled up, and he smiled strangely. My plan to come to Chang and has been completely ruined. Lu Boyan could not help but ask, Why? Young Master Zhang slowly leaned against the seat and closed his eyes. After a while, he spat out 2 words like autumn frost. Yang Fan. Young Master Zhang's secret return to Chang, and this time was also for the vacant official positions in the southern border. If he operated well and fought for a few more positions, it would be of great help to him. Although for the imperial court, the key decision-makers were all in Luoyang. For the aristocratic families, the key decision-makers were in Chang, and if young Master Jiang wanted to benefit from it, he had to consult, communicate, negotiate, and compromise with the big shots behind the scenes of the aristocratic families. Although young Master Jiang was defeated by Shen Mu, they were only fighting for internal power and status. Everyone was of the same lineage, and no one could fight with each other for life and death. It was fine for him to return to Chang, and in a dignified manner. But this was originally his territory. Now that he had lost to Shen Mu, how could the proud young Master Jiang have the face to openly return? Moreover, he did not need to reveal his identity to do what he wanted to do. It was more convenient for him to secretly contact them. So young Master Jiang's whereabouts were very secretive. Who knew that before he reached Chang, and all his plans were like a dream, and in the blink of an eye, they were all gone. Yang Fan. Young Master Jiang's chest suddenly surged with anger. His eyes opened wide, and there was a cold look in them. Chapter 586. Princess Taiping slowly walked out from the backyard. Because of the departure today, the officials of Chang, and even some rich families of Chang, and had come to see them off. So Princess Taiping was dressed up. She was still charming, but she looked more noble than usual. The first thing she saw was Yang Fan. She stared at him deeply, but didn't say anything. Yang Fan was the same. Even if everyone thought they had the most intimate relationship between a man and a woman, they still had to restrain their feelings. The moment she saw Yang Fan, Princess Taiping's eyes flashed a trace of reluctance, but it was immediately replaced by a strong look. She had to leave no matter how reluctant she was. Going back to Luoyang was more important than staying with her Langjun, no matter how long she had been looking forward to being with him in Chang. And since the day she was born and became the daughter of an empress, she was no longer just a woman. Love, husband, children, and family were never everything to her. Princess Taiping just stared at Yang Fan deeply, and then smiled and nodded to Hu Yuanli, Sun Yuxuan, Ma Qiao, and others, accepting their worship. Miss Hu Fei accompanied Princess Taiping. She was still in the Miao costume, but she had more jewelry than when she was in the barbarian province. Her head, neck, shoulders, arms, wrists, waist, ankles, and her whole body was covered with round, flat, thin, and long bells, tubes, and tassels shining with silver light. These were all bought by Sun Yuxuan for her. Women from the Central Plains would find it cumbersome to wear more than 4 or 5 pieces of jewelry. Maybe it was because of the special shape of these Miao ornaments, or because of the special color of Miss Hu Fei's clothes, but these silver ornaments were very suitable for her. They didn't feel complicated at all, but they made her more beautiful, revealing the unique cleverness of a Miao girl. Even when she walked, her whole body jingled, and the sound was as sweet as music without a trace of noise. Sun Yuxuan's eyes suddenly brightened when he saw her, but he still maintained the reserved face of an official. Miss Hu Fei didn't care about that. She was already happily flying to her man with a touch of charm. Princess Taiping's housekeeper came to her side and reported in a low voice, "Lord Sun, officials of Chang, and aristocratic families are waiting for your highness in the front hall." Princess Taiping nodded and said, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Fan's body tilted to one side. His eyelids drooped, his eyes were lifeless, and his breathing was weak. Fortunately, Feng Yuanyi, who was standing next to him, was a 10-year-old urchin, but his body was as sturdy as a 14 or 15-year-old boy, so he was able to support Yang Fan. Princess Taiping stared at Yang Fan, and there was an undisguised amusement in her eyes, and said, "You off. Yang Fan, it is better." Yang Fan smiled dryly. Princess Taiping said snappily, "We haven't reached the front hall yet." Taiping said, "Ping, ping, Taiping, Princess Taiping, Lu, Taiping, Lu Taiping, Princess off." As soon as Lu Qietian and the others saw Princess Taiping appear, they all went forward to greet her. Yang Fan was also one step ahead, leaning on Feng Yuanyi's body, with a sickly look. Lu Qientian paid his respects to Princess Taiping. When Princess Taiping was chatting with the Guanlong family members, he saw Yang Fan's appearance and couldn't help but walk up to him. He asked curiously, "Dr. Yang, you—" Lu Qietian greeted Princess Taiping, and when Princess Taiping was talking with the Guanlong nobles, he saw Yang Fan's condition. He couldn't help but walk forward and asked curiously, "Yang Longzhong, you—" Lu Qietian said in surprise, "So it is like this. Have you asked a famous doctor to treat you?" Yang Fan nodded slowly. "I have. Sickness comes like a landslide and goes like spinning silk. I have to rest." Lu Qietian rubbed his teeth and said, "Doctor, you have to be careful on your long journey." Yang Fan said weakly, "I can't go. Your Highness is kind enough to allow me to recuperate here." Just as he said this, a servant hurriedly came to report, "Your Highness, Duguyu and Duguning could have arrived." Princess Taiping was holding hands and chatting with a lady of the Wei clan. Hearing this, she couldn't help but be shocked and said, "Ningku is here? Why is he? I will go and welcome him." Princess Taiping certainly knew that Ningku was suffering from a chronic illness and didn't have many opportunities to go out. Although they were childhood friends, Princess Taiping wouldn't be surprised if she didn't come to see him off. Hearing that she was coming, Princess Taiping was really shocked and wanted to go and welcome her personally. Unexpectedly, she had just taken 2 steps when Duguyu and Ningku walked into the hall. The maid who used to dress as a boat girl held Ningku's arm. Ningku stood straight and didn't use the maid's strength. The maid supported him just in case the girl suddenly fainted. Taiping hurriedly came forward to greet them, and the others also followed. Among the crowd, Yang Fan was supported by Feng Yuanyi, who was dressed as a servant in cyan clothes and a hat. He looked so weak that he seemed to be even more delicate than Miss Ningku, which was really eye-catching. How could Miss Ningku not see him? They looked at each other at the same time. Ningku slightly frowned her eyebrows. Ningku had been sick for a long time, and her eyesight was very sharp. Besides, she seemed to have an innate ability to see through Yang Fan's mind. So she just took a glance at him and felt, this guy seems to be pretending to be sick. Yang Fan also felt a little guilty. How can this weak little girl's eyesight be so sharp? It seems that she saw through me. Princess Taiping and Duguyu said a few polite words, and then came to Ningku, held her arm, and complained, I won't blame you if you don't come. You don't have to take the trouble to come by yourself. Ningku said softly, you have been living in Luoyang for a long time, and it's rare for you to return to Chang, and how can I not see you off? The two chatted for a while, and then everyone boarded the carriages, ready to send the princess out of the city. Princess Taiping helped Ningku to sit in the carriage with her. It was easy to distinguish the other people. The officials all rode horses, while the aristocratic families all rode ox carts. There was only one exception. Yang also rode in an ox cart, and his carriage drove slower than those of the aristocratic families. At the 10 Miles Pavilion, everyone stopped, and it was time to say goodbye to Princess Taiping. Ningku got off the carriage, supported by her personal maid, and stood side by side with Yang Fan, who was also pretending to be weak. Everyone said goodbye one after another. Princess Taiping had returned the salute, boarded the carriage, and turned her head. Finally, she couldn't help staring at Yang Fan, and then gently raised her hand. With a pull of her hand, the bamboo curtain of the sedan slowly fell down, covering her beautiful hair, her black brows, and her pair of eyes that were staring deeply into the distance. The whip cracked in the air, and the princess's carriages, escorted by 300 dragon guards, set off for Luoyang, standing next to Yang Fan. Miss Ningku withdrew her gaze from the carriages and said in a low voice, Yang Langzhong didn't go back to Luoyang with the princess. Is it because he is not feeling well? Yang Fan was about to let Feng Yuanyi help him turn around and board the carriage, but stopped when he heard this. Miss Ningku's lips curled into a mysterious smile. The Dugu family invites several famous doctors to stay in their mansion all year round. Duguyu, who was beside her, understood and said hurriedly, Look at Erlang, you look so weak. Why don't we ask our doctor to treat you again? Okay. Then, I will some other day. Hey, there is no other day. Come on, get on my ox cart. Since you are sick, of course, the sooner you are treated, the better. Duguyu took Yang Fan's other arm and dragged him into his carriage. At this time, the aristocratic families and the officials were about to leave, and no one paid special attention to their conversation. Yesterday at Chu Zhang's hibiscus garden, Li Taigong wouldn't make a big deal out of it. Duguyu wouldn't make a big deal out of it. Lu Qiantian wouldn't make a big deal out of it. And the people of the Lu family wouldn't make a big deal out of it. other than a few important figures of the aristocratic families who already knew the whole story, most people were still in the dark. Today, those who came to see off Princess Taiping were the younger generation of various aristocratic families. They hadn't heard the news. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ignored this delicate Yang Longzhong. Seeing Yang Fan board her eldest brother's carriage with difficulty, Ning couldn't help but smile. Today, she forced herself to see off Princess Taiping with her sick body, but her main purpose was still Yang Fan. For her next plan, she planned to let her elder brother go with her or follow her to Luoyang. Now that Yang Fan stayed because of his illness, it was really a surprise. How could she not take Yang Fan to the Duga mansion? Yesterday in the Lotus Garden, Li Taigong's eyes, as if he had found a treasure, could be hidden from others, but not from her. She and Li Taigong were a pair of friends who had a hobby of collecting antiques. When Yang Fan was about to leave, Li Taigong looked at him as if he had found a living treasure that had been buried in the soil for thousands of years. Ning guessed that Li Taigong might immediately send someone to the Gongsun mansion after knowing that Yang Fan didn't go with the princess. What a pity! Green damask was taken by Li Taigong, but Yang Fan fell into my hands first. Thinking of this, Ning couldn't help but smile. Ning was sitting in the carriage, and his smile was seen by the boat lady, which really shocked her. She had been responsible for taking care of Ning's daily life since he was very young. Miss had strict rules. Except for her, who had been taking care of Miss since she was born, no one was allowed to enter Miss's room easily. Miss's body couldn't accept other people's touch, so she was always the only one who took care of Miss's bath. In fact, the closeness between her and Miss was even less than that of Miss's mother. So in this world, there was no one who knew Miss better than her. Although Miss spent most of her time awake in contemplation, it was rare to see her smile when she was thinking, not to mention that her smile was so sweet. In the boat lady's mind, this kind of situation could be counted on one hand, and the other few times had happened when Miss was a child or a young girl. Yang Fan got on the carriage. As soon as the curtain was put down, he sat up straight, his eyelids were no longer drooping, and he was no longer listless. He knew that the Duga siblings had seen through the truth, so why did he still pretend? Yang Fan said to Dugayu with a smile, "Brother Dugu, why did you drag me into the mansion? To hold a banquet to apologize." "No," Dugayu said very seriously. "I want to make a deal with Lang Zhong